363. The dusty medicine shop resumed its previous liveliness. After an hour of Jing Dafeng's practice, he let the four of them take a breather. After that, they continued to do so intermittently. Jing Dafeng kept his realm at the 8th realm, but it was rising bit by bit. From the early stage of the far-wandering realm to the peak of the 8th realm of the flawless realm, Jing Dafeng found it increasingly difficult to face their increasingly skillful joint attacks. The four of them still didn't talk to each other. Even when they were taking a break, they still stood separately and pondered on their own things. Everything was understood without words. Pei Qian had a big heart. After dinner, she finished copying books and practiced the crazy demon swordsmanship under the eaves of the courtyard. Then she went to the side room to sleep contentedly. Before sleeping, she greeted Qin Pingon at the door and opened the green bamboo box that Qin Pingon put in her room. She took out the treasure box that Yao Jinji gave her. She looked at this one and that one. On her forehead was the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman that truly belonged to her. She shook her head proudly and thought, "I'm rich today." She touched the talisman on her head and felt a little worried. She knew that if she sold it she could buy a big house, but she couldn't bear to part with it. Forget it, she would think about it when she got the second one. Anyway, she didn't have to worry about food or clothes, and having a house was useless. However, she made up her mind that in the future, she must have a house as big as the short winter melon goddess of waters Bayou mansion. She must also have that strange projector wall so that people would know that she was rich the moment they entered. On the night they moved into the shop, the Yin spirit Zhao brought back many geomancy maps. No one knew which mansion he had found them from, but they were placed neatly on the table in the main room. Under the light, Lu Baixiang asked for a small hard awl from Jing Dafeng. As if he was setting up a formation, he began to carefully mark the maps in red, indicating the strongholds of the 5 major families in Old Dragon City, the distribution of forces of the foreign officials and Jindan Earth Immortals. Then he drew a straight line between the Dragon Tower and the Dusty Shop. Wei Xian was also there, but Zhu Lian and Sui Yu didn't participate. One was reading under the eaves under the moonlight, while the other was standing in the courtyard refining the pure Zhenqi in his Qi mansion. As for Jing Dafeng, he had already gone to the side room to sleep. His snoring was thunderous. They agreed to continue feeding 4 hours later. Feeding the fists was not only to train their martial cultivation and raise their realms to a higher level, but also to help them absorb the spirituality of the Green Tiger Palace's pills as quickly as possible. Qin Pingon profited from this deal. Qin Pingon stood beside the table and watched as Lu Baixiang, Wei Xian, and the Yin master with the surname Zhao scribbled on the geomancy maps. Qin Pingon rarely gave any suggestions. At most, when the 2 Yin masters and the Yin master could not agree on a certain detail, Qin Pingon would make the final decision between the better and the better choice. In fact, he was very relaxed. The last trip in the lotus flower blessed land, walking on the banks of the river of time, was not only a long journey but also an even longer one. Even so, Qin Pingon only dared to say that he knew a little about the ways of the world, the height of the imperial court and the vastness of Jianghu. As for the specific plans related to the art of war, Qin Pingon would not interfere. He would leave it to the real experts. Needless to say, Wei Xian was born in the battlefield. Lu Baixiang was a rare all-rounder in the world. He was proficient in the art of war and was familiar with the essence of the 3 sects in the lotus flower-blessed land. Not to mention the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. The only thing that this founder of the demonic sect lacked now was that he had just arrived in the vast world and had not yet reached the peak. However, from the foot of the mountain to the middle of the mountain, and then to the peak, there would be fewer and fewer people on the path of cultivation. If he took a wrong path and reached the end of a dead end, what would he do if he could only watch as others continued to climb higher? Therefore, Qin Pingon could understand Sui Yuyu's anger, but he did not agree with her. Sui Yuyu's obsession with reaching the highest level of martial arts in this lifetime had fallen from the martial god realm to the 9th realm. Jing Dafeng said to Sui Yuyu and the other 3 with a cheeky smile, "It's only the 9th level, please don't laugh at me." Did they really think that the 9th level was a cabbage on the roadside? Jing Dafeng was old Yang's direct disciple. The gatekeeper of Lizhu Grotto Heaven also almost went mad at the threshold of the 9th level. After the battle at Sui Yuyu's ruined temple, he entered the Golden Body realm. It was already a great opportunity, but he still only had eyes for the scenery of the highest level. Compared to the pure martial artists in the vast world who were down to earth and ascended step by step, this was actually the opposite. However, Qin Pingon did not think that his reasoning could convince the female sword fairy of the lotus flower-blessed land. But it did not matter. The sword of infatuation was his, Qin Pingon's, and the pills of the Green Tiger Palace were also his. Whether to give it to Sui Yuyu, when to give it to her, and how to give it to her, it was all up to Qin Pingon. No one owed Sui Yuyu anything. Under the light of a lamp, a main line had been sorted out from the many maps. The arguments in the house became fewer and fewer. Qin Pingon walked out of the house to take a breather. He walked across the courtyard and sat on the long bench under the eaves opposite the main house. The layout of the dusty medicine shop was very similar to the Yang family's medicine shop in his hometown. When Qin Pingon walked towards the long bench, he would remember a teacher who had visited old Yang for the first time. He put away his umbrella and sat on the same seat. When encountering injustice in the world, those who believed it to be injustice were the most difficult to appease. If it were Gao Shizhen or Lu Tsong, they would feel that it was not an injustice. They would just watch from the sidelines. They might even take the opportunity to join in and see if they could get a share of the profits. If it were Jiang Shangzhen, he might feel that it was not an issue at all. Taking an extra look would only delay his cultivation. Qin Pingon did not hold a deep grudge against the siege of the ruined temple. Even if he lost a lot of his family's wealth after the battle, he did not hold a deep grudge. Of course, not holding a grudge did not mean that he would be lenient when it was time to strike. However, Jiang Shangzhen might still not understand why Qin Pingon wanted to kill Zhou Xian in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Even Jing Dafeng, who was sleeping soundly, might not understand why Qin Pingon wanted to interfere in the chaos in Old Dragon City. In fact, the logic was very simple. If both sides were roughly equal in strength, then their paths would be different. Each side would have their own reasons for doing things. Back and forth, each side would rely on their own abilities to kill each other. Whether it was conspiracies or overt schemes, whoever lived or died, Qin Pingon could accept it all. However, Chao Qinglong's parents, the two heads that Zhou Xian casually threw on the ground, were dripping with blood. There was also the little girl from the medicine shop who died in the hands of the Fong family's disciples. No matter how many reasons and excuses Ding Ying and the Fong family had to convince themselves in the two worlds, these three people should not have suffered such a disaster. At that moment, Qin Pingon did not know that Qi Jingchun had once drunk the inferior wine in Li Huai's house and told Li Er that only a true hero could punch someone stronger. He only knew that before Alliance ascended, he had once told all of them that any true powerhouse should take the freedom of the weak as the boundary. There were thousands of joys and sorrows in the world, each with their own difficulties and blessings. There were no two identical leaves in the world, nor would there be the same river. However, some principles were interconnected. Lu Tai told the poor woman in the Eagle Fortress that the world was boring, so it was better not to come. Qin Pingon pondered over it. It was not that the world was boring, but that there were too many unreasonable people. When good people suffered losses, they could only comfort themselves that it was a blessing to suffer losses. They could only tell themselves that it was better to offend a gentleman than a villain. On the other hand, evil people did evil but did not know evil. Qin Pingon sat on the bench and was still thinking about every detail in the main room. The Yin god of the Zhao family was familiar with the forces in Old Dragon City, so Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang were on one side. The Yin god put himself in the shoes of the Fu family and used different angles and different forces to attack the dusty medicine shop. Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang dealt with each move accordingly. Zhou Lian was flipping through one of his rarest erotic novels under the eaves. It was a new book that he bought not long ago, but he read it over and over again until it became an old book. Now he was muttering that it was a work of conscience, a work of conscience. It turned out that the rough engraving and the name of the book was fake. On the last page of the book, there were a lot of titles of good works by people of the same field. There were also a few comments that added the finishing touch. Therefore, the old man closed the book again tonight and said sincerely, "Good people have a peaceful life." Speaking of this, the old man turned to Qin Pingon and smiled. "Young master, I have offended you. I will be careful in the future." Qin Pingon smiled and waved his hand, reminding him, "Remember to keep that matter a secret for me." Zhou Lian said guiltily, "It's my fault. I have been feeling uneasy these days, so I didn't dare to reveal anything." Qin Pingon did not reply. Previously on the ferry at Tianke Peak, Qin Pingon thought about sending a letter to the stork inn to ask the innkeeper to help deliver it to the sword-hugging man. He wanted to see if he could send it to the Great Wall of Sword Qi for Miss Ning. However, every time he started writing he was in a dilemma. He did not know how to write the letter. In the end he went to find Zhou Xian, who could say, "The world is full of emotions." In the end he did not expect that Zhou Xian, who was thought to be a romantic, was actually an old pervert in Sui Yu's eyes. Some of his suggestions either gave Qin Pingon goosebumps or made him break out in cold sweat. In the courtyard, Sui Yu unsheathed his sword and flicked it with his fingers. She listened to the tinkling sound. This woman, who was the least likable in the group, had a smile on her face for the first time. Qin Pingon smiled. "Sui Yu, you look pretty good like this. Why do you keep a straight face all day long? If there is a chance in the future I will introduce you to Sword Immortal." Words from the bottom of his heart were filled with emotion and propriety. Sui Yu sheathed his sword and turned to look at Qin Pingon. He sneered, "You're showing your fox tail? Why do you want me to warm your bed?" Qin Pingon laughed. "Don't, I'm a coward." Zhou Xian smiled. "I'm willing to follow the teacher to Tiantai and sweep the fallen flowers with the immortals." Good poem, good poem. Young master, are you a teacher or an immortal? Qin Pingon heard the old bastard Zhou Lian's obscene flattery and knew that things were going to be bad. As expected, Sui Yu's face was cold and murderous. He was probably thinking about who to kill first. Qin Pingon and Zhou Lian. Zhou Lian almost ran away at the same time. One ran into the house and the other ran into the pharmacy in front. Sui Yu snorted and returned to his house. Pei Qian was already asleep. She was probably used to being alone since she was young. No matter how much she tossed around, no one cared. She slept on the ground all year round or on the stone lion in front of the rich house. Her sleeping posture was a mess. With her hands and feet spread out, how could there be any warmth in her bed? Sui Yu frowned and walked over gently. He helped move the little girl's hands and feet and cushioned the corner of the blanket. Sui Yu lit the lamp and sat alone at the table. He was silent and only accompanied by his sword. Burying gods and killing immortals. Qin Pingon slept in the pharmacy tonight. He slept lightly on the floor. In the courtyard, Xing Dafeng often fed the four people with his fists. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and listened to the sound of the flowing fists. Light or heavy, they rippled in his heart like knocking on the door. The night passed peacefully in the alley. The Fu family still had some face. Furthermore, the battle was imminent. Even if someone had the strength to barge into the alley and challenge Xing Dafeng, it was the same as slapping the Fu family's face. And now, the face of the Fu family in Old Dragon City was the same as the face of the Yunlin Jiang family. If not for this, Fu Li would not have personally challenged Xing Dafeng to the Ascending Dragon platform. As for how many immortal weapons Fu Li could use, it was the most important thing in the discussion in the main room. For a Fu family disciple to be able to use a half-immortal weapon that was extremely difficult to control and could even cause a backlash, this was a strange thing. But as time passed, the outside world silently agreed. Qin Pingon woke up early in the morning. Xing Dafeng was squatting at the door of the main room and drinking porridge. Pei Qian was squatting at the side and whispering. Who knew when their relationship became so good? Inside the room, Lu Baixiang was playing the zither, with the rhythm of high mountains and flowing water. Wei Xian was practicing the six-step stance that he stole from Qin Pingon. Sui Yi was not much better. He was practicing the sword furnace stance. Julian was more kind. He brought a large bowl of porridge for Qin Pingon, saying that he wanted the young master to try his cooking. Qin Pingon sat on the bench and drank the porridge. The sky was slightly bright and he felt refreshed. He went to open the door of the shop in front. The dusty medicine shop was open for customers. As for whether there were any customers, there really were early in the morning. After Qin Pingon opened the door, he started practicing his martial arts in the alley. When he reached the corner of the alley, he turned around and went back and forth. On the third round of his martial arts, a couple walked into his line of sight. It was not strange that one of them was someone he was familiar with, but the other was a woman that Qin Pingon was not familiar with. Her appearance was somewhat unexpected. The young man was Fan Air. Beside him was a young woman in green robes. Back then on the dragon path, two fairies had brushed past each other. Qin Pingon had met her. She had even shown off her ability to control a wine jug in the air. Fan Air saw Qin Pingon from afar and laughed loudly. Qin Pingon, do you dare to fight with me, the fourth realm fan heir? Qin Pingon stopped at the door of the medicine shop and shook his head. I don't dare. You and I are both fourth realm great grandmasters. Since we have met on a narrow path, if we don't fight at the peak, wouldn't that be a matter of regret for the world? Fan heir used a flurry of random punches to kill his master as his opening remarks. His mouth babbled as he charged at Qin Pingon, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Qin Pingon put a hand to his forehead. He could only slowly walk forward and cooperate with this fan heir in a battle at the peak between great grandmasters. Fortunately, fan heir had only run a dozen steps before the green-robed woman grabbed him by the collar and threw him behind her. Don't make a fool of yourself here. If you want to play, go play at the dragon platform. Fan heir walked obediently behind her and winked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon stopped and asked in confusion, You are fan heir's sister Fan Junmao? Fan Junmao also had a wine jug at her waist and did not stop walking. She smiled coldly and said, I don't want to have a younger brother like you, but I can't stop my father and second mother from being lovey-dovey. Fan heir was heartless and secretly happy. Qin Pingon sighed in his heart and then felt relieved. Only Fan Junmao with this kind of personality could make fan heir truly like and respect her. If she was a virtuous and quiet daughter of a large family, he would still like her, but fan heir would not admire his sister so wholeheartedly. Fan Junmao had no intention of walking into the drugstore. She pointed with a finger. Fan heir, go inside and wait. Fan heir yelped and ran into the drugstore. When he brushed past Qin Pingon, he risked death to remind him, My condolences. Qin Pingon said in surprise, Miss Fan, you can't be. Without waiting for Qin Pingon to finish speaking, Fan Junmao nodded and said, You guessed right, it's me. The last time we met you went south and I went north. The place we went was your hometown, Lizhu Grotto Heaven. The person we met was that old Yang. He didn't care too much about Jing Dafeng and had him fend for himself in Old Dragon City. However, he specifically mentioned you. If I'm interested, I can take a look. As for old Yang's attitude towards Jing Dafeng did not want to fool Qin Pingon about this. Last night he had already made it clear. The old man had already left harsh words that this useless disciple of his could not reveal anything, even if he died. Therefore, Fu Nanhua's impression of Jing Dafeng was that sloppy gatekeeper of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Fan Junmao yelled, Fan heir, throw out a chair. Remember, it's a chair, not a stool. Fan heir responded and really did carry a chair to the front of the shop and threw it out of the door. Fan Junmao caught it and put it on the wall opposite the medicine shop. She sat down and leaned back, the chair swaying. Language, she said, Jing Dafeng might not understand that Fu Donghai planned this. Fuqi did not know. It was Fu Donghai, an idiot with no ability, who acted on his own. Fu Qi knew some of the secret history of Lizhu Grotto Heaven and wanted to rope Jing Dafeng in. Previously he even brought a long-legged woman, I think she was called Fu Chunhua, to find Jing Dafeng. Unfortunately, Jing Dafeng rejected his good intentions. Even so, Fu Qi only treated Jing Dafeng as a dragon crossing the river, raised in the pond of the Fan family, and did not provoke him. However, Fu Donghai made a big mess and that old woman of the Yunlin Jiang family interfered. All of a sudden, the misunderstanding that Fu Qi could have explained and dealt with behind closed doors became a problem of the Jiang family's face. What should we do now? There is a gambling battle where one person must die on the dragon platform. Otherwise, the Fu family's first marriage alliance with the Jiang family would be a big slap to the Jiang family's face. If you were the old ancestor of the Yunlin Jiang family, what would you do? Qin Pingon answered, Children and grandchildren have their own fortune. Face is not as important as reason. Fan Junmao was probably shocked by this answer. He took down the wine jug. Luckily I did not drink just now. Otherwise I would have choked to death. Qin Pingon sat on the doorstep. Although I have some conflicts with Sun Jiaxu, I feel that among the big families in Old Dragon City, the Sun family's business is the most upright. Fan Junmao drank a mouthful of wine. His eyes were playful. He smiled and asked, Our Fan family is not worthy of your attention? Qin Pingon smiled and said, To be able to raise a future successor like Fan heir, the Fan family style is definitely not bad. But there are many people who can speak in the ancestral hall. After there are more people, they will all have their own plans. As the head of the family, I have to take care of all aspects. It is very difficult to keep one's hands clean. It is hard to avoid compromising. I understand this principle. But on the matter of Jing Dafeng, the Fan family is not kind enough. If I want to do business with the Fan family in the future, unless Fan Heir personally handles it, I will not be at ease. But if I do business with the Sun family, if Sun Jiashu does not interfere, I will be more at ease. Fan Junmao tilted his head and clicked his tongue. You are not stupid. Why does old Yang like to say that you are not smart? Qin Pingon laughed involuntarily. I have left my hometown for many years. Other than growing taller, my brain has also grown, right? Fan Junmao nodded. It is true that you have grown some brains, but when it comes to big matters, you are still not smart enough. Qin Pingon did not mind and went straight to the point. Can we start talking about business? Fan Junmao sneered. Just by looking at the list that Jing Dafeng gave me, I know that your refinement will definitely fail. Not only are you a layman, you are also arrogant. If I am not wrong, the natal item that you used to refine the 5 elements water must be of high quality. The refinement chance and cauldron are also not bad, right? Then do you know that other than the certainty of failure, once you fail, you will have accumulated many disadvantages and are destined to cause endless trouble? Qin Pingon's expression was serious. Fan Junmao smiled. I know that people like you do not believe in heresy. It is business. I do not care if you make a loss or profit after buying my family's goods. Rest assured, I have brought you a lot of heavenly treasures. I want the gold core of the old Yuaning of Jiaolong Gully. Such a rare item that has a price but no market really makes me a bit tempted. Otherwise, I would not have come personally. It is enough that Fan Heir is here. Fan Junmao happily raised his head and drank a mouthful of wine. You are right. I want to take advantage of you and rob you when you are down. And this time I will take advantage of you very ruthlessly. But can you, Qin Pingon, not buy it? Qin Pingon threw out the porcelain bottle that contained the gold core of the old Jiaolong Gully. Fan Junmao caught it. Qin Pingon asked, I heard from Jing Dafeng that you can control the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City. Then if I can take out something better, would you be willing to help? No matter the outcome of the Dragon Ascension platform, you will save Jing Dafeng's life. Fan Heir has something close to him that I gave him. Right now he should be taking it out. Since I am a descendant of the Fan family, I have to be honest when doing business. Everything is good, but the price is a bit expensive. Other than that, there is nothing wrong with it. Even if you go to the Fu family, they can only give you goods of similar quality. After saying this, Fan Junmao gently tossed the porcelain bottle in his hand and said with a smile, even if I break the rules and choose to attack, I estimate that there is only a 50% chance that I can save Jing Dafeng's worthless life. Moreover, I don't want to do that at all. Qin Pingon was just about to speak. Jing Dafeng was already sitting on the doorstep. With Qin Pingon on the left and right, they became the 2 door gods of the dusty medicine shop. Jing Dafeng smiled. Okay, there is no use begging her. Fan Junmao nodded. With a flip of his wrist, the porcelain bottle disappeared. Indeed, Qin Pingon was once again forcefully interrupted by Jing Dafeng. This time, Jing Dafeng even shook his head at him, indicating that he should not take out that item. Fan Junmao's eyes lit up. There really is something good. Take it out and let me take a look. If I feel that it is worth it, it is not impossible for me to help. After all, it is not a bad thing to fight fiercely. Jing Dafeng suddenly stood up and said, Enough. Fan Junmao, is there really a slim chance of Qin Pingon refining an intrinsic item? Transdimensional paradox. Clearly, he wanted to change the topic so that Fan Junmao's curiosity would not continue to spread. Fan Junmao was a little bored. He slumped against the chair and shook the wine flask in his hand. Do you really think that refining an intrinsic item is as simple as casually refining a few qi-nourishing pills by a Daoist of the lower 5 realms? Do you know what it means to be in the right place at the right time? Or did Qin Pingon think that he was the lucky one who was blessed by the heavens, and that a layman could find a random place and refine a natal item in one go? If you, Qin Pingon, succeed, I, Fan Junmao, will dig out my eyeballs and give them to you. Jing Dafeng turned to Qin Pingon and said, Then don't refine it. Jing Dafeng rarely had such a serious expression, not even in his entire life. Qin Pingon could only nod. Then forget it. I know my luck. Fan Junmao stood up. Then that's that. Jing Dafeng, when the time comes, fight well. I will be watching from above. Remember to die heroically. Jing Dafeng returned to his original form. He smiled and rubbed his hands. Miss Fan, that day in the sea of clouds, what color dress did you wear? This green robe is beautiful, but you should change your outfit occasionally. Fan Junmao was not an ordinary woman. She laughed and said, when the time comes, even if I stand naked on the dragon platform, you will not be able to open your eyes. Maybe Fu Li will first stab you to death and then stomp on your head. When the time comes, your eyeballs will explode. With a bang, you will fly from the dragon platform into the sea of clouds. I will then catch it with 2 fingers. With a bang, it will explode again. Xing Dafeng hurriedly begged for mercy. Miss Fan, can you please remember me? Fan Junmao laughed and strode away in the alley. When he was sure Fan Junmao was far away, Xing Dafeng said in a low voice, do you know that at the last moment, as long as you take it out, whether it is Fu Li, the Yunlin Jiang clan, or even any immortal realm cultivator, they will all be tempted. You will have a chance to exchange it for your life. Today you gave it to Fan Junmao, but what can you exchange it for? So what if she helps? It is only a 50% chance. But that is for me alone. Even if I am saved, how will you all leave Old Dragon City? Qin Pingon suddenly laughed and said, I'm not willing to be your disciple, Xing Dafeng. Xing Dafeng rolled his eyes and sat back on the threshold. You think I am willing? Something that will make me unable to raise my head in front of Li Air for the rest of my life. Qin Pingon folded his hands and looked at the wall. But I am willing to be Xing Dafeng's Dao protector. Fan Junmao suddenly sat back on the chair and laughed. Seems like there is an even more ridiculous Yao core. 11th realm? No, the Yao core of a 12th realm great demon. It must be the golden core of that great demon from Tongya Tontinent's Fiang sect. Interesting. Xing Dafeng's expression changed drastically. He stared at the green-robed woman. I'm not joking with you. Don't even think about that Yao core. Fan Junmao stretched out a finger and gently twisted it. Wisps of mist spread out from the wall behind her and finally gathered into a small cloud at her fingertip. If it was not premeditated, she would not have been able to hear Xing Dafeng's heartfelt words. Even a guy like Xing Dafeng was willing to reveal his heart to someone? Fan Junmao squinted her eyes and sized up the young man. Fan Junmao took a sip of wine and said proudly, the golden core of a 12th realm great demon can be divided into big, small, medium and small refinements. The big refinement is as difficult as refining a natal item. Qin Pingon can forget about it. Give it to me. I am in charge of the sea of clouds above your heads. In fact, the Fu family is just like a housekeeper. When I am not here, the Fu family can use some of it. But when I am here, he can't even use the little cloud on my finger. She wiped her mouth, unable to conceal the heat in her eyes. If you give me that monster core, I can swallow the entire Old Dragon City's seawater from 3 sides. If I pick a good time, I'll have the right time, the right place, and the right people. How about it? If you give it to me, I will have a 50% chance of saving Xing Dafeng's life. Anyway, he will lose his cheap life sooner or later. It doesn't matter if I save him once. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, may I ask Miss Fan, what about the middle refinement and small refinement? Fan Junmao raised her eyebrows. Small refinement is not difficult. It is most suitable to drink it with wine. As for the effects, whoever drinks it will know. Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. All right, then I will give it to middle refinement. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Fan. Fan Junmao stood up, her eyes sharp. Xing Dafeng stood up and said in a low voice, Fan Junmao, don't forget I still have a Yin spirit here. If you dare to make a move, I will dare to delay your cultivation for at least 100 years. Fan Junmao paced back and forth in the alley that faced the entrance of the medicine store. His eyes were fixed on the guy named Qin Pingon. In the end, Fan Junmao stomped her foot and jumped into the clouds. She was extremely irritated. She shouted and waved her sleeves, grabbing clouds and smashing them into each other. She tossed and turned for a long time, then fell backward and lay on the clouds. If I drink the small refinement with wine, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. She wiped the saliva from her mouth and began to roll around on the clouds. On the other side of the alley, Xing Dafeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at Qin Pingon, who was as still as a mountain. You really have guts. Qin Pingon's expression did not change. Look at my back. Xing Dafeng really did step over the threshold to take a look. Qin Pingon was indeed sweating profusely. Xing Dafeng sat on the threshold with a smile and sighed. I really did not expect that the charcoal youth who looked at the scenery outside the door would become like today. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and took small sips of wine. Even I did not expect it. There was a moment of silence. Qin Pingon turned his head and asked with a smile, "Did it change for the better or the worse?" Jing Dafeng thought for a moment. "It should be both." Then Jing Dafeng gave himself a slap. "You Jing Dafeng have only spent a day with Pei Qian and Julian and you have already learned how to flatter people?" Standing up, Jing Dafeng muttered to himself as he walked back to the courtyard behind the medicine shop. He called for the 4 people to start sparring. This time the 4 people in the painting felt the heavy pressure from Jing Dafeng. It did not seem like he was feeding them but more like he was using them to practice. Fan Air ran out of the shop with a smile and sat beside Qin Pingon. "The things are all in the house." Qin Pingon grunted. "I don't think I will refine my natal item, but I want to refine another small thing. You should go back early. This is not a place to stay for long. Don't cause trouble for the family." Fan Air did not dawdle. "I will find another chance to come back to the medicine shop." Qin Pingon stood up and walked Fan Air to the corner of the street. There was already a carriage waiting there. The coachman was the old golden core swordsman from the Osmanthus Island ferry, Ma Ji. His natal flying sword was Cool Shade. In the cultivation of swordsmen, Qi refinement warriors were old immortals abode for 60 years, while immortals abode for 100 years was still young. At the time the old swordsman Ma Ji had complained to Qin Pingon. If the Fan family was willing to take out half of their family fortune and do their best to worship him, a golden core swordsman, he could become a nascent soul swordsman. Qin Pingon did not walk out of the alley. He smiled and waved at the old swordsman. Ma Ji also smiled and nodded. That night Qin Pingon lay on the roof. He held a jade pendant in his hand that he did not often take out. He stared at it in a daze. Under the moonlight, it was sparkling and translucent. Qin Pingon did not have much money now, but his family was not small. This jade pendant was one of the earliest family assets that Qin Pingon had. He had it before he left for his first trip to the Great Sui Kingdom. He did not refine the water character seal. On the road of life there were some hurdles that one knew were dangerous. It was right to personally take the risk. However, there were some temptations that one had to listen to the old saying, "If you have 8 feet in your life, don't ask for 10 feet. Qin Pingon placed the jade pendant on his body. He gently covered it with his hands and closed his eyes. The infatuated sword had been lent to Sui Yuyu. However, without Sui Yuyu that sword was still far from enough for Qin Pingon. It was a pity that the long Qi sword had been left in the lotus flower blessed land. Otherwise he could have used it to fight enemies. If only someone could lend me a sword. However, there was no such thing in the world. Until the day before the great cold, the dusty medicine shop was still calm. There was not a single customer. However, there were no guests. A seemingly empty cross-continent ferry was docked at the lonely island in the sea. The old dragon city Lord Fu Jiang, the old nascent soul swordsman of the Jiang family of Yunlin, and the direct disciple of the Tongyi sect, Du Yen, stood side by side waiting for someone to come down from the ferry. In the end, only an inconspicuous old man came down from the ferry. If the 3 people who chased after the great demon of the Fushui sect were here, they would have recognized this person. The ancestor of the Tongyi sect's revival, surnamed Du, the plainly dressed old man, slowly came down from the ferry. When he saw the people at the crossing, he greeted them politely. He exchanged some small talk without the slightest trace of the ruthless aura that Jiang Shangzhen had called that old pervert of the Tongyi sect. However, when the old man looked in the direction of the old dragon city and spoke about serious matters, everyone immediately felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Is he a 9th realm martial artist? Fu Jiang smiled bitterly. Yes. The old man extended his thumb and wiped the corner of his mouth. The Dali dynasty has instructed your Fu family of Old Dragon City to give us 4 inverted ferry boats of the Tongyi sect. It is a great gift. 364. Greater than 13,000 word chapter. During the great cold the birds flew swiftly. At the edge of the dragon ascending platform, the wind howled like a shrew's incessant chatter. In the inner city of the old dragon city, a few carriages stopped at the corner of the street outside the dust medicine shop. Under the Fu clan's order, The entire city was placed under martial law. Not only were wild cultivators and common people not allowed to go to the dragon ascending platform outside the city to watch the battle, they were also prohibited from going to the streets with anyone other than those of the 6 major clans. Of course, some disciples of powerful clans could borrow a clan token from the 6 clans they were friends with and hang it on their waists, allowing them to travel between the dragon ascending platform and the inner city unimpeded. Of course, there were many complaints in the old dragon city. However, due to the Fu family's overbearing power and the fact that the Fu family had communicated with the leaders of the major families other than the 6 families, there weren't many problems. There were conflicts in the old dragon city from time to time, but they were immediately suppressed like small waves. Some troublesome disciples who thought highly of their status were stopped by the Fu family cultivators with the old dragon's cloth rain pendant on their waists. They were scolded by the elders who came to the old dragon's cloth rain pendant and scolded them for not wanting to live anymore. In the dusty herb shop, after drinking the porridge cooked by Zhou Xian, the group was ready to set off for the dragon ascending platform. Xing Dafeng was the first to walk out of the main room. He took a few puffs of his pipe at the door. It wasn't that he didn't look nervous. However, compared to his previous sloppiness, he had changed into a slightly old but clean green robe today. Zhu Lian and Pei Qian cleared away the dishes on the table. Sui Yuyu, dressed in white, carried the infatuation sword on her back, which became more and more powerful after eating countless hearts. She stood under the eaves with the cultivation of the golden body realm, the 7th realm of martial arts. She was so graceful that she looked like a fairy. Lu Baixiang was still dressed in a scholar's robe. He no longer held a few chess pieces in his hand and stroked them. The saber hanging on his waist had stopped snowing. The original owner of this saber could be said to be a nascent soul earth immortal who slayed demons and devils on Mount Taiping and had an extremely good reputation. He was also a big shot of the demon clan who was known as the Grass Snake Grey Line and had thousands of miles of meridians. He was also a direct descendant of the ancestral Master Hall who had caused Qin Pingon to be besieged and killed in the ruined temple. Wei Xian's attire today was the most eye-catching. He asked Qin Pingon if it was against the law to wear a dragon robe in the old dragon city. Qin Pingon smiled and said that no one would care if he wore the Empress Phoenix coronet and robe. Wei Xian then put on the dragon robe that he had taken with him from the scroll, the court robe of the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom. Hidden in his sleeve was the militarist's armor pill, Shiyu, one of the ancestors of the deity bearing dew armor. Zhu Lian, who looked like a cook, wiped the water on his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Pei Qian, who seemed to be in a bad mood today, followed behind him. Today Qin Pingon was still wearing the same golden wine gown. He had a jade hairpin made of ordinary material in his hair bun, a vermilion wine gourd hung on his waist, and a plain white jade tablet that no one had ever seen before hung on his other side. The jade tablet had only been taken out by Qin Pingon from a qi palace where a tiny wisp of sword qi had once resided. It belonged to Fan Juanmao's so-called minor refinement. Even now he could only look at it but not use it. Its existence in itself was a thought. To be precise, it was one of the few thoughts that Qin Pingon, this bumpkin, had. To avenge his parents. To promise Ning Yao to be the great sword immortal. The 60-year agreement with Sister Sword Spirit. One day he would be able to speak to the 4 worlds with dignity. Qin Pingon wore a new pair of boots that Pei Qian had sent to him secretly. Before dawn, Pei Qian got up in the dark and went to Qin Pingon, who was sleeping on the floor in front of the medicine shop. She held the boots in her hand. Qin Pingon curiously asked her where she got the boots from. Pei Qian said that she borrowed a few taels of silver from Jianyang and others at the inn. Besides buying food, she spent most of her money on this pair of boots. She wanted to give them to Qin Pingon as a gift, but later the people in Foxtown scolded her and Qin Pingon wanted to drive her away, leaving her alone in the inn. She was angry, so she buried them. Later, Qin Pingon changed his mind and took her to Mirage Scene City. She secretly dug them up at night. At that time, Zhong Kue was watching by her side and said that it was a cenotaph. She walked all the way to the ferry in Mirage Scene City, then the ferry in Qingjing Mountain, and then to Old Dragon City. She was afraid that the cenotaph would make Qin Pingon angry, but she had a guilty conscience, so she didn't dare to take it out. At that time, one big and one small, the big one sat on the mattress on the floor and began to put on his boots. He was somewhat happy, but he didn't praise the skinny little girl much. However, what he wanted to say was probably in his young face and those clean eyes. The little girl squatted at the side and asked, "Does it fit?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It does." However, after Qin Pingon put on his boots, he jumped up a few times and turned hostile. He told Pei Qian and the Yin spirit of Zhao to stay in the dusty medicine hall and not follow them to the Dragon Ascension platform. Moreover, the Yin spirit would leave the medicine hall at some point in time, so Pei Qian did not need to be afraid. As long as she did not leave the medicine hall on her own, she would not be in danger. Pei Qian was of course displeased. These days she had been diligently practicing the crazy demon sword technique. However, when she saw how serious Qin Pingon was, she drooped her head and said, "Oh." At this moment Qin Pingon looked at Xing Dafeng and asked with a smile, "What do you say? Let's go?" Xing Dafeng took a deep breath of his pipe and hung it at his waist. He strode towards the courtyard and said, "Let's go." The group left the dusty medicine hall and walked in the alley. They got on the carriage sent by the Fan family. Fan Er and the old swordsman Maji were not there. Fan Er had come to the medicine hall again before. The two of them sat on the roof and drank. Qin Pingon told him not to appear near the medicine hall on the day of the great cold. Fan Er said he knew the gravity of the matter and would not act willfully. Pei Qian brought a small stool and sat in front of the dusty medicine hall. She bent down and hugged her knees. Under her feet was the trekking staff that she had been with for a long time. She stepped on the soles of her shoes and gently twirled it, rolling it around. On the other side of the threshold, there was an oil paper umbrella. Qin Pingon had asked her to bring it along. Even if she was in a dusty pharmacy, she had to bring the umbrella with her. The Yin spirit of Zhao did not move for now. Xing Dafeng only needed to break the tobacco pipe and it would appear next to him. If it appeared too early at the Dragon Ascension platform, the other side might already have a plan to deal with it. Near the Dragon Ascension platform, there was a saying that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Those who were qualified to stand there were all high and mighty deities in the old dragon city. They were all cultivators and grandmasters who enjoyed the worship of the five families. The Yin spirit stood beside the charcoal girl and asked, "Worried about Qin Pingon?" Pei Qian said softly, "My father is so powerful." The Yin spirit of Zhao, who walked out of the small temple in the Lizhu grotto, smiled and said, "He is powerful, but he is a little stupid. It has nothing to do with him, but he still wants to get involved." For the first time, Pei Qian did not jump up and scold him. She muttered to herself, "Isn't that right? Otherwise, why would he bring me along? I am a money-losing person. My father is already so rich, but he is still a miser. He never spends money extravagantly. He would break a copper coin into 8 pieces." The more she spoke, the more worried she became. Pei Qian straightened her back and took out the yellow paper talisman from her sleeve. She placed it on her forehead and raised her head. She puffed out her cheeks and blew on the pagoda demon suppression talisman. 3 carriages traveled from the inner city to the outer city. Xing Dafeng sat alone in the carriage at the very front. He closed his eyes and rested. The fist intent that he had been suppressing actually showed signs of overflowing. With every jolt of the carriage there would be stellar energy floating. However, it would quickly rush back into Xing Dafeng's body every time he breathed. A peak martial artist of the 9th realm naturally had his own bearing. Qin Pingon was supposed to sit with the lackey Zhou Xian, who liked to call himself an old servant. However, Sui Yu beat him to it. Zhou Xian was tactful and went to sit with Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang with a smile. Inside the carriage they sat facing each other. Sui Yu asked, "You see Lu Baixiang in a different light. Is it because he was the first to reveal the heavenly secret and said something? You're so displeased with me because you noticed the wisp of killing intent I revealed to you at the inn at the border that day?" Qin Pingon asked in return. "The old Daoist said that after you came out of the painting, you would definitely be loyal to me. Did he do something to your state of mind?" Qin Pingon answered his own question, "But I feel that it doesn't seem like it. It wasn't just because you revealed your killing intent to me that time. In my eyes, the 4 of you are still living dead. Humans have their own ups and downs. No matter how calm their hearts are, no one dares to say that they have not changed their original intentions on the path of cultivation. So I am very curious why that old Daoist dared to say that I can use you without worry." Sui Yu also asked in return, "You don't trust the heavens of our lotus flower-blessed land?" Qin Pingon shook his head. On this matter I trust the old Daoist. Sui Yuyu stroked the scabbard of infatuation across his knees. The four of us, other than the sentence we each received, actually have another sentence that all four of us know? It's hard to say for Wei Xian. He never chatted with the three of us in private, so at least Lu Baixiang, Zhou Lian and I know this sentence. Qin Pingon asked, "Can I say it?" Sui Yuyu smiled bitterly. "Actually, it doesn't matter if I say it. It's just that the one who kills Qin Pingon with his own hands shall obtain freedom. So if you were the first to invite me out of the painting, I would try to kill you no matter what. As for why Wei Xian was clearly the first to leave the painting but didn't attack you, and didn't even have any killing intent, I don't understand. Wait until the battle at the inn after you invited the other three. It will become a situation of mutual restraint. No one is willing to let someone else succeed and become the one." Qin Pingon frowned, but outside the ruined temple Wei Xian personally said that if I die, all of you will die. Isn't that contradictory? Sui Yu smiled. Either Wei Xian lied or the old Daoist predicted that you would invite Wei Xian out first and purposely didn't say this to him. No matter what Wei Xian does, at least me, Lu Baixiang and Zhu Lian will not allow the other two to kill you. Whoever dares to kill you in private will become the target of the other two. Even without Wei Xian's words, we are not willing to lose our freedom. You were the strongest person in the world in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, so you should know that for people like us, freedom is definitely not a dispensable pursuit. Qin Pingon didn't say much about Sui Yuyu's so-called freedom. He only sighed emotionally. No wonder it is said that man proposes, heaven disposes. Heaven has already calculated the hearts of men. Qin Pingon quickly rejected this conclusion. Not everything is like this, not everyone. Sui Yu smiled. Even if you survive this time, young master will suffer a great loss. Is it worth it? This world was too big, the mountains too high and the cultivators too far away from the world. There were too many people and things that were not worth it. Qin Pingon didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and started to cultivate the sword furnace stance. The three carriages left the outer city and headed for the dragon ascending platform. Fu Qi began to climb the dragon ascending platform alone, climbing up the steps. The Fu family's nascent soul elder didn't show up. Fu Qi's eldest son Feng Donghai, his eldest daughter Fu Chunhua, and the groom Fu Nanhua, who married the daughter of the Jiang family of Yunlin, as well as the #1 Jindan cultivator of Old Dragon City, Chu Yang, and a group of high officials were all standing below the dragon ascending platform. Chu Yang's expression was cold. After his battle with Xing Dafeng, he had profited from his misfortune and successfully broke through his bottleneck, becoming a nascent soul immortal. But today, before Fu Qi ascended the platform, the old cultivator frankly said that regardless of victory or defeat, he wouldn't interfere in this mess anymore. Last time he made an exception and left the cottage by the sea to stop Xing Dafeng at the Fu family. He had already done his duty as a high official of the Fu family. Fu Qi didn't object to this. He smiled and said that Elder Chu only needed to smile and watch the tides rise and fall of the sea. There would no longer be any disputes in the world that would disturb Elder Chu's meditation. Fu Donghai was expressionless and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. He had thought that when Fu Nanhua was at his best he would make a decent contribution to the Fu family by setting up a trap for Xing Dafeng. He would be able to suppress his younger brother Fu Nanhua's momentum. He didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Fu Qi, the city lord's father, didn't even show up after he was severely injured by Xing Dafeng. He didn't punish or comfort him as if he was treating his eldest son as a dead man. This was what made Feng Donghai the most mad. As the master of the Fu family, Fu Qi also held the title of the city lord of Old Dragon City. He had always been very easy to talk to when it came to family affairs and the structure of Old Dragon City. For example, he didn't wantonly suppress the prosperity of the other families, and he gave preferential treatment to the vermin in the family who couldn't cultivate. But when Fu Qi was not easy to talk to, Fu Donghai and Fu Chunhua and the other direct descendants would even feel scared. Fu Chunhua looked up at the back of the tall figure who was climbing up step by step, and her expression was absent-minded. She still remembered the scene when her father took her to see Xing Dafeng. They didn't have a good talk and they didn't part on bad terms. They just had different goals, but from that day on they didn't interfere with each other's business. However, Fu Donghai's little trick this time had caused such a big storm. As half an outsider, Fu Chunhua could see more clearly than the anxious Fu Donghai. In fact, her father Fu Qi wasn't angry at Feng Donghai's smart move this time. On the contrary, he was vaguely happy. It was like an idiot who didn't have high hopes, but one day he accidentally did something that could help a smart person who had been waiting for a long time but couldn't enter. Fu Nanhua's youngest son, Fu Nanhua, who had always been the young city lord, was the most bored. Xing Dafeng died on the dragon climbing platform without any suspense. As for the daughter of the Jiang family, it was true that they got married in a grand way, but after they entered the bridal room, they had an open and honest discussion, which Fu Nanhua found acceptable. However, her appearance was quite surprising. She wasn't as fat and ugly as the rumors said. She was even more beautiful than Jin Su from the Osmanthus Island, whom he liked. But Fu Nanhua didn't have any thoughts about it. Because in the bridal room, this so-called match made in heaven, except for the daughter of the Jiang family, who had taken off her wedding dress and changed into ordinary clothes, only a teaching woman stood behind them. She was an experienced gathering vitality swordsman supported by the Jiang family. Fu Nanhua didn't dare to act rashly. He just glanced at the daughter of the Jiang family, his wife, and the teaching woman gave him a sharp look. Since he couldn't afford to offend her, he had to hide from her. After that, Fu Nanhua didn't make trouble for himself anymore. Except for some necessary efforts to save face, he rarely went to her and the old woman to make trouble. The woman kept her word. Even if Fu Nanhua went out to drink with his friends, she would pay for it. Fu Nanhua felt that such a wedding day was great and he should be content. He just married the daughter of the Jiang family. As for beautiful women like her, as long as he was willing to spend a lot of money, he could find a few in the old dragon city. The Ding family stood in the middle and the Feng family and the Ho family stood on the left and right respectively. But today Du Yan, the powerful son-in-law of the Ding family from the Tongyi sect, didn't show up. It was good that he didn't show his face. The people of the three families in the old dragon city could chat more easily. They didn't have to figure out the thoughts of the heir of the Tongyi sect all the time, for fear of saying something wrong and causing trouble. After all, an immortal sect named after a continent must have a profound foundation. Even if all the big families in the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent joined together, they still couldn't compete with it, not to mention the children of the Shang family, who were ridiculed as profit-seeking people. They had always been in a state of disunity. The Aquarius continent was the smallest among the 9 continents, and the Tongyi sect was the largest immortal sect in the Tongyi continent in the south. The Feng family and the Ho family all felt lucky that the noble Du Yan was only a woman with the surname Ding, so he protected the Ding family instead of the legendary ancestor behind him who was interested in the old dragon city. The Feng family was in the worst situation now. Xing Dafeng almost broke through their mansion. However, the child of the Feng family who was the culprit today was very arrogant and didn't look depressed at all. He was talking with a scoundrel of the Ho family. How could he not feel good? That madman Zheng would soon be beaten to death on the dragon ascending platform. He had already prepared a large sum of money. Once he returned to the city, he would hold a big banquet. As long as it was a woman who had worked as a waiter in the dusty medicine shop, regardless of age, beauty, or ugliness, they would all be thrown into the lowest brothel in Old Dragon City to be prostitutes. Didn't you, Xing Dafeng, mobilize so many people just for a slut in the mud? Do you regret it now? The Sun family and the Fan family were far away from the Fu family and the Feng family. Besides, only a few people from the 2 families came to join in the fun. The master of the Sun family, Sun Jiashu, didn't show up. The Fan family only sent an old man who was in charge of the incense burning in the ancestral hall. The others were all talented children of the collateral branches. When the 3 carriages came into view, the big families of the old dragon city didn't make any noise. They didn't point or talk. Even the child of the Feng family who was sure Xing Dafeng would die on the dragon climbing platform held his breath and stopped smiling. It didn't matter if they were good or bad. Those who could stand on this side more or less represented the face of the family. Not many of them were real fools. Just like this battle. Why didn't the families let the Earth Immortals take out their Dharma treasures or use pavilions or small boats to fly into the sky so that everyone could watch the battle comfortably? Why did they just stand under the dragon climbing platform and watch the battle through the moon in the water spell? In fact, no one even dared to suggest it. This was the great power that the Fu family had accumulated for thousands of years. It was also the survival wisdom that the big families of the old dragon city should have. The 3 carriages slowly stopped by the dragon climbing platform. The people of the Fu family looked thoughtful. No one would jump out to provoke Xing Dafeng's group. They might die and it would be a disgrace to the Fu family. The people of the Fu family would even think that they didn't deserve to die. They didn't want to waste the family's money. Xing Dafeng climbed to the platform alone. He didn't say anything to Qin Pingon. He just strode up. Qin Pingon looked around and quickly retracted his gaze. He only looked up at the stairs. In the distance, Fu Nanhua stared at this guy and was surprised. The dark and skinny teenager from the mud bottle alley was really lucky. After leaving the Lizhu Grotto heaven, he became so confident in just a few years. Not only did he not avoid Fu Nanhua and the old dragon city, but he also came to mess things up. Furthermore, in the team that came to congratulate him last time, Kai Jinjian, who was supposed to be dead, not only left Lizhu Grotto heaven alive and returned to Lizhu Grotto heaven, her cultivation did not decline, but instead advanced. Furthermore, Kai Jinjian's attitude when she saw him that day was also worth pondering. After Xing Dafeng walked to the highest point of the dragon climbing platform, Qin Pingon's gaze turned to a higher place. There was a sea of clouds there, but he couldn't see it when he raised his head because he was in the old dragon city's territory. He could only see the majestic scene when he looked down from the ferry. According to Xing Dafeng, this sea of clouds was the real foundation of the Fu families standing in the old dragon city for thousands of years. Its historical origin could be traced back to the Aquarius continent, where the last true dragon came ashore. After that, there was the underground dragon path, the bloody battle in the Lizhu heavenly abode where the great cultivators died like rain in battle, the crab archway and the small town, the well, the snowy night, the girl who almost froze to death in front of Qin Pingon's ancestral house in the mud bottle alley, the girl who Qin Pingon happened to save, but she went next door and became Song Jisun's maidservant. The old Daoist of East Sea took Qin Pingon to the lotus flower blessed land for many years. They traveled thousands of miles. During that time, the old Taoist said, "Everything in the world can be seen through, and the thoughts of the people in the world can be followed." However, these were all important things that Qin Pingon couldn't delve into at the moment. Above their heads, a green-robed woman was lying on the huge sea of clouds. She was looking at the dome that protected the people in the world. It would be great if she could see further. However, what could she do even if she saw it? In a secular dynasty, even if the country was destroyed, the mountains and rivers were still there. She, Sun Jiashu in the old dragon city, the woman he met once by the Dragon Beard River and some other people, but they couldn't do it. As for the little girl who walked on the dragon climbing platform, she wanted to rob the Sea of Clouds because she wanted to repair the dragon robe made by the Fu family. By then she could upgrade the old dragon robe, which was a half-immortal weapon, into a real immortal weapon. This made Fan Junmao very concerned. The fight for the Great Tao was more dangerous than a matter of life and death. She died once, so it was nothing. As long as the Great Tao continued, she could come back again. Therefore, the old man in the shop of the Yang family was the only one who couldn't die. As long as the old man could still live there, Fan Junmao, Li Er's daughter, Li Lu, and all the people chosen by the old man could die without disappearing. As for the world, who else was Fan Junmao afraid of except the old man? The answer was no. Even if the 3 ancestral masters of the 3 sects who had reached the end of the path came to the old dragon city and used their divine powers that were more powerful than the old man's, and they could really destroy her with a snap of their fingers, she would only feel hatred and not fear. On this point, Fan Junmao and GQ, who had reached the top of the platform, had different Daos, but their minds were the same. She suddenly sat up and looked at Fu Qi on the dragon climbing platform, confused. Xing Dafeng had reached the top. Fu Qi was ready. Today Fu Qi didn't use the half-immortal weapon that the nascent soul ancestral master had. Fu Qi didn't wear the old dragon robe either. He also didn't take out the half-immortal weapon that protected the Fu family's ancestral hull. Fu Qi could no longer control the sea of clouds above his head. Therefore, Fu Qi only brought the half-immortal weapon that he had just bought from another continent, the ownerless flying sword left behind by a dead sword immortal. Fan Junmao felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. She patted the sea of clouds below her. The sea of clouds went around the dragon climbing platform and suddenly sank, instantly covering the entire old dragon city. At the same time, Fan Junmao bit his finger and drew a talisman on his hand. It was an ancient talisman that had been lost for a long time. The divine man observing the mountains and rivers of the Qi cultivators was just a replica of this talisman. After drawing the talisman, Fan Junmao, who was slightly pale, put his palms together and opened his arms. Images flashed between his hands. Fan Junmao looked at the images in front of him as if he was looking at flowers on horseback. The Fu family's ancestral hall, the Sun family's ancestral residence, and the dusty medicine shop. When the images finally stopped on an old man standing on top of the outer city wall, the small map of mountains and rivers instantly shattered. The skin on Fan Junmao's palm that he drew the talisman was already torn. He forcibly swallowed a mouthful of blood essence. Fan Junmao's face was gloomy after losing more than 10 years of cultivation of an ordinary earth immortal of the nascent soul realm. He didn't care about the loss of cultivation at all. Good heavens! A dragon that crossed the river at least of the immortal realm of the 12th realm. Could it be that old pervert from the Tongyi sect? Fan Junmao, who had always been broad-minded since she was enlightened, finally had a heavy heart. She felt that Jing Dafeng's death on the dragon climbing platform was due to his incompetence. She couldn't blame anyone for it. But if she walked down the dragon climbing platform alive and died in the hands of an outsider for no reason, she wouldn't feel good about it. This old dragon city had been her territory since ancient times. But was it worth it for her to give up this Fan Junmao for the rest of her life for the sake of Jing Dafeng? She leaned back and began to weigh the pros and cons. In fact, there were no pros, only cons. So she closed her eyes and sighed softly. At least she didn't want to see Jing Dafeng make a fool of himself. After all, it wasn't funny at all. The entire dragon climbing platform began to shake violently. The waters of the East Sea and the South Sea in the Aquarius continent surged and beat against the shore. But they were all pushed back by the Earth Immortals using their own supernatural powers. On the surface of the sea not far from the island's ferry, a little Daoist boy stood on a huge floating golden gourd, his face full of smiles. The parasol umbrella conceals the mysteries of heaven. Not only can it save your life, but it can also shield you, Qin Pingon, from deduction and rescue. There is no door to fortune or misfortune, only people bring it upon themselves. You Qin Pingon are doomed this time. You've provoked the only person in the Tongyi continent that you shouldn't have provoked. Otherwise, the Jade Gui sect, the Fushur sect, the Peaceful Mountain, and even the Tongyi sect, Qin Pingon wouldn't have much of a problem aside from this person. You Qin Pingon do have some ability in a fight against those in the same realm. You Qin Pingon have no fear. You even have the power to fight against those so-called land immortals like Jin Dan and Yuanying. A little higher, like the Jade unadorned realm of the upper 5 realms, may not be willing to bully a young pure martial artist like you. A little higher, like the immortal realm, may see some clues about you and be unwilling to shed all pretense of cordiality. Unfortunately, this time the person from the Tongyi sect came down from the mountain. He was the least particular. Coincidentally, this particular old pervert was the second person on the mountain in the entire Tongyi continent. After all, the Tongyi continent still had that Daoist temple of his. Therefore, no matter how much you Qin Pingon did not hesitate to spend countless resources to set up a trap to protect that Jing Dafeng, in the end, it would all be for naught. You might even die here. That's not bad. I'll help you collect your corpse and bring it back to the Daoist temple. Obediently become nourishment for the lotus flower-blessed land. The little Daoist boy who was standing on the giant golden blade strengthening gourd, swayed and said gloatingly, "The show is about to start. The small Aquarius continent is going to suffer." In less than an hour, the dragon stage was completely silent. The final result was unbelievable. The person who walked down the dragon stage was actually that Jing Dafeng. Most importantly, his body was clean and there were no signs of serious injuries or near death. Fu Donghai and Fu Chuanhua's emotions fluctuated violently. They were unwilling to believe what they had seen. Could it be that their father Fu Qi was dead? This was not entirely a bad thing. The two of them looked at each other tacitly. Fu Nanhua's expression was calm and there was a smile on his face. His heart moved. After hearing the hidden words in the lake of his heart, Fu Nanhua flipped his palm and made a small, imperceptible gesture. On the Ding family's side, an old priest took a step forward and whispered to the head of the Ding family. The latter quickly went to whisper to the families of the Fong family and the Ho family. The two of them had different expressions, but in the end they nodded. Fu Nanhua's small gesture was like a boulder smashing into a lake, causing ripples. After Jing Dafeng walked down the dragon stage, he did not say a word. Qin Pingon accompanied Jing Dafeng into a carriage. Jing Dafeng's face was as white as paper. He said hoarsely, "Fu Qi admitted defeat halfway through the fight. He clearly does not want any face at all. Fu Qi was not willing to fight to the death with me and did not give me a chance to break through the Realm 9 bottleneck and enter Realm 10. He also did not take out all his assets to fight me. He only exchanged injuries with me. So this trip back to the medicine shop in the inner city will be very dangerous. Qin Pingon, think carefully. Will you get off halfway, or will you follow me back to the medicine shop?" Qin Pingon said indifferently, "Fu Qi doesn't want face, but I do." Jing Dafeng tilted his head and wiped away the blood flowing out of his ear. He said with a smile, "Do you believe these words yourself? If you want face, would you wait at the tree stump early in the morning, take the letter and then run around the small town for a few copper coins?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I earned that money with a clear conscience." Jing Dafeng smiled bitterly. "What, do you want me to beg you before you leave?" Qin Pingon said, "It's useless even if you beg me." Jing Dafeng leaned back. "What the hell do you want?" Qin Pingon hesitated. "Last time when I broke through an old dragon city, there was something strange, but it was not obvious. This time I went to Lotus Flower Blessed Land and came back to Old Dragon City. For some reason my intuition tells me that there is an evil dragon swimming in my heart. Once I choose to leave, it may break free of its restraints and completely come out of the water. This may be an inevitable calamity for me to go against the heavens and rebuild the Longevity Bridge. When I crossed the Stone Arch Bridge, I probably felt that I was accepted by the world, but it was an illusion. It was not a good thing. I was already targeted by the vast world. I have to escape today, and I will escape in this life." This Jing Dafeng believed. But he knew in his heart that this was actually Qin Pingon's excuse, even though the words were true. Jing Dafeng scolded, "Even so, don't die here because of me. Can't you find someone else? Don't make me feel like I owe you. Can you find Li Er, who has a whole new level of respect for you, or your good brother Lu Xianyang?" Qin Pingon pointed at Jing Dafeng's eyes. "Your eyes are bleeding. Wipe them. You don't look good. That girl really has bad taste for liking you. If she was still alive and saw you like this, she probably wouldn't like you." Jing Dafeng cursed and kicked at Qin Pingon, but Qin Pingon casually slapped it away. 3 carriages headed for Old Dragon City. The 3 carriage drivers were all Fan family loyalists, and their expressions were calm. After traveling for a dozen miles, 2 of the Fong family's guardians, a level 7 martial artist, and a golden core cultivator appeared on the road. Jing Dafeng wanted to get off the carriage, but Qin Pingon stopped him. Sui Yu got off the carriage first and Lu Baixiang followed behind. But for now Sui Yu was dealing with 2 people alone. Lu Baixiang followed the 2 carriages slowly, ready to support Sui Yu at any time. One of the carriages stopped in place. Then the Ho family's guardians blocked the road. Julian jumped off the carriage. Another Fan family carriage stopped. Wei Xian followed the last carriage on foot with Qin Pingon and Jing Dafeng in it. Behind them were the guardians of the Ding family. Wei Xian was wearing a dragon robe and sweet dew armor. He stopped and the carriage continued forward. Jing Dafeng shook his head. This is the Fu family's intention. The situation is completely different from what we predicted. The battle at the Dragon Ascending platform was much better than expected, but walking off the platform is much worse than the worst-case scenario. The Fu family doesn't even take the Jiang family of Cloud Forest seriously. What's going on? As they neared the eastern gate of the Old Dragon City, Qin Pingon lifted the curtain and glanced. This means that what I said was true. The upper realm cultivator hiding behind the scenes has appeared, and he won't be a jade unyielding realm. Even if he is a level 11 cultivator, he will most likely be a sword cultivator. That's why the Jiang family of Cloud Forest can endure it. But the worst-case scenario is that the great cultivator waiting for us has long been involved in the marriage of the Jiang family's first daughter to the Old Dragon City. Killing Yu Jing Dafeng is just a small bonus for a big deal. As for the Fan family, they might have already been excluded and will face a round of cleansing. Whether or not Fan Junmao makes a move, the Fan family is already showing signs of destruction. Jing Dafeng said self-deprecatingly, if that's the case, I, Jing Dafeng, will die without a burial place. Let's see if that great cultivator waiting for me will give me a chance to enter the realm 10. The carriage slowly stopped. Qin Pingon lifted the curtain and looked up at the top of the city wall. He said softly, it might be more difficult. Jing Dafeng and Qin Pingon stood side by side on the main road into the city. There were 3 people standing on top of the city wall. One was an ordinary old man, Du Yen, the direct descendant of the Tongyi sect, and his wife, Madame Ding. The handsome Du Yen chuckled and said, Old ancestor, aren't you being too much of a bully by coming here in person? The old man smiled. If I don't bully people with my realm, why do I have to cultivate so hard? Besides, did my current cultivation level fall from the sky? Didn't I save up my fortune bit by bit through countless battles and near-death experiences? Du Yen nodded with a smile. You are right, old ancestor. Du Yen hesitated. That guy called Qin Pingon? The old man smiled. I've heard of this young man's name. That good-for-nothing borrowed the important weapon of the sect. In the end, it was a sword cultivator who killed the big demon of the Fushur sect and gave Jiang Shangzhen a great advantage. I know the name of that sword cultivator. He is very powerful. Zhou, the disciple of the sage of literature. In the first 100 years he broke the sword hearts of many excellent sword embryos in various continents. For example, Chao Jun of the continent of Sa. He was in the limelight for a while. Later, the old scholar was imprisoned in the Merit Forest of the Academy and disappeared. His swordsmanship is very brilliant. Zhou asked about the name Qin Pingon on the sea. So Qin Pingon must have a deep connection with the sage of literature. Du Yan's scalp tingled. To be able to make the founder of the Bronze Leaves sect praise him as powerful and very brilliant, what kind of outstanding sword immortal was that? As for the deep connection between the sage of literature and the old scholar, Du Yan felt that Qin Pingon would be safe this time. But that Jing Dafeng would definitely die. Unexpectedly, the old man said, otherwise, why do you think I took that fairy with me? I was waiting for that Zhou. I was not afraid of him coming. I was afraid that he would let me take that natal item for nothing. Du Yan was excited. He bowed with his hands folded in front. Old ancestor, you are so mighty and bold. You are the best in the Tongyi continent. The old man sneered. Don't say this nonsense. If you are capable, go to my level and let your descendants and disciples flatter you. Du Yan said uneasily, I dare not hope for that. The old man shook his head. So you are also a good-for-nothing. You just got lucky and took my surname. Du Yan was not depressed at all. Instead he smiled happily. Good luck is also a skill. The old man nodded for the first time. You are right. The old man took a step forward. In an instant the old man came directly in front of Jing Dafeng. He was only 2 or 3 steps away, almost face to face. Because he was not tall, the old man had to slightly look up at this injured 9th realm martial artist. He asked with a smile, I heard that you are the gatekeeper of the Lizhu cave and do odd jobs for that weird old man. I wonder if he has the guts to leave that cage and make trouble for me after I kill you? Jing Dafeng was indifferent. He just punched out. The old man put his hands behind his back. He stood there and took the punch. He slid back a few steps, but he was still standing. On the other hand, Jing Dafeng's abdomen was pierced by a boat-like object as long as 2 arms. The old man habitually stuck out his thumb and wiped away a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. That's it? I am not a pure martial artist. Don't they say that the bodies of chi cultivators are made of paper? I don't think so. The old man flicked away the blood and then pointed at Jing Dafeng's abdomen. This is not a sword cultivator's natal flying sword. I hate sword cultivators the most in my life. They like to be in the limelight too much. Especially sword immortals. They are so arrogant that I want to dig their eyeballs out and stuff them into their assholes. Unfortunately, when I can do that, I have to abide by the rules of this world again. It's a big cage. I can't leave the mountain easily. Don't you think it's hateful? Speaking of this, the old man squinted at the sky. Jing Dafeng stepped on the ground and punched at the old man again. But the old man turned sideways and pressed Jing Dafeng's head with one hand, pushing him back. Jing Dafeng flew backward for more than 1,000 feet. His abdomen was still nailed to the flying sword-like boat. He fell in a pool of blood, struggling to get up again and falling back to the ground. The old man turned to Qin Pingon and asked, "Can you call your left and right?" Without waiting for the young man's reply, he had already flicked his sleeves. A white robe flew backward, but it spun agilely in the air and floated to the ground. It stomped heavily on the ground before it stopped moving backward, its sleeves fluttering. The old man was slightly surprised. "Better than I imagined. You actually have the talent to not be a useless person. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, your surname is not Du then. It's not a pity that you die." The old man raised his hand and pressed down gently. A golden palm the size of a mountain directly broke through the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City and pressed down on the mountain above Qin Pingon's head. Qin Pingon punched at the sky with the vaporizing cloud style. Within a radius of 1,000 feet, dust flew and covered the sky. In the huge pit, Qin Pingon slowly walked up the slope and reappeared in the old man's field of vision. The old man looked around and nodded in realization. "Seems like that left and right aren't your path protectors. Naturally, they can't make it." As he spoke, Qin Pingon, who had been hit by the golden gourd and revealed his true golden appearance, seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. His whole body flew into the air, drew a circle and crashed into the wall of Old Dragon City behind the old man. The old man shook his head. "So what if you are a good seedling? You aren't even in the upper 5 levels. Aren't you still a useless person?" Without looking at the wall behind him, the old man stretched out his arm and flicked his finger backward. Where Qin Pingon crashed into the wall, a huge spider web of cracks appeared. After the old man flicked his finger, Qin Pingon, who was already deep in the wall, crashed through the entire wall and landed in the outer city. The old man scratched his head and waited for a while. The world was especially quiet. Xing Dafeng half squatted on the ground and raised his head. The old man smiled. "You can try to break that old tobacco pipe. I'm curious if that old guy will come to save you personally or if it's just a small trick." Xing Dafeng spat out blood and said with difficulty, "It's enough to kill me alone." The old man shook his head. "If that old guy from Li Zhu Grotto Heaven stood in front of me and said that, I might consider it." The old man frowned and turned his head to look. That young man actually forced himself to reappear in the big hole in the wall. He was holding something that looked like a pill in his hand. An instructor's face was gloomy. "It's a beast pill of the upper 5 levels. If it's something that's been refined, the entire east side of Old Dragon City will be destroyed when it explodes." Fu Nanhua laughed loudly. "This person definitely won't do that." The instructor's expression was strange. She glanced at Fu Nanhua. The latter chuckled. "This kind of person is just that stupid." Sun Jiaxu sighed. Qin Pingon really wouldn't do that. He had just taken a step when the nascent soul realm old man pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't force yourself. Otherwise the Sun family's plan will all go to waste." Sun Jiaxu struggled, but was still held down by the old man. "You can be willful about other things but not this. This isn't just about you, Sun Jiaxu." Sun Jiaxu still wanted to speak, but he was knocked out by the Sun clan elder. Qin Pingon sat on the edge of the broken wall and opened his palm. "I'll use this beast pill to buy Xing Dafeng's life." Although he was far away, the old man could still hear him clearly. "What do you mean by the life of a Realm 9 martial artist? Is it worth that much?" After some thought, the old man smiled and nodded. "But no matter how few Realm 9 martial artists are, it's still more than this beast pill of the 12th realm." "I agree." He reached out and put the beast pill of the 12th realm into his pouch. Then he sneered. "I'll leave Xing Dafeng's life to you. As for this brat's martial realm, don't keep it." The old man stomped his foot. A series of cracking sounds came from Xing Dafeng's back as he struggled to get up. A Realm 9 martial artist collapsed on the ground as if he had no bones. The old man looked at the young man. "All right, what are you going to use to buy your life now? Remember, it has to be more valuable than the beast pill of a Realm 12 great demon." The young man sat cross-legged. He was covered in blood and his face could no longer be seen. The old man smiled. "Everyone says that I have a bad temper. I'll make an exception today and wait for you." The life-immortal weapon of this ordinary-looking ancestor of the Bronze Leaves sect was called the sword-swallowing boat. In ancient times, it was refined from the complete corpse of a giant treasure-swallowing whale after 600 years. In those 600 years, The Bronze Leaves sect used all their manpower and resources to stake it all on one throw. The only time the Bronze Leaves sect was overshadowed by the Jade Gui sect in the south was during those tragic years. First, the sect master of the founding ancestors' lineage perished in an accident while traveling far away in the Central Plains. The sect did not have an immortal to hold down the fort, and there was a shortage of successors. Then, for the sake of Patriarch Du, the Bronze Leaves sect emptied its financial resources. After the old cultivator refined his life immortal weapon, he went into seclusion for hundreds of years. However, when the old man came out of seclusion, the first thing he did was to ride the boat to the Jade Gui sect's mountain and challenge a Jade Pu realm sword immortal. It was a battle of life and death. In the end, he killed the sword immortal and even swallowed the sword immortal's intrinsic flying sword. Since he could swallow a sword immortal's flying sword, was there anything in the world he could not eat? The old man waited for a moment before asking, "Have you thought it through?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "No." The old man asked with a smile, "The sword nourishing gourd by your waist. It's not bad. Oh, there's also a jade token. It's quite old, but it's actually an item that's close at hand. Unfortunately, it's not enough to buy your life. Besides, if you die, everything will be mine." Qin Pingon lowered his head and patted the sword nourishing gourd. He squeezed out a smile and said something that others would say, "This is how it will be for the rest of my life. Run if you can." Then he reached out his trembling hand that was covered in blood. He pulled the jade token by his waist and clenched it tightly in his palm. He wanted to crush this item that he had painstakingly refined and had only taken out of his acupuncture point. There was only one thought in his mind. He could not let others lay a finger on this item even if he died. The item that was close at hand was safe and sound. Qin Pingon was filled with guilt. But in the end he felt aggrieved. Qin Pingon, who never blamed the heavens or others. He felt aggrieved. He raised his arm that was clenching the jade token tightly and held it in front of his eyes. His tears were smeared with blood, but he did not wish for the world to see this scene. Qin Pingon put down his hands and slowly closed his eyes. He raised his head high and glanced towards the south. "I have a sword that can move mountains and overturn seas." The ancestor of the Tongyi sect sneered. "What are you doing? Shouldn't your last words be scolding me for being a bully?" So he controlled his natal immortal weapon and pierced the abdomen of the young man at the entrance of the city. For some reason the jade token shattered. The old man frowned slightly. But he only felt that it was a pity to lose an item that was close at hand. At the peak of Sui Mountain, an old scholar who was sitting on top of a stone tablet and trying to exhaust the golden armored deity was silently deducing the heaven and earth. His expression changed drastically. He stood up and said with a rare solemn expression, "Blockhead, help me cut open the barrier between the two continents. Don't ask, hurry." God Zhou Xian, who was clad in golden armor and leaning on the ground with his sword, was even more puzzled. He nodded, and without asking anything he revealed his golden body Dharma idol that was as tall as a mountain. With a slash of his sword, he directly cleaved out an endless void that resembled the river of time. The old scholar flew away. The gap closed. The entire Central Plains Sui Mountain was shaken by the fate of mountains and rivers. Between heaven and earth, someone seemed to have heard old Long Cheng's words. She replied softly, "I'm coming." Li Zhu Grotto Heaven, which had fallen to the ground after shattering, began to shake violently within a radius of 1,000 miles. Wan Qiong's face was ashen. She tried her best to suppress the extreme chaos of fate. On a large cliff of the dragon's subduing platform, a tall white figure appeared. She flew straight up into the sky with her two snow-white sleeves. She stopped at the dome of the vast sky and glanced at the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent. Her figure moved like a sword. Wherever the snow-white figure went, the entire sky above the Aquarius continent would rumble with thunder during the great cold. (365) Below the Sea of Clouds, to the west of the Dragon Platform and to the north of the Fairy Island, the entire old dragon city was stuck in the river of time. When Fan Junmao saw the snow-white figure falling like a rainbow, his face was filled with endless reminiscence. In the end, his eyes were filled with hot tears. He stood up, wanted to say something but stopped. Then he sat upright on the Sea of Clouds with a long history of sitting still posture. The Confucian gentleman of the later generations was particular about sitting upright like a corpse and sitting like a god. This was the case. Over at the dusty medicine shop, Pei Qian held the mountain walking staff and was performing the crazy demon swordsmanship in the alley outside the shop. He was unaware of the strange phenomenon, and the Yin spirit of the Zhao family on the other side of the door was motionless. Outside the city, a short rich old man was about to step out. Then he frowned and retracted his foot. He just rolled his eyes and thought for a while. Then he used an even more hidden Yin spirit to travel away. He was sneaky like a fish in water. Outside the east gate of Old Dragon City, the teaching nanny of the Jiang family in Yunlin was blushing. Her natal flying sword was buzzing in her acupuncture point, which allowed her to see some blurry images. The ancestor of the Tongyi sect, whose surname was Du, narrowed his eyes and looked at the hole in the city wall. His natal immortal weapon, the sword-swallowing boat, was quietly hovering beside him. In the doorway that was forcefully blasted open on the city wall, a tall woman in clothes that were white as snow and her sleeves fluttered in the wind was sitting on a pile of rubble. Her movements were gentle, and she held a young man who was almost completely destroyed in her arms. His injuries were too severe and he had already fainted. She lowered her head and stretched out a finger to gently smooth the young man's tightly furrowed brows. Not far away, a shabby old Confucian scholar in a green robe stood. He raised his hand to wipe his forehead. "You're too rash. You made such a big commotion. Do you know that in order to cover your tracks, I used all my strength to suck on my mother's milk? If Zhou Xian God didn't let me jump to the north of the Aquarius continent, you would have been known to the whole world. By then how could Qin Pingon cultivate in peace?" Seeing that the woman didn't speak, the old Confucian felt more guilty. He sighed and didn't look at the second immortal on the map of the Tongyi continent. He came to the edge of the wall and suppressed his anger. "What? Since you two like to watch the show so much, why don't you dare to show your heads?" In the north, an ethereal figure appeared. It was a middle-aged Confucian with a golden jade pendant on his waist. The seal script was, "I am good at nurturing the Great Spirit." To the south there was a Confucian scholar who also had an erratic figure. He looked to be in his 70s, and there was also a golden jade pendant hanging from his waist. The seal script read, "A just Tao enjoys abundant support." The middle-aged scholar bowed and said, "Greetings, Mr." The Confucian in the south saw the old Confucian sage but was completely indifferent. His eyelids didn't even move. The old Confucian took a deep breath and pointed to the ancestor of the revival of the Tongyi sect. He looked at the old Confucian with the jade pendant and asked, "You are the sage in charge of monitoring the north of the Tongyi continent. If a 10th or 11th state chi cultivator is walking around the world, you can say that there are too many things in the world. You can't take care of all the lights under your feet. Are you blind for an ascendant realm chi cultivator? Can't you see a big lantern floating in front of your eyes?" The old Confucian kept silent. The middle-aged Confucian sighed. He was informed in advance that Du Mao from the Tongyi sect would come down the mountain to the old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. It was one of the plans of the Northern Song clan. It was also related to the chaos of the demon race in the Fuming sect in Taiping Mountain. Therefore, before Du Mao left the sect, he had reported it to the old Confucian. It was just that it was too sudden and he didn't have time to ask for it from the school. Therefore, the middle-aged Confucian turned a blind eye to it. The restraint of these ascendant realm cultivators was an iron law set down by the Sage of Rights. For so many years there was no backlash. There were even great cultivators who openly sneered that the Sage of Rights was really philanthropic. There were so many demon races in the world, but he didn't kill them all and leave them alive. Instead, he was strict with the rules of his own family. He had to get the approval of the school to stretch his arms and legs. Look at the Qingming world under the three branches of Taoism. The ascendant realm cultivators could stay in the Beko Keikyung building if they wanted to. When they were bored, they could wander around the world. Why did they have to follow the rules when they sneezed in the vast world? Du Mao from the Tongyi sect was a little impatient. He put one hand behind his back and the other hand scratched his head. He looked up at the old Confucian scholar and said, "You are the sage of literature?" The old Confucian scholar actually ignored this person from the beginning to the end. He said to the two Confucian scholars in the Confucian temple in the sky who accompanied the 72 sages, "You two are the third brother's favorite students. You are saints. The third brother should have taught you. You should remember that compassion is in everyone. Everyone has a shameful heart. The former said to the middle-aged Confucian scholar in the south of the Aquarius continent. The latter said to the old Confucian scholar who let Du Mao go down the mountain and cross the continent to enter the old dragon city. Scholars who could enter the Confucian temple and accompany the sage of literature were of course real saints. They were more important than the so-called sage of Confucian Academy. However, the orthodox Confucian school of the world still insisted on the saying of the 72 sages. The old Confucian scholar continued, "Your teacher said that life is also my desire. Justice is also my desire. If you can't have both, you have to sacrifice your life for justice. Now it is that Qin Pingon who is teaching you how to be a man. Anyway, the third brother can't teach you well. Let a child who doesn't read much teach you." The old Confucian scholar's face was old-fashioned. He said indifferently, "You are no longer in the Confucian temple. There is no longer a statue to accompany you. The Confucian vein of the Confucian school is broken. You should respectfully address my teacher as secondary sage." The old Confucian scholar was so angry that his eyes widened. "I am already giving him a lot of face by not calling him an old bastard. Who do you think you are? Relying on **T moral essays and **T knowledge, you entered the Confucian temple to eat cold pig's head meat." The old Confucian scholar was still expressionless. However, the corner of his mouth moved slightly as if he was mocking him. The old Confucian scholar patted his chest and said to himself, "You have to convince people with reason and virtue." The old Confucian scholar sighed. "You too know that I can't do anything to you now, so you are fearless, right?" The middle-aged Confucian scholar shook his head. "We don't dare and we don't want to." The old Confucian scholar sneered. "Your knowledge is a **T stirrer. You are a smelly fly that has ruined the great cause of our Confucian orthodoxy." The old Confucian scholar, who was wearing a golden jade pendant, did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. "I am saying this in front of you. What can you do?" The old Confucian scholar was so angry that he laughed. "When I was at my peak, you studied the books of my line of knowledge. Have you forgotten? If I remember correctly, you even went to ask Cui Dong for advice. What was the result? Cui Dong hasn't done many good deeds in his life. He scolded you for not learning anything and only learning from the third brother. He even suggested that the Confucian school should issue a hypocrite title in the future to be on par with the upright gentleman. He really hit the nail on the head." The middle-aged Confucian scholar smiled bitterly. The old Confucian scholar's composure was really good. Even after being humiliated by the old Confucian scholar, his expression was still calm. The old Confucian scholar raised his head and looked at the sky. He muttered, "A gentleman can be deceived. Third brother, this is what you said yourself. I know that you want to add another set of shackles to the scholars. You want to echo the words of the Holy Master, restrain oneself and return to propriety. But look at the world now. Does it conform to your original intention? There is no need to look at others. Just look at this disciple of yours." Because of this, the dignified Grand Chancellor of the School of Rites, the disciple of the Sage of Rites, shamelessly asked Bai Zhe to help. What did he say in the end? "Look again. What is there to look at? I don't think there is any need to look anymore. This world is not good. It is declining day by day. People's hearts are not what they used to be. When we exchanged knowledge, what did he say? Even if the great Tao is different, we all think that the people of today are not inferior to the ancients. What a joke, what a joke." The middle-aged Confucian scholar looked at the old Confucian scholar in the south and laughed softly. "Why don't you apologize to the teacher?" The old Confucian scholar asked in return, "What's wrong?" The middle-aged Confucian scholar pondered for a moment. Cutting off the heritage of the humanities should only be done on the basis of knowledge. It should only be done based on the choice of the common people in the country. It should not be done based on strength. An ascendant realm Qi refinement warrior under the guise of provoking the old divine lord who was acknowledged by the four sages. He wantonly killed a young man who was possibly a disciple of the sage of literature. It is unreasonable and impolite. The old Confucian scholar said indifferently, "I am looking at the great cause of the ages. I am looking at the fate of literature for 10,000 years." The middle-aged Confucian scholar shook his head slightly and did not speak anymore. The old Confucian scholar sat on the edge of the hole in the wall. Whether you reason or not, who will say this reason? Whether others listen or not, some reasons will always be there. You don't understand. Behind him, a cold voice sounded. Are you done? The old Confucian scholar nodded. His shoulders drooped and his hands folded on his knees. He was a little discouraged. I am done. You have run so far and covered your chi-ji all the way. Now you have said so much nonsense. You don't have the least bit of energy. The Holy Master, the Sage of Rites, the third brother, and I have worked so hard to figure out good reasons. I think we should return them to this world intact. The tall woman in white gently put down Chen Pingon. She stood up and walked slowly to the old Confucian scholar. Then it's my turn to reason. Let me say this first. If you dare to stop me, I will also. The old Confucian scholar shook his head and said, I won't stop you. It's because I am a useless old man. That's why little Qi died and little Ping, and suffered so much. I am sorry for these two disciples. Some people want to eat shit and I can't stop them. Why should I stop you? Who is reasonable? Du Mao, who had been standing in place and watching the show, laughed. Why, are you also a reclusive sword cultivator? Immortal realm? You can't be an ascendant realm cultivator from the inverted hanging mountain, right? The middle-aged Confucian scholar had a strange look in his eyes. He glanced at the old Confucian scholar in the south. The latter looked solemn and dignified. Obviously, facing her was more stressful than facing the old Confucian scholar who used to be the sage of literature. The woman in white yawned and took a step forward. She stood straight at the foot of the wall and walked forward slowly. There was an old sword without a sheath or a hilt hanging on her waist. It was rusty and only a small part of the sword tip was polished to an extremely bright light. The old Confucian scholar said in a deep voice, If you dare to make a move, you will break the rules of this world. The woman in white just walked forward slowly. She stretched out her hand and patted her mouth. She seemed to have just woken up. The old sword was not hanging firmly, so the tip of the sword swayed gently with her steps. The snow-white sword light flowed unsteadily. Du Mao's mind turned quickly. He hid his hands in his sleeves and wanted to deduce the mysteries of heaven. Suddenly he found that this world had been confined by someone. He could no longer deduce the true origin of the tall woman in front of him. On the way forward, she turned her head and said to the middle-aged Confucian scholar, Since you said a few words, get out. The middle-aged Confucian scholar frowned slightly, but found that the old Confucian scholar was waving at him. After a slight hesitation, he dispersed his figure and left this small world that was the mainstay of the river of time. She looked to the south and squinted at the old Confucian scholar. Get out. The old Confucian scholar did not move. The old Confucian scholar asked, Do you really want to contend with the great Tao of this world? The tall woman tilted her head and stretched out a finger. She gently pressed the tip of the old sword. It's only been polished a little, but it should be able to split an inverted mountain. Then I will open the door between the vast world and the savage world. The old Confucian scholar's face changed. No. She was not willing to deal with this guy. She gently pushed the old sword. It disappeared in a flash. A big hole was opened in the sky of this mainstay of the world. The flying sword went straight to the inverted mountain. In the blink of an eye, it traveled 10,000 miles. The old Confucian scholar did not care at all. After all, he was the scholar who ran to the sky before he became a sage. He stretched his neck and shouted for the second brother of the Tao to chop here. On the vast sea between the Hassa continent and the Tongye continent, a swordsman who was far away from the world suddenly looked up. In an instant, the sea thousands of miles away in front of him seemed to have been split into two halves by a flying sword. The huge waves were as high as mountains, pressing down on him rapidly. This swordsman was naturally not worried about the power of these waves. They would shatter if they came within 1,000 feet of him. But the momentum of the flying sword made him feel a little shocked. There was such a swordsman in the vast world. Alliance was defeated by the second brother of the Tao again? But Alliance did not have such a sword now, did he? In fact, he had never had one in his life. The four worlds, the four best swords. One was in the hands of the great celestial masters of the central continent. One was in the waist of the scholar who claimed to be stupid, unable to learn Taoism or knowledge, but could split open the yellow river to heaven with one sword. The last one was in the hands of the second brother of the Tao. After Alliance left the inverted mountain, It was said that he went to find the last one, the one with the highest killing power in the sky. But for some reason Alliance, who was most worthy of that sword in the world, in the end actually flew to the sky beyond heaven with his bare hands. He did not chase after the flying sword with unparalleled killing power. Instead, he suddenly woke up and immediately rushed to the southernmost point of the Aquarius continent. The old Confucian scholar pointed at the tall woman and said angrily, "You are crazy." She was still moving forward slowly. Du Mao swallowed. "Since you threw the sword out, do you really want to fight me to the death?" She seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. "Fight? You probably don't know about an old thing. After all, you're young. I don't blame you." The old scholar suddenly burst out laughing. "Do you know who slaughtered the biggest treasure-swallowing whale in antiquity times?" "I know, but I won't tell you." She walked straight in front of an Ascendant Realm Immortal. She was about the same distance as Du Mao was standing in front of Jing Dafeng. However, the white-robed woman was tall and big, so she looked down at the damned old fart with a cold gaze. "Why don't you try using your natal immortal weapon?" "I won't lie to you. I will stand still." "Bitch, you are courting death." Du Mao bellowed as his figure flashed. But the sword-swallowing boat was as fast as lightning, heading straight for the head of the strange woman. It was only a few steps away and it was a natal immortal weapon. But Du Mao's heart trembled. The old Confucian scholar's eyelids also started to twitch. The sword-swallowing boat hovered in front of her eyes, full of instinctive fear and resentment towards its master, Du Mao. The tall woman pointed down with a finger. "Be good, don't be an eyesore. Go down." The sword-swallowing boat began to descend meekly and hovered at her feet. But she still kicked it away. She said angrily, "You don't learn your lesson." Du Mao habitually wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Those familiar with the old pervert of the Tongyi sect knew that Du Mao was going all out when he did that. The tall woman sighed and said to Du Mao, "You are quite lucky. You only destroyed one intrinsic item. That strike of mine should have been aimed at you. But next time when I appear in the Tongyi continent, you won't be so lucky." At this moment, a big hand with a green sleeve reached in from the hole in the sky. It held the old sword with 2 fingers. The arm trembled and the sleeve rolled. Obviously, even if it was just temporarily controlling this old sword that had only a section of its tip sharpened, it was still not easy. A majestic voice came from the big world outside. "Nonsense, don't do it again." The tall woman turned her head. "What? You want me to hold the sword before I attack? Then should I connect the vast world and the green world?" She waved her hand, and the old sword was instantly freed from the hand's control and held in her hand. The owner of the hand did not show up, but he shook his wrist. A breeze gathered in his sleeve like a rolling river and wrapped the old Confucian scholar in it. He said, "Follow me to the Confucian temple and reflect on your mistakes." The old Confucian scholar clicked his tongue. "I can't even eat cold pig's head meat now." The person snorted and seemed to be talking to the old Confucian scholar. "Old Confucian scholar, you will clean up the mess today. The Confucian temple will not interfere." The old Confucian scholar jumped up and cursed, "I don't accept this. Give me some benefits. Otherwise, I'll go to the Confucian temple and move the rest of the 70 statues, including you and the Sage of Rites. I'll throw them all out and move my statue in. After all, the old man likes me the most." The person put the old Confucian scholar in his sleeve and sighed. "Take it." He finished speaking. The hole in the sky of the small world had closed. A golden jade pendant floated down. It was not the Confucian scholar's pendant, but the middle-aged Confucian scholar's pendant. "I am good at nurturing the Great Spirit." The old Confucian scholar took it in his hand and was satisfied. "This time it's fair. It's a little good." The person seemed to be angered by this little good statement. He did not return to the central divine continent immediately. Instead, a majestic Great Spirit lingered outside the small world. The old Confucian scholar straightened his neck. "What? You don't accept this either? Why don't I tell you why I lost the battle of the 3rd and 4th places? Is it because you are more knowledgeable than me? If it wasn't Qi Jingchun among my disciples, it would have been left and right." When the old Confucian scholar seemed to be talking nonsense, he shook his sleeves and bent his knees slightly. He was about to sit down and discuss Tao. Only the Confucian sage and the immortals of the upper 5 realms of the central continent could see with their own eyes how brilliant the person's knowledge was and how he suppressed the sages of Buddhism and Taoism. Even the imperial tutor of Dali Tui Dong, who betrayed his master and ancestors, was generous when talking about this dusty history. The person left directly. The old Confucian scholar stopped his scaring action and stared for a long time. There was no movement. He should have left. Then he took a bite of the golden jade pendant. Oh, it's true. It's reasonable. I didn't lose this big jar of saliva. After leaving the Pearl Grotto heaven, the tall woman held the old sword for the first time. She smiled at Du Mao and said, "You seem to be less lucky than I thought." The old Confucian scholar laughed and said, "Didn't you dislike the Ascendant realm for being restrained? Beat him down to the Yuanying realm and he can go wherever he wants. Didn't you want to cut off the bloodline of my Confucian lineage? This time you kicked an iron plate. Oh no, you kicked an old sword. Du Mao, your luck is unique in 10,000 years. You can still brag to others when you go out in the future." The tall woman turned her head and squinted her eyes. "Take care of my master." The old Confucian scholar shrank his neck. "Don't worry, I care about little Pingon as much as you do." Du Mao rolled up his sleeves and said slowly, "Without the sword-swallowing boat, I'm still in Ascendant realm." The old Confucian scholar twitched the corner of his mouth and waved his sleeve. The small sky curtain above Du Mao's head had been opened, just enough to let Du Mao return to the vast world. Du Mao was finally a little flustered. The reason why the Ascendant realm hid in various grotto heavens and blessed lands was that it could easily cause the chaos of heaven and earth and be restrained by the rules of the Confucian school. It was also very easy to be crushed by the Great Way. The tall woman held her sword in front of her and said indifferently, "Close it." The old Confucian scholar nodded and closed the hole in the sky curtain again. This time Du Mao began to panic a little, but the hostility on his face did not reduce at all. "Since you value that young man so much, are you really willing to exchange cultivation with me?" The tall woman smiled. "Now you're trying to reason with me? A wise man submits to circumstances." Du Mao went north this time for 3 purposes. If he had the chance, he would cut off the bloodline of the Confucian school and also learn about the flying swords of the sword cultivators. Secondly, someone wanted to test the bottom line of the old immortal of the Pearl Grotto heaven. Thirdly, he came for the Tongye school to infiltrate half of the Aquarius continent. Now he had achieved 2 goals. The first one was dispensable. He was not a Confucian disciple, so there was no need to consume his cultivation. Cultivation on the mountain was about strength. At least Du Mao had always respected this point of view. The winner had the power and the winner had the way. The former was real and could be put at ease. As for the latter, in Du Mao's eyes, it was complete nonsense. As long as one died on the path of Tao, even if it could be called a martyr's death, wasn't it still dead? She lightly gripped the old sword. "Previously my master was in front of you. Did you reason with him? Du Mao was a true villain. His cultivation is now trash. If not to draw out the sword cultivators, Du Mao wouldn't even have the qualifications to say a word to him." "Yeah." The tall woman held the sword in one hand and raised the other to make a gesture. The old Confucian scholar bitterly took out a painting of mountains and rivers. "Take it easy." When Du Mao saw the unusual picture scroll, he no longer hesitated and put the useless natal immortal weapon back into his aperture acupoint. At the same time he summoned his golden body Dharma form, opened a small world with his shoulder and flew toward the South Sea. She did not chase. The old Confucian scholar smiled and casually threw out the painting. The tall woman and Du Mao's golden avatar disappeared one after the other. Then the painting of mountains and rivers stopped in front of the old Confucian scholar. As for the small world of the old dragon city, it seamlessly closed again. Outside the old dragon city, except for the instructor nanny who could blink slightly, the others were still silent and motionless. From time to time, there were sounds of silk tearing coming from the painting. The painting was opened by Du Mao's golden avatar and caused by the sword slashing through the air. The old Confucian scholar felt his heart ache. In less than half an hour, the old Confucian scholar calmed down. He bent his finger and tapped somewhere on the painting. Then he put the painting away and hid it in his sleeve. The tall woman slowly walked out of the void. The old sword was hanging on her waist. The sharpened sword tip dimmed a little. She yawned and dragged a leg in her hand. Tongyi Continent's Ascendant Realm Great Cultivator Du Mao was dragged out of the painting by her like a dead dog. She asked, "But what's his name again?" The old Confucian scholar wiped the sweat on his forehead. Du Mao, the strongest cultivator in Tongyi Continent except for the old Daoist of Donghai. She made an "oh" sound and casually threw the corpse to the side. He has some unorthodox supernatural powers. He should have returned to his Yin spirit the moment he broke through the sky. This corpse is just whose Yang spirit's external body. The old Confucian scholar suddenly understood. It's just an external body. No wonder the natural-born Confucian scholar agreed. If we didn't make a fuss, the school would have been able to cover it up. The old Confucian scholar was speechless. But even so, Du Mao's cultivation is at the 12th level. She sat cross-legged beside Qin Pingon and carefully held him in her arms again. She looked up into the distance and said leisurely, "In front of my sword, is there a difference between 12 and 13? The old Confucian scholar whispered, "What about the sword-swallowing boat?" She said absent-mindedly, "I removed the innate suppression and let his Yang spirit use this weapon. Then I blew it up. Otherwise I would have come out long ago. I just want to know what kind of thing this so-called immortal weapon is." The old Confucian scholar wiped the sweat on his forehead. "How are you?" The tall woman looked down at the young face that was a little pale, as if she was having a nightmare. Although the old Confucian scholar had temporarily stopped the injury, it was still difficult to bear. She stretched out her fingers and gently rubbed his eyebrows. She said softly, "The stone cliff in the mountain of Lizhu Cave was condensed by my original master's sword intent. It was originally mine. But so many years have passed and I'm too lazy to care about it. Later I made a small deal with Yuan something and he took 30% of the dragon beheading platform." The old Confucian scholar glanced at the tip of the old sword at her waist and smiled. "So you've been using Yuan Tong's dragon beheading platform to sharpen your sword these years?" She said indifferently, "I'm using the one in Zhenwu Mountain. Yuan Tong's is for my little Pingon." The old Confucian scholar was sweating like rain. She looked to the south. "This matter is not over yet." The old Confucian scholar shook his head. "No, please don't. It's not over yet, but you can't do it. Let me do it. This is for the good of little Pingon." She nodded. "I'll go back this time and not come out for the time being. If I come out next time and find out that your so-called good is not good at all, I'll find you. You should know that after you become one with the great Tao of the world, only I can kill you in this world." The old Confucian scholar laughed dryly. "We're family. Why are you so fierce?" The tall woman's white clothes fluttered in the wind. She shook her head and said, "Everything was fine. It was because you insisted on taking him in as your last disciple that today's disaster happened. If he wasn't half a family member, you would be the first to die." The old Confucian scholar glared at her. "Don't say such things in a fit of anger. Besides, do you dare to say such things in front of your master?" She said bluntly, "I won't say it. I'll do it secretly. When the time comes, whether Qin Pingon recognizes me or not, he'll still be my master." The old Confucian scholar was speechless. She waved her hand. After the small gift she gave Qin Pingon that year shattered, 3 long blue stones fell out. They were the dragon beheading platforms that sword cultivators in the world dreamed of. They were of different sizes. The small ones were as small as a ruler, while the big ones were as big as a tile on the floor of a palace. She handed Qin Pingon over to the old Confucian scholar. "I'll go out and take care of some small matters." The old Confucian scholar said resentfully, "Let's talk nicely." This time the tall woman didn't walk to a certain place. Instead she took a step and arrived in front of someone. It was the nascent soul sword cultivator's instructor. The tall woman stretched out 2 fingers and pulled out a natal flying sword from the instructor's heart aperture. She clamped the head and tail of the natal flying sword between her fingers and slightly increased her strength, causing the flying sword to bend in an arc. In this small world, the old woman who couldn't move looked at her with pleading eyes. The tall woman tilted her head slightly. "Plead with me. Otherwise, like my master, I'll promise you that I won't break this flying sword if you're right." She was clearly being unreasonable. After a while, this Cloud Forest Jiang clan's instructor didn't have the divine ability of an immortal to speak in this small world. Therefore, the tall woman continued to increase her strength, causing the arc to become wider and wider. With a snap, the flying sword broke on the spot. The instructor's 7 orifices bled and cracks appeared on her auris core. Her nascent soul wailed in agony. The tall woman sneered. "I've always liked your reasoning. Since my little Ping and hasn't woken up yet, I'll hurry and do it. I might not have such an opportunity in the future." After she finished speaking, she flew straight to the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City. The green-robed woman, Fan Junmao, continued to maintain that strange sitting posture. When she raised her head, her eyes were burning and her heart was filled with reverence. Fan Junmao's first words were, "I didn't know that this young man was your new master." The tall woman stood in front of Fan Junmao with her old sword hanging. She bent down and asked with a smile, "Ignorance is blameless?" Fan Junmao shook her head. "Ignorance is a great crime. I admit it." The tall woman rubbed her forehead. "Why are you still the same as before? You're so pitiful every day. You're either secretly running to the arch bridge to cry in front of the sea of clouds or kneeling on the sea of clouds like today. How am I going to kill you?" Fan Junmao was in high spirits. "Kill me if you want. With you here it's enough." The tall woman nodded. She patted the end of the old sword gently with her palm. She raised it up high and spun it around. Then she pierced Fan Junmao's chest and lifted her into the air. "Is it enough? Don't you know how many existences like you I've killed back then?" Blood seeped out from the corner of Fan Junmao's mouth. There was only joy in her eyes. "You haven't changed. You haven't changed. I know. It's been 10,000 years and you're still the same. Even if another 10,000 years pass, you won't change. As long as you're willing to take out this essence, the world." The tall woman turned her head to look at Old Dragon City's city wall. She landed on the ground from the sea of clouds. The old sword was also pulled out from Fan Junmao's chest and returned to her waist. Fan Junmao fell into the sea of clouds. She clutched her chest and fainted. However, the sea of clouds began to madly rush into her body. On the other side of the hole in Old Dragon City's city wall, Qin Pingon had already woken up. He was a bit confused. The old scholar was nowhere to be found. Then he saw a familiar figure slowly floating down in front of him. It hovered in the air outside the hole in the city wall. The young man, who was no longer the thin youth of Clay Bottle Alley, asked softly, "Was I wrong?" She shook her head. The young man promised, "I'll be more careful next time. For example, I'll learn the Yin-Yang School's deduction technique. I thought I could deal with it myself. I didn't expect that cultivator's realm to be so high." She still shook her head. The young man asked, "You're not disappointed in me?" She shook her head again. The Qin Pingon smiled and squinted his eyes. The tall woman was the same. 366. Chapter 2. The river of time was still flowing slowly outside this small world. In the sky, the friction between the two rules of heaven and earth was surging, glowing with a charming 5-colored glaze. Qin Pingon and the sword's spirit sat side by side on the edge of the ruins of the city wall, their legs hanging outside. Qin Pingon looked down at his abdomen. The bleeding had stopped and the wound was mostly healed. However, his internal organs were like a mess and it was still painful enough to make people tremble. The injury caused by an Ascendant Realm natal immortal weapon, even if it was far from a full blow, even if it pierced through Qin Pingon's abdomen, the aftereffects were still unimaginable. In the distance, everyone stood motionless where they were. Only the instructor Nanny, whose intrinsic flying sword had been broken, was the strangest. He was constantly swaying. Although the swaying was minimal, she was in an especially tragic state. Sun Jiaxu was knocked unconscious by the ancestor, and the old steward beside him reached out to support him. Most people had a relieved smile on their faces. According to her, Xing Dafeng, whose spine was broken, the pure vital energy cultivated by a 9th realm martial artist had completely dissipated, and he was really reduced to a useless person. However, there was still some physical foundation left, which was equivalent to a 5th realm martial artist's body. Xing Dafeng had been sent to the dusty medicine shop by Lord Wensheng, and his life was not in danger. However, even if he stood up from the bed again, he would probably live the rest of his life. She also said that the old scholar said that he would clean up this mess. In short, he would not let Qin Pingon suffer any losses. Du Mao would have to spit out more of what he had eaten, and things were not that simple. Looking at the sky dome of this small world together, she suddenly said, I have to go. I can't delay the sharpening of the sword for a moment. Qin Pingon remembered something and said softly, I have an oil paper umbrella that can hide the secrets of heaven. Immortal sister, take it. According to what you said before, even Lord Wenxing's sworn enemy has said that I won't have to meet an old monster like Du Mao in the future. As long as it's not a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, I can deal with them, and I won't take the initiative to provoke them. This time old Longqing helped Jing Dafeng, which is a special case. She reached out and touched Qin Pingon's head. Okay, you haven't given me anything yet. Qin Pingon blinked. She said confidently, Are you talking about the dragon beheading platform in your basket when you crossed the bridge? That's not a gift from you, I stole it. Qin Pingon, immortal sister. Immortal sister, I'll give you something else. I've walked a long way, I will continue to walk. And I will continue to walk. Maybe I will. Qin Pingon smiled brightly. At most I'll give her a beating. She bent 2 fingers and gently tapped Qin Pingon's forehead. Young man, you've grown up. Qin Pingon also turned sideways and gestured the height of the 2 of them. He said happily, right? She gently bumped Qin Pingon's shoulder with her shoulder and asked with a smile, Do you like that girl very much? How do you like her? Qin Pingon thought for a moment. His pale face blushed slightly. He put his hands on the ground and looked into the distance. He whispered shyly, I'm too embarrassed to say this. She clicked her tongue and said, Oh, I'm going to be jealous. Qin Pingon was still looking into the distance. He shook his head and said, No, immortal sister is the best. The tall woman stood up with a smile. Let's go to the medicine shop and get the umbrella. By the way, the body on the ground is Du Mao's yang spirit body. You can put it away. After all, it's the body of a 12th realm immortal. It can be sold for money. Qin Pingon glanced at the Du Mao on the ground. She smiled and said, It can be sold for a lot of money. You can even let people live in it, such as Dali Imperial Tutor and Cui Dong. Qin Pingon kept it into the object within reach. She smiled knowingly. Although Qin Pingon's chi palace was in tatters, his movement was not hindered. But now he had to fight with others. His current strength was probably not as good as when he had just entered the 3rd realm. Qin Pingon stood up and looked down at the tattered golden robe. His heart ached more than his flesh. She held the 3 pieces of beheading dragon platform that were first placed in the white jade tablet. She smiled and said, It's okay. It can be replenished. It's just a few bags of gold and copper coins. Maybe it can be upgraded to a half-immortal weapon in one go. Old Yang has to give some. That do something, we have to think of a way to give it to him. Qin Pingon nodded. She strode forward and walked through the big hole in the city wall. Don't be discouraged. The end of the road is still far away. When the time comes, I will still be by your side. Qin Pingon quickly followed. She grabbed Qin Pingon's shoulder and jumped out of the hole. Under Qin Pingon's guidance, they rushed to the dusty medicine shop in the inner city of Old Dragon City. Because the old scholar had not removed the prohibition of Old Dragon City, everything was still silent. Pei Qian, who was holding the mountain walking staff, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan when they landed in the alley outside the medicine shop. This was because she found that Master Zhao was like a wooden man after she finished practicing her crazy demon swordsmanship. No matter how she shouted, it was useless. The black smoke was like an icicle. She grabbed a strand with both hands, but it did not move. In the end, she threw the mountain walking staff and squatted on the ground, crying bitterly. After crying, she ran out of the alley like a madwoman. But she stopped at the corner of the alley because she remembered Qin Pingon's advice. So she paced back and forth there. Finally, she squatted on the ground again and shouted, Father, and Master, until her voice became hoarse. He could not cry anymore. She took out the talisman and stuck it on her forehead to give herself courage. With a wrinkled face, she was about to step out and find Qin Pingon. But then she heard a familiar voice behind her. Come back. Pei Qian turned around and saw Qin Pingon smiling at her. She felt wronged and happy at the same time. Crying and laughing, she ran towards Qin Pingon and hugged him. The tall woman stood behind Qin Pingon. Seeing this scene, she felt that it was interesting. It was quite similar. As for the strange look in the charcoal girl's eyes, Her background and experience made her understand it better than anyone else. This phenomenon was called the sun and moon in the eyes. Of course, it was not the orthodox sun and moon in the vast world, but the essence of the sun and moon in some paradise. But even so, a martial artist of the ninth realm or an immortal on earth would not be able to bear this monstrous fortune. She was not interested in why the little girl was safe and sound. What kind of strange things and mysterious people had she not seen before? There were so many that she had become numb to it. Just the number of people who had died under the old sword was innumerable. Only then did Pei Qian see the tall woman in white. Her eyes were wide open and her expression was dull. The sword spirit smiled and said to Qin Pingon, "In the world today there are very few people with such pure martial arts luck. Why don't you teach her?" Qin Pingon pressed down on Pei Qian's little head. "In the past I was afraid that she would not know the severity of the matter after learning martial arts and would easily get into trouble. Now I'm teaching her myself." Pei Qian began to involuntarily retreat. He could not help it. He probably did not even know what she was doing at the moment. The sword spirit narrowed her eyes. "It seems that this is not an ordinary paradise that the Confucian school has just found. Perhaps one of them was personally cut down by me in the past?" Qin Pingon was confused. The sword spirit smiled. "There's no need to understand these things for now. So old and rotten. Just thinking about it makes me annoyed." She turned around and walked towards the medicine shop. Only then did Pei Qian come to her senses. She timidly hid behind Qin Pingon. The small oil paper umbrella that the old Daoist of Donghai called the Wutong fan was leaning against the door. She bent down and picked it up. Instantly she opened it and a jade plate fell out. It was the ancestral hall's direct disciple jade plate of Taiping Mountain. She caught it in her hand and glanced at it. Then she crushed it into powder. "What a piece of junk." Qin Pingon stamped his foot and hurriedly said, "I still have to return it to Taiping Mountain." The sword spirit smiled. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "It's okay. Just say that I broke it and ask Taiping Mountain to come to Lizhu Cave to find me. I'll compensate them." She thought that the premise was that they dared to accept it. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Forget it. I'll write another letter to the old Lord of Heaven in Taiping Mountain. It shouldn't be a big problem." She held the umbrella and nodded. "Then I'm leaving." Qin Pingon had thousands of words to say, but he didn't know where to start. In the end he just smiled and nodded. She walked to Qin Pingon and bent down slightly. She touched Qin Pingon's forehead with her forehead and whispered, "Qin Pingon, it's my luck to meet you." After that she held the oil paper umbrella in her hand and turned into a snow-white rainbow. She broke through the sky of Old Dragon City and the sea of clouds where Fan Junmao fell to the ground. After hovering for a while she went north and returned to the dragon beheading platform in Lizhu Cave. At the door of the drugstore, Pei Qian pulled Qin Pingon's sleeve and said in fear, "This is the most powerful fairy sister I've ever seen. Alas, in front of her I don't even dare to flatter her." Qin Pingon smiled. "There's always someone better than you. So after practicing martial arts you can't be arrogant." Pei Qian nodded vigorously and suddenly asked, "She's that girl, right? Should I call her mother the next time we meet?" Qin Pingon was just about to step over the threshold when he staggered. Pei Qian suddenly realized. "Yes, master's wife." Qin Pingon quickly turned around and covered the guy's mouth. He glared at him and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Pei Qian blinked. "You don't say it but you keep it in your heart?" Qin Pingon pulled his ear with a dark face. Pei Qian tilted his head and stood on his heels. He babbled until Qin Pingon pulled him into the courtyard behind the drugstore. Only then did he let go. Pei Qian squatted on the ground and rubbed his ear. Qin Pingon went to Jing Dafeng's room alone, and saw the man lying on the bed. He had fainted and similarly he had stopped his external injuries. But compared to Qin Pingon he was much more miserable. Back then in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Qin Pingon used Zhong Qiu's peak fist technique and the dragon school to break through. But the man on the bed had his entire dragon spine shattered. Qin Pingon moved a chair and sat in the dark room, looking at Jing Dafeng in a daze. Pei Qian tiptoed to the door of the room. Seeing the scene she hesitated for a moment then left quietly. She sat on the steps, her hands holding onto her cheeks. She had never seen such a sad Qin Pingon. She was also sad and blew on the yellow talisman on his forehead. The talisman could not be blown away, nor could the sadness be blown away. When a person grows up, will they always be like this? In the blink of an eye, the water of time that flowed to the south of Aquarius continent returned to normal, and flowed into Old Dragon City from all directions. But other than Jindan and Yuanying and the secular Earth Immortals, ordinary people would not be able to detect this. After a while, the smart people of Old Dragon City finally realized that something was wrong. It was normal for Qin Pingon to disappear as his abdomen was pierced through by the sword-swallowing boat, and he disappeared from their sight. But Du Mao and Jing Dafeng were gone, and that was hard to explain. Furthermore, there were also accidents that happened at their side. For example, the Fu family's most nervous, other than the #1 person in Tongyi continent in Aquarius continent, the most invincible instructor Granny in Old Dragon City, fell to the ground and lost consciousness, blood flowing out of her body. It was a terrifying scene where the Great Tao was injured. Fu Li rushed over from the Dragon Ascension stage and squatted down. His face was pale and he was puzzled. He hated the existence of Fan Junmao. If not for Fan Junmao, he would not have been kept in the dark today. He would have been able to see the inside story of the strange phenomenon. After investigating the situation of the old woman from the Jiang clan, he was even more shocked. His life source flying sword was destroyed? But Fu Li did not reveal the truth and said indifferently, "She was injured, let's return to the residence first." Fu Nanhua looked at the city wall. Qin Pingon was gone. Did he die somewhere in the outer city or? Fu Donghai and Fu Chunhua looked at each other again. To see that the arrogant instructor Granny was injured, to the two of them who were not willing to give up on the city lord seat, it was good news. Fu Nanhua asked softly, "Behind?" Fu Li shook his head. "Don't worry about it, there is no meaning, let's go back and find out what happened, why Du Mao disappeared. Don't go through the east gate, go through the south gate." As the undisputed leader of Old Dragon City, and the Fu family who wanted to unify Old Dragon City, the carriage chose to take a detour and go to the south gate. The most dazed one was naturally Du Yan on the city wall. The descendant of Ascendant Realm Du Mao rubbed his eyes. Where was the old ancestor? Where was he? His wife, Madame Ding's cultivation talent was average, but she was calmer than Du Yan who was in Jindan Realm. In Tongyi continent, the old ancestor can do whatever he wants, let alone such a small Aquarius continent. Du Yan nodded, holding her hand he smiled, "I lost my composure. After this, our Tongyi sect will use Old Dragon City as a springboard to spread a net to the north, and gather all the major sections. Those who follow our Tongyi sect will prosper, those who defy will die. At that time I will be in charge of one of the routes. You will be the patriarch of the Ding family. Old Dragon City will only have the two surnames Ding and Ding." The woman smiled sweetly. Outside Old Dragon City, the Ding family, Fong family and Ho family all sent their consecrators to kill Jing Dafeng and his group. This was the temporary arrangement of the Fu family. In fact, they were a little unprepared, they shouldn't have been so hasty. They should have sent a group of people outside the city, a group in the outer city and a group in the inner city. The three groups of people could have been more in line with their identity, and people couldn't catch them, instead of using such a clumsy trick that was close to street fighting. However, since the Fu family was willing to be shameless, their previous alliance with the four families, after the Sun family, Sun Jiaxu and Ding family, Du Yan, turned to the Fu family one after another. After knowing the Fu family's order to kill them, they didn't have the capital and confidence to bargain. In the future they would become the Fu family's vassals. Eating the leftovers from the Fu family's mouth was better than being uprooted tonight. In the group of the three families, the disciple with the surname Fong didn't feel that the situation had changed. He was still thinking about the big banquet tonight. At that time, all the women in the dusty medicine shop would appear in public. Whoever drank a cup of wine would be able to teach them to take off a piece of clothing. After the people in charge of the three families discussed, they decided to follow the Fu family to the South City Gate. As for the consecrators behind them who were responsible for killing them, they wouldn't restrict them first. After they took off the heads, they would naturally meet up with them in the city. Above the sea of clouds, Fan Junmao slowly woke up. As expected, her cultivation level had dropped to golden core. But she didn't have the slightest bit of resentment. After laughing, she glanced down at the route of the dragon platform and the sporadic fighting. She frowned and reached out one hand to cover her heart, while the other hand pointed down with two fingers. In the sea of clouds, pillars of light fell down one after another. Because she used the providence of the sea of clouds, Fan Juanmao's attack was no less powerful than a normal nascent soul realm cultivator. The consecrators who had already suffered heavy casualties, only 5 or 6 of them were left, and their heads were pierced through one by one. Of the Fan family's coachmen, only one was left. Of the 4 people who got off the carriage, only Lu Baixiang, who was covered in blood, and Wei Xian, who was wearing the Du armor and had the lightest injuries, walked onto the carriage. As for the martial madman Julien, he died. Sui Yu died in battle. Lu Baixiang picked up the infatuated sword, and didn't forget to stab the sword into the hearts of the corpses. Only then did he go to the carriage. In the old dragon city, the grand cultivator who was able to travel with his Yin spirit in the stagnant time, the short old man who was disguised as a rich man, was now standing under a tree. He bent over and held his stomach, laughing until tears came out of his eyes. How satisfying! In the past 1,000 years, the old man hadn't laughed so happily. The final transmigration Du Mao, that old pervert, also had a day like this. This time he crossed continents to the north. His original intention was just to relax and meet a fellow cultivator. Who would have thought that he would encounter such a wonderful thing? Although he was in the Tongye continent, in the hearts of some small immortals in the Aquarius continent, especially in the hearts of various fairies, he was the most famous, one-foot spear. He was the most generous person on the mountain who was willing to spend a lot of money. He and a certain invincible divine fist sex, jade-faced young gentleman, would often compete for the affection of a certain fairy during the time of the divine art of the illusionary flower, water and moon. Of course they weren't really fighting but throwing money. Moreover, it wasn't the snowflake money but the summer money. The old man stopped laughing and said seriously, "Today is a good day, I can't be stingy anymore. I have to suppress that guy. I have to be generous and show off the style I should have. I can't let that guy be arrogant anymore. It's just a pity that Fairy Su Jia of the Xingyang Mountain, what a beautiful and fairy-like lady. I originally wanted to personally make a trip to the Xingyang Mountain and give her a magic treasure. What a pity, what a pity. And that he Xiaoyang of the Divine Grandeur sect, great fairy why did she leave the Aquarius continent? I wanted to run over to see her and take a look at her, even if it's just a glance from afar." In the dusty medicine shop's side room, Qin Pingon was still sitting on that chair. It was said that even if the man on the sickbed could stand up and walk, he would have a hunchback in the future. He would have a hunchback for the rest of his life. He was originally sloppy and unkempt, and his appearance was not good. Thinking back to that year at the entrance when he saw those immortals walking into the small town, the sloppy man exclaimed, "That woman just now, her thighs can crush people to death." That day the skinny young man still didn't understand the meaning behind that vulgar sentence, and could only ask, "That lady practiced martial arts?" At that time, if he wasn't a proper man, he was already a martial artist of the 8th realm. "Today," Qin Pingon said in a hoarse voice, "Zheng Dafeng, I've walked so far and met so many people in Jianghu. You're the one with the hardest bones and the straightest spine. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." At this moment, the gatekeeper of the small town in the past was lying silently on a bed soaked in blood. On the sea outside the isolated island of Old Dragon City, a little Daoist boy was standing on top of a huge golden gourd. He stretched out his hands pitifully and was beaten by a poor old scholar with a tree branch that he had picked up from somewhere. The little Daoist boy's eyes were red and he complained incessantly, "Master Wenxing, it's really not my fault. This time in Old Dragon City I didn't set up Qin Pingon. He provoked that Du Mao himself. I can't even deduce what realm Du Mao is in. I can't go to Old Dragon City to die, can I? It's against the rules for you to beat me." Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It would have been better if the old scholar didn't listen to his complaints, but when he heard this he became even angrier and beat him even more ruthlessly. "You heartless little bastard, who were you brothers with back then? Who were you holding arms and talking to each other? You picked up chopsticks to eat and put them down to curse your mother, right? Stinky cow's nose taught you wrong, I'll straighten you out. You still dare to dodge? Stop, stand still and stretch out your hands." The little Daoist boy obediently stretched out his hands, but there was nowhere to hide. He wailed, Master Wenxing, if you continue to be like this, I'll complain to my master. You're so partial to Qin Pingon, my master will also be partial to me, the old scholar said angrily. You still dare to talk back? Do you think I don't know what kind of tricks you have in mind? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If I don't beat you up today, I'll take your surname. The little Daoist boy cried loudly. Master Wenxing, we have the same surname. Even if we're not a family, but for the sake of our relationship, please don't hit me so hard. The old scholar snorted and threw the tree branch away. He scolded, when you move to Qingming Tian in the future, don't cause trouble. You'll only be a disaster if you're this clever. The Daoist priests in the Baek-ok-kyung building have 12 buildings in 5 major cities. Immortals are free and unfettered, but it also means that they won't follow the rules like the world. What they hate the most are rules. The little Daoist boy sat down on the golden gourd. After wiping his tears, he shook his hands vigorously and raised his head. He asked curiously, Master didn't say anything about going to that world. The old scholar glared at him. What do you know? The little Daoist boy said, What do I know? Then I know that you're the Master Wenxing. The old scholar laughed and grabbed a tree branch that was drifting away with the seawater. The little Daoist boy stood up and stretched out his hands, beginning a new round of beatings. The little Daoist boy wanted to die. This inconspicuous withered branch was in no way inferior to a sword immortal's flying sword in the hands of the pauper in front of him. The old scholar glanced at the southwest and threw the branch away. He slapped the little Daoist boy on the head and said, Get out of here and behave yourself from now on. The golden gourd drifted away and the little Daoist boy standing on it suddenly turned his back to the old scholar. He bent over and twisted his butt, not forgetting to turn his head and make a face. The old scholar stretched out a finger and gently twisted it. The branch whizzed and poked one of the little Daoist boy's buttocks. The little Daoist boy pulled out the branch and threw it away. He jumped and jumped, hurriedly driving the blade-strengthening gourd under his feet away. It seemed that this appearance had angered the poor old man quite a bit, so he wanted to vent his anger on him. The little Daoist boy wiped the tears from his face. He said angrily, I'm so angry. I won't call you brother from now on. The branch poked another buttocks. The old scholar sent the little bastard away and flashed towards the southwest. Sword energy rushed to the sky. The seawater shook. Without another word, the old scholar flew into a rage. He jumped up and slapped the sword cultivator's head. Still not satisfied, he slapped him again and again. You useless thing, you can't even protect Xiaoqi. Fine, you have an excuse. You were far away and didn't know the situation in Black Pearl Cave. Fine, now you can't even protect your junior brother right under your nose. Instead of studying, you practice the sword, 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 my ass. Do you know that Qin Pingon was harmed twice by you? The first time his state of mind was drawn by you. The second time you rashly gave him the 12th state monster core. Qin Pingon almost suffered from this unexpected disaster. Dumao, have you heard of him? A shameless ascendant state guy blocked Qin Pingon in Old Dragon City. Your little junior brother is only a 5th state martial artist now. She made a special trip for your junior brother. What about participating in Dali's plan for the sect? What about helping others to test the old divine lord? It's all nonsense. He just wants to kill Qin Pingon. In front of outsiders, even the little Taoist boy and the 2 Confucians in the sky screen, the old scholar's so-called anger was still restrained. At least he wouldn't show it so directly. But in front of this sword cultivator he didn't hold back at all. And the sword cultivator also stood still, letting the old scholar, who was much shorter than him, jump up and down and slap his head again and again. The old scholar hit and scolded, You just patted your ass and left. You're really cool. Qi Jingchun is not as cool as you in his life, and this little junior brother is not as cool as you. No one is as cool as you. If you're so cool, why don't you ascend to the sky and *CK off? The old scholar stood in place, not fighting back, not talking back. Because it was the first time in his life that he saw the teacher so angry and disappointed. Even when he was imprisoned in the meritorious forest of the Learning Palace and accompanied by the teacher was still smiling and didn't think it was a difficult task at all. Even when the statue of the Confucian temple was moved and smashed again and again, the teacher still didn't care. He really didn't care and wasn't pretending to be relaxed. He knew that the teacher was never this kind of person. The old scholar asked calmly, "Teacher, what should I do? You finally remember that you're my disciple? How did I deal with the gods of the 5 sacred mountains in the central region? Now that you're in the right and have a sword, what do you think I should do?" The old scholar jumped up again and slapped the old scholar's head. He pointed at the northernmost part of the Tongya continent and shouted angrily, "F***ck them." The old scholar replied with an "oh." He headed south. The sword cultivator and his sword energy separated the sea from the east. 367. 13,000-word chapter. In the cold season the birds were flying fast. Beside the dragon platform, the wind was howling like the chattering of a shrew. In the inner city of the old dragon city, a few carriages were parked at the corner of the street outside the dusty medicine shop. The Fu family ordered the whole city to be under martial law. Not only were they not allowed to go to the dragon platform outside the city to watch the battle, but they also forbade anyone other than the 6 major families to go on the street together. Of course, some disciples of the big families could borrow a family token from the 6 major families and hang it behind their waist. Then they could go between the dragon platform and the inner city without any obstacles. Of course, there were complaints in Old Dragon City. However, due to the Fu family's current power and the fact that the Fu family had already communicated with the major families outside of the 6 great families, there weren't many problems. Sometimes, there were conflicts in Old Dragon City, but they were instantly suppressed like small waves. Some arrogant and troublesome disciples were stopped by the Fu family's cultivators with the old dragon cloth rain pendant hanging on their waists. After that, they were scolded badly by the elders who heard the news and scolded them for wanting to die. In the dusty medicine shop, after drinking the porridge made by Zhou Xian, they were ready to go. They were about to go to the dragon platform. Xing Dafeng was the first to walk out of the main room. He smoked a few puffs of tobacco at the door. It was not that he was not nervous. However, compared to his previous sloppy appearance, he had changed into a slightly old but clean green robe today. Zhu Lian and Pei Qian cleaned up the dishes on the table. Suiyu was wearing a white robe. She carried the infatuation sword which was getting better and better after eating countless hearts. She stood under the eaves. She was in the 7th realm of martial arts, the golden body state. She was very graceful and looked like a fairy. Lu Baixiang was still dressed in a Confucian robe. He was no longer holding a few chess pieces and rubbing them in the palm of his hand. The original owner of this saber could be said to be an earth immortal of nascent soul realm who had a good reputation for slaying demons and devils in Mount Taiping. He was also a big shot of the demon clan who lived in Grey Line of the Grass Snake and 1,000 miles of Fumai. With a piece of ancestral Master Hall's jade medallion, Qin Pingon was besieged and killed in the dilapidated temple. Wei Xian's attire today was the most eye-catching. He asked Qin Pingon if it was against the law to wear an imperial robe in Old Dragon City. Qin Pingon smiled and said that even if he wore the Empress's phoenix coronet and robes, no one would care. Wei Xian then put on the imperial robe that he had taken out from the painting. It was the imperial robe of the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. Hidden in his sleeve was the military school's armor pill, West Peak, one of the ancestral armors of the deity Qing Lu armor. Zhu Lian, who looked like a cook, wiped the water stains on his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Behind him was Pei Qian, who seemed to be in a bad mood today. Today Qin Pingon was still wearing the same golden robe, and there was an ordinary jade hairpin in his hair. There was a vermilion wine gourd hanging from his waist, and a plain white jade tablet that no one had ever seen before was hanging on the other side. The jade medallion was only taken out by Qin Pingon from a qi residence that once occupied an extremely small wisp of sword qi. It was what Fan Junmao called a small refinement. Now it could only be seen but could not be used. Its existence itself was a thought. To be precise, it was one of the few obsessions of Qin Pingon, a bumpkin. To avenge his parents. To promise Ningyao that he would become a great sword immortal. To fulfill his promise with Sister Sword's spirit. One day he would be able to say something to the 4 worlds in a dignified manner. Qin Pingon was wearing a new pair of boots today, which was secretly sent to him by Pei Qian. Before dawn, Pei Qian got up in the dark and came to Qin Pingon, who was sleeping on the floor in front of the medicine shop, with a pair of boots in her hand. Qin Pingon curiously asked her where the boots came from. Pei Qian said that she had borrowed a few taels of silver from Jianyang and the others at the inn last time. In addition to buying food in Huer town, she also spent most of her money on this pair of boots. She had wanted to give it to Qin Pingon for a long time, but later the people in Huer town scolded her and Qin Pingon wanted to drive her away and leave her alone in the inn. She was angry, so she buried it. Later Qin Pingon changed his mind and took her to Mirage City. At night she secretly dug it out again. At that time, Zhong Kue was watching the fun beside her and said that it was a cenotaph. She walked all the way to the ferry of Mirage City, the ferry of the Immortals in Qingjing Mountain, and then to Old Dragon City. She had been afraid that the cenotaph would make Qin Pingon angry. She felt a little guilty, so she did not dare to take it out. At that time the two of them sat on the floor and began to put on his boots. He was a little happy, but he didn't praise the skinny little girl. However, what he wanted to say was probably all in his young face and his pair of clean eyes. The little one squatted at the side and asked, "Does it fit?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Yes, it does." However, after Qin Pingon put on his boots, he jumped up and then changed his mind. He said that Pei Qian and the Yin spirit of the Zhao family should stay in the dusty medicine shop and not follow him to the dragon platform. Moreover, the Yin spirit would also leave the medicine shop at some point. He asked Pei Qian not to be afraid. As long as she did not leave the medicine shop without permission, she would not be in danger. Of course, Pei Qian was not willing. These days she had been diligently practicing the crazy demon swordsmanship. However, when she saw that Qin Pingon was serious, she lowered her head and said, "Oh." At this moment Qin Pingon looked at Jing Dafeng and asked with a smile, "What do you say? Let's go?" Jing Dafeng took a deep puff of his pipe and put it on his waist. He strode towards the courtyard and said, "Let's go." The group left the dusty medicine shop and walked into the alley. They got on the carriage sent by the Fan family. Fan Air and the old sword cultivator Maji were not there. Fan Air had come to the medicine shop before. The two of them sat on the roof and drank. Qin Pingon asked him not to appear near the medicine shop on the cold day. Fan Air said that he knew the severity of the matter and would not act recklessly. Pei Qian took a small stool and sat at the door of the dusty medicine shop. She lowered her head and bent over, hugging her knees with her hands. Under her feet was the walking stick that had been with her for a long time. She stepped on it and gently twisted it, rolling it around. On the other side of the door was an oil paper umbrella. This was what Qin Pingon asked her to bring it with her even in the dusty medicine shop. The Yin spirit of the Zhao family did not move for the time being. Jing Dafeng only needed to break the pipe and it would appear beside him. If it appeared too early on the dragon platform, the other side might have already prepared a countermeasure. In the vicinity of the dragon ascension platform, there was a saying that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Those who were qualified to stand there were all deities of Old Dragon City. All of them were cultivators and masters who enjoyed the worship of the 5 major families. The Yin spirit stood beside the charcoal girl and asked, "Are you worried about Qin Pingon?" Pei Qian said softly, "My father is so powerful." The Yin spirit surnamed Zhao walked out of the small temple in Liju Grotto Heaven and laughed. "He is powerful, but he is a bit stupid. He clearly has nothing to do with it, and yet he wants to get involved." For the first time, Pei Qian did not jump up and curse. She said to herself, "Of course. Otherwise why would he bring me along? I am a money loser. My father is so rich, but he is still a money grubber. He never spends money extravagantly. He wants to break a copper coin into 8 pieces." The more she spoke, the more worried she became. Pei Qian straightened her back and took out the yellow paper talisman from her sleeve. She slapped it on her forehead and raised her head. She puffed up her cheeks and blew the demon-subduing pagoda talisman gently. 3 carriages drove from the inner city to the outer city. Jing Dafeng sat alone in the carriage at the front. He closed his eyes and rested. He had been trying his best to suppress his fist will, but it actually showed signs of overflowing. With every jolt of the carriage, the aura qi floated unsteadily. However, it would quickly rush back into Jing Dafeng's body with every breath he took. A martial artist at the peak of the 9th realm had his own temperament. Qin Pingon was supposed to sit with Zhou Xian, the lackey who liked to call himself old servant. However, Sui Yu beat him to it. Zhou Xian was tactful and went to sit with Wei Xian and Lu Baixiang in the same carriage. They sat opposite each other in the carriage. Sui Yuyu asked, "You have a new level of respect for Lu Baixiang. Is it because he was the first to reveal the heavenly secrets and said something? Are you so dissatisfied with me because you sense the killing intent I revealed towards you at the borderline inn?" Qin Pingon asked back. "The old Taoist said that you would be loyal to me after you walked out of the painting. Did he do something to your mental states?" Qin Pingon answered his own question, "But I don't think it's the case. Not only did you reveal your killing intent towards me that time, the four of you are still living dead in my eyes. As long as you are human, your heart will fluctuate. No matter how calm your heart is on the path of cultivation, no one dares to say that they will not change their mind. Therefore I am very curious as to why the old Taoist dared to say that I can use you without worry." Sui Yu also asked back, "You don't trust the heavens of our lotus blossom blessed land?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "On this matter I trust the old Taoist." Sui Yu reached out and touched the infatuated heart scabbard on his knees. "The four of us, other than each receiving a sentence, there is actually another sentence that all four of us know. Wei Xian is hard to say. He has never chatted with the three of us in private. Therefore at least Lu Baixiang, Zhou Xian and I know this sentence." Qin Pingon asked, "Can you say it?" Sui Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Actually it doesn't matter even if you say it. It's the one who kills Qin Pingon with his own hands will be the only one free. Therefore if you are the first to ask me to leave the painting no matter what, I will try to kill you. As for why Wei Xian was the first to leave the painting, but he didn't attack you or even kill you, I don't understand. After the battle at the inn, you asked the other three to come out in one breath, and it became a situation of mutual restraint. No one is willing to let another succeed and become the only one." Qin Pingon frowned and said, "But outside the ruined temple, Wei Xian personally said that if I die, all of you will die. Isn't that contradictory?" Sui Yu smiled and said, "Either Wei Xian lied or the heavens calculated that you would ask Wei Xian to come out first and purposely didn't say the sentence to him. No matter what Wei Xian does, at least Lu Baixiang, Zhou Xian and I will not allow the other two to kill you. Whoever dares to kill you privately will become the target of the other two. Whether or not Wei Xian's sentence is true, we are not willing to lose our freedom. You are the #1 person in the world of lotus flower blessed land. You should know that for people like us, freedom is not a dispensable pursuit." Qin Pingon didn't say much about Sui Yu's so-called freedom. He only sighed and said, "No wonder they say that man proposes but God disposes. God disposes long ago." Qin Pingon quickly denied this conclusion. "It's not necessarily the case for everything and everyone." Sui Yu smiled and asked, "Even if you survive this time, you will suffer a great loss. Is it worth it? This world is too big, the mountains are too high. Cultivators are too far away from the world. There are too many people and things that are not worth it." Qin Pingon didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and began to practice the sword furnace stance. The three carriages left the outer city and headed towards the dragon ascension platform. Fu Li started to climb the dragon platform alone, climbing up the steps. The Yuanying ancestors of the Fu clan did not appear. Fu Lu's eldest son Fu Donghai, eldest daughter Fu Chunhua, the groom Fu Nanhua who married the daughter of the Jiang clan of Yunlin, as well as the #1 Jindan cultivator of the old dragon city, Chu Yang, and a group of guests all stood below the dragon ascension platform. Chu Yang's face was cold. After his battle with Xing Dafeng, he gained a blessing in disguise. He successfully broke through the bottleneck and became a Yuanying immortal. But today, before Fu Lu ascended the platform, the old cultivator said frankly that regardless of victory or defeat, he would not interfere in this mess. Last time he made an exception and left the cottage by the seaside to go to the Fu clan to stop Xing Dafeng. He had already done his duty as a guest of the Fu clan. Fu Lu had no objection to this. He smiled and said that Elder Chu could just sit here and watch the tides rise and fall. There would be no more human disputes to disturb Elder Chu's meditation. Fu Donghai was expressionless. No one could tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. He originally thought that when Fu Nanhua was at his proudest, he had set up a trap for Xing Dafeng. This was a contribution to the Fu clan and could suppress his younger brother Fu Nanhua's momentum. Who would have thought that it would be like this? The father of the city lord, Fu Lu, did not even show up after he was injured by Jing Dafeng. He did not punish or comfort him. It was as if he, the eldest son, was already a dead person. This was what made Fu Donghai the most frustrated. As the head of the Fu clan, Fu Lu also had the title of the city lord of the old dragon city. He was always very easy to talk to when it came to family matters and the structure of the old dragon city. For example, he did not wantonly suppress the prosperity of the other clans. He also treated the trash in the clan who could not cultivate very well. But when Fu Lu was not easy to talk to, Fu Donghai, Fu Chunhua, and the other direct descendants would even feel terrified. Fu Chunhua raised her head and looked at the tall figure that was climbing up step by step. She was in a daze. She still remembered the scene when her father brought her to find Jing Dafeng. They didn't have a pleasant conversation, but they didn't part on bad terms either. They had different ideals and paths, and from that day on, both sides didn't interfere with each other's business. However, Fu Donghai's little actions this time caused such a huge commotion. As half an outsider, Fu Chunhua saw it more clearly than the uneasy Fu Donghai. Actually, her father Fu Lu was not angry at Fu Donghai for acting smart this time. Instead, he was a little happy. Just like an idiot who didn't have high hopes placed on him, one day by accident he finally did something of great help to a smart person who had been waiting for a long time but couldn't enter the arena. Fu Lu's youngest son, Fu Nanhua, who had always had the identity of the young city lord, was the most bored. Jing Dafeng died on the Dragon Ascension platform without any suspense. As for the Jiang clan's daughter, it was true that they had a grand wedding ceremony, but after entering the bridal room, the two sides had an open discussion. Fu Nanhua felt that it was acceptable. However, her appearance was very surprising. She was not as fat and ugly as the rumors said. She was even prettier than Osmanthus Island's Jinsu that he liked. However, Feng Nanhua did not have the slightest bit of thought, because at that time in the bridal chamber, this pair of newlyweds who were a match made in heaven, other than the Jiang clan's legitimate daughter who had long since taken off her wedding dress and changed into her usual dress, there was only a teaching nanny standing behind her. She was an experienced nascent soul sword cultivator raised by the Jiang clan. Fu Nanhua did not dare to act rashly. He only glanced at the Jiang clan's daughter, his wife, and attracted the teaching nanny's sharp gaze. He could not afford to offend her, but he could not avoid her. After that, Fu Nanhua did not ask for a rebuff. Other than some necessary face skills, he rarely went to her and the nanny's place to look for trouble. That woman kept her word. Even if Fu Nanhua went out to drink with his friends, she would pay for it. Fu Nanhua felt that this kind of wedding day was very good. He had to be content. He had married the Jiang clan's daughter. As for a woman as beautiful as her, as long as he was willing to spend a lot of money, he could still find a few in Old Dragon City. The Ding clan was in the middle, while the Fong clan and Ho clan stood on the left and right respectively. However, the Ding clan's son-in-law Du Yen, who had a great background from the Tongyi sect, did not show up today. It was also good that he did not show his face. The people of the three major clans that formed an alliance in Old Dragon City could chat much more easily. They did not have to constantly try to figure out the thoughts of the Tongyi sect's disciple. They were afraid of accidentally saying the wrong thing and causing a disaster. After all, a large immortal sect that could be named after a continent had a deep foundation. Even if all the large clans of Old Dragon City of Aquarius continent were combined, they would still not be able to contend against it. Moreover, they were the Shang clan disciples that were ridiculed as greedy people. They had always been a sheet of loose sand. Aquarius continent was originally the smallest of the 9 continents, and the Tongyi sect was the largest immortal sect in the southern Tongyi continent. The arm could not twist the leg. The Fong clan and Ho clan were secretly rejoicing. The noble Du Yen in the end was only a woman with the surname Ding. That was why he protected the Ding clan, and not the legendary old ancestor behind him who was interested in Old Dragon City. The Fong clan was currently in the worst situation. Jing Dafeng alone almost broke through their mansion. But today the main culprit, the Fong clan disciple, was extremely arrogant. He was not in the least bit depressed and was talking loudly with a scoundrel friend of the Ho clan. How could he not be in a good mood? That madman with the surname Zheng would soon be beaten to death on the dragon ascending stage. He had already prepared a large sum of money. Once he returned to the city, he would hold a banquet. As long as it was a woman who worked as a clerk in a dusty medicine shop, regardless of age, appearance, they would all be thrown into the lowest level brothel of Old Dragon City to be prostitutes. Didn't you, Jing Dafeng, make such a big fuss because of a slut in the mud? Are you regretting it now? The Sun Clan and Fan Clan were very far away from the Fu Clan and Ding Feng Ho. And there were very few people from the two clans that came to join in the fun. The patriarch of the Sun Clan, Sun Jiashu, did not appear. The Fan Clan only sent an old man who was in charge of the ancestral hall. The rest were relatively outstanding side branch disciples. When the three carriages came into view, the big clans of Old Dragon City each had their own camp. They did not make any noise or point. Even the disciple of the Fong clan who was certain that Jing Dafeng would die on the dragon ascending stage started to hold his breath and stop smiling. No matter if their nature was good or bad, or if their temperament was good or bad. Those who could stand on this side more or less represented the face of their clans. Not many of them were fools. Just like this time, why did none of the clans let the Earth Immortals take out their Dharma treasures, or use pavilions or small ferries to fly into the sky so that everyone could comfortably look down on the battlefield? Why did they have to stand under the dragon ascending stage and only watch the battle with the various illusions on the mountain? No one even dared to suggest this. This was the great power that the Fu clan had accumulated over thousands of years, and the survival wisdom that the big clans of the Shang clan and Old Dragon City should have. The three carriages slowly stopped by the dragon ascending stage. The people of the Fu clan had a playful look in their eyes. Similarly, no one would jump out to provoke Jing Dafeng. They might die, and it would be the Fu clan that would lose face. The people of the Fu clan would even feel that death was not worth it. Don't waste the clan's money. Jing Dafeng went up the stage alone. He did not say anything to Qin Pingon and just walked up the stairs. Qin Pingon glanced at the surroundings and quickly withdrew his gaze, and then he raised his head to look at the stairs. Fu Nanhua stared at this guy from afar and was very surprised. The tanned and thin young man in the mud bottle alley was really lucky. After leaving the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, he had become so confident in just a few years. Not only did he not avoid Fu Nanhua and Old Dragon City, but he also came to mess things up. And in the group that came to congratulate them last time, Xianxia of Yunxia Mountain, who should have been dead, not only left the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven alive and returned to Yunxia Mountain, but he also improved his cultivation level. After she saw him that day, Xianxia's attitude was also worth thinking about. After Jing Dafeng walked to the highest point of the dragon ascending stage, Qin Pingon cast his gaze even higher. There was a sea of clouds, but since he was in the territory of Old Dragon City, he couldn't see it even if he looked up. Only by taking a ferry and looking down from above could he see the magnificent scene. According to Jing Dafeng, this sea of clouds was the real foundation of the Fu clan that had been standing in Old Dragon City for thousands of years. Its history could be traced back to the Aquarius continent where the last true dragon came ashore. After that, there was the underground dragon path, the bloody battle in the Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, the Crab Memorial Arch, the small town, the well, the snowy night, the girl who almost froze to death in front of Qin Pingon's ancestral house in the mud bottle alley, and the girl who was saved by Qin Pingon coincidentally went next door and became Song Jisun's servant girl. Old Daoist Dong Hai brought Qin Pingon to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land for an unknown number of years. Along the way, the old Daoist said, "Everything in the world has a context that can be observed. The thoughts of the people in the world can be traced." But these were all important things that Qin Pingon could not delve into at the moment. Above everyone's head on the huge sea of clouds, a green-robed girl was lying down. She looked at the dome that protected the world. If only she could see further. However, what could they do even if they saw it? Even if the secular dynasty was broken, the mountains and rivers were still there. She, Sun Jiashu in Old Dragon City, the woman he had met once by the Dragon Whisker River, and a few other people would probably be there. However, they were not good enough. As for the little girl who went up the dragon platform, she wanted to snatch the sea of clouds. He probably wanted to repair the dragon robe made by the Fu clan. Then there would be hope to upgrade the half-immortal dragon robe into a true immortal weapon. This made Fan Junmao very concerned. The battle for the Great Tao was more dangerous than life and death. For her, dying once wasn't a big deal at all. As long as the great Tao was not extinguished, she could come again. Therefore, the old man of the Yang family's shop was the only one who could not die. As long as the old man could still be there, Fan Junmao, Li Er's daughter, Li Lu, and all the people that the old man had chosen could die without being able to rest in peace. As for this world, apart from the old man, who else would Fan Junmao be afraid of? The answer was no. Even if the patriarchs of the three sects who had reached the end of their path came to Old Dragon City in person, and with their supernatural powers that were higher than the old man's, they could annihilate her in the truest sense of the word with a snap of their fingers. She only had hatred in her bones and there was no respect at all. On this point, Fan Junmao and GQ, who was on the platform, had different Daoists, but their hearts were the same. She suddenly sat up and looked at Fu Li on the dragon ascending platform in confusion. Xing Dafeng had already reached the peak. Fu Li was on guard. Today Fu Li did not use the half-immortal weapon that the nascent soul old ancestor had. Fu Li did not wear the old dragon robe. He also did not take out the half-immortal weapon that protected the Fu clan ancestral hall. Fu Li was unable to control the cloud sea above his head. This was why Fu Li only brought the half-immortal weapon that he had just bought from another continent. It was an ownerless flying sword left behind by a dead sword immortal. Fan Junmao felt that something was wrong. Something was very wrong. She patted the sea of clouds beneath her. Apart from bypassing the dragon platform, the sea of clouds suddenly sank and instantly enveloped the entire old dragon city. At the same time, Fan Junmao bit his finger and drew a talisman on his hand. It was an ancient talisman that had long been lost. Today's Qi cultivator's divine being controlling mountains and rivers was just an imitation of this talisman. After drawing the talisman, Fan Junmao relied on the sea of clouds to cover Old Dragon City. His face was pale and he clasped his hands together. Then he opened his arms. Images flashed between his hands. Fan Junmao looked at the images in front of him as if he was looking at flowers on horseback. Fu Clan Ancestral Hall, Sun Clan Ancestral Hall, Dusty Medicine Shop. When the image finally stopped on an old man standing on top of the outer city wall, the small mountain and river painting instantly shattered with a bang. Fan Junmao's palm was already bleeding. She forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood essence and lost dozens of years of cultivation for an ordinary nascent soul earth immortal. Fan Junmao's face was gloomy. She did not mind the loss of cultivation at all. Good heavens, a dragon that was at least in the 12th state of immortal. Could it be that old pervert from the Tongyi sect? Fan Junmao, who had always been broad-minded since she was enlightened, finally felt a little serious. If Xing Dafeng died on the dragon platform, she would think that it was because she was not as good as him. She could not blame anyone. However, if she walked down the dragon platform alive and died suddenly in the hands of an outsider, she would feel uncomfortable. This old dragon city had been her territory since ancient times. However, was it worth it for her to give up her life as Fan Junmao for a Xing Dafeng that she did not like? She leaned back and began to weigh the pros and cons. In fact, there were no pros, only cons. Therefore, she closed her eyes and sighed softly. At least she did not want to see Xing Dafeng make a fool of himself. After all, it was not funny at all. The dragon platform began to shake violently. The water of the East Sea and South Sea in the Aquarius continent surged and hit the shore. However, the Earth Immortals used their various magical powers to push them back. On the surface of the sea not far from the isolated island, a little Daoist boy stood on a floating huge golden gourd with a smile on his face. The parasol tree umbrella could not only protect one's life, but also block the prediction and rescue of Qin Pingan's descendant. There was no door to fortune and misfortune. You Qin Pingan are in trouble this time. You provoked the only person in the Tongyi continent that you should not have provoked. Otherwise, other than this person, you Qin Pingan would not have a big problem. In a battle of the same realm, you Qin Pingan do have some ability. You do not need to fear. Even the Jindan and Yuanying, the so-called Earth Immortals in the eyes of the secular world, you have the power to fight. Those of a higher level, the jade unpolished realm of the upper 5 realms, may not be willing to bully a young pure martial artist. Those of a higher level, the immortal realm, may see some clues about you and may not be willing to fall out with you. Unfortunately, this time the person who came down the mountain from the Tongyi sect, the most unscrupulous. Coincidentally, this unscrupulous old pervert was the second most powerful person in the entire Tongyi continent. After all, the Tongyi continent still had his own Daoist temple. Therefore, no matter how much you, Qin Pingon, planned and schemed, even if you didn't hesitate to spend countless resources and painstakingly set up a trap to protect that Jing Dafeng in the end, it would all be for naught. You might even die here. That was not bad. I will help you collect your corpse and bring it back to the Daoist temple, and obediently become nourishment for the lotus flower-blessed land. The small Daoist child who was standing on top of the gigantic golden blade strengthening gourd swayed and gloated. The show is about to begin. The small Aquarius continent is going to suffer. In less than an hour, the Dragon Ascension stage was completely silent. And the final result was inconceivable. The person who walked down the Dragon Ascension stage was actually Jing Dafeng, and the key was that his body was clean without any signs of injury or death. Fu Donghai and Fu Chunhua's emotions were fluctuating. They were unwilling to believe what they saw. Did their father Fu Feng die? That was not a bad thing. The two of them looked at each other with tacit understanding. Fu Nanhua's expression was calm with a smile on his face. His heart moved. After hearing the hidden words in his heart lake, Fu Nanhua flipped his palm and made a small movement that was hard to detect. Over at the Ding family's side, an old consecrator took a step forward and whispered to the Ding family patriarch, who quickly went to whisper to the Fong and Ho family patriarchs. The two of them had different expressions and finally nodded. Fu Nanhua's small movement was like a huge rock smashing into the lake, causing ripples. After Jing Dafeng walked down the Dragon Ascension stage, he did not say a word, and Qin Pingon accompanied Jing Dafeng into a carriage. Jing Dafeng's face immediately turned pale and said hoarsely, Fu Feng only fought halfway and already admitted defeat. He obviously did not want his face anymore. Fu Feng was not willing to fight to the death with me, and did not give me the chance to break through the bottleneck of the 9th realm and reach the 10th realm, and did not take out all his wealth to fight with me, and only exchanged injuries with me, so this trip back to the medicine shop will definitely be dangerous. Qin Pingon, think carefully. Will you get off halfway, or will you follow me back to the medicine shop? Qin Pingon said indifferently, Fu Feng is shameless, but I am. Jing Dafeng tilted his head and reached out to wipe away the blood flowing from his ear and laughed. Do you believe your own words? If you want your face, then for a few coins would you wait by the tree stump every morning, take the letter and then run around the small town? Qin Pingon shook his head. That money, I earned it with a clear conscience. Jing Dafeng laughed bitterly. What, do you want me to beg you before you are willing to leave? Qin Pingon said, it's useless even if you beg me. Jing Dafeng leaned back. What the F***ck do you want? Qin Pingon hesitated. Last time when I broke through an old dragon city, there was something strange, but it was not obvious. This time I went to Lotus Flower Blessed Land, and when I came back to Old Dragon City, for some reason, my intuition told me that in the well of my heart, there is an evil dragon that is looking up. Once I choose to leave, it might break free and come out of the water. This might be a natural disaster for me to go against the heavens and rebuild the Bridge of Longevity. When I crossed the stone arch bridge, I felt that I was accepted by the world, but it was actually an illusion. It is not a good thing, but I have already been targeted by the world. If I escape today, I will escape for the rest of my life. Jing Dafeng believed this. However, he knew in his heart that this was actually Qin Pingon's excuse, even though it was true. Jing Dafeng cursed, then don't die here because of me. Can't you find someone else? Don't make me feel like I owe you. Can't you go find Li Er, who looks at you differently, or your good brother Lu Xianyang? Qin Pingon pointed at Jing Dafeng's eyes. Your eyes are bleeding. Wipe them properly. You are not handsome to begin with. For that girl to like you, she must have bad taste. If she was still alive and saw your current appearance, she probably would not like you. Jing Dafeng laughed and kicked Qin Pingon lightly, but it was casually slapped away by Qin Pingon. The three carriages drove towards Old Dragon City. The three carriage drivers were all loyalists of the Fan family, and their expressions were calm. After driving for more than 10 miles, two Fong family guardians appeared on the road. The remaining 7th-tier martial artist and golden core cultivator were the only remaining. Jing Dafeng wanted to get off the carriage, but he was stopped by Qin Pingon. Sui Yu got off the carriage first and Lu Baixiang followed behind. However, Sui Yu was temporarily left to deal with the other two. Lu Baixiang followed the two carriages slowly, ready to assist Sui Yu at any time. One carriage stopped where it was. Then another Ho family guardian blocked the road. Zhou Xian jumped off the carriage. Another carriage from the Fan family stopped. Wei Xian walked and followed the last carriage that Qin Pingon and Jing Dafeng were in. Behind them were the Ding family guardians. Wei Xian was wearing a dragon robe and dew armor on the outside. He stopped and the carriage continued forward. Jing Dafeng shook his head and said, "This is the Fu family's idea. The situation is completely different from what we predicted. Ascending the dragon platform battle is much better than expected, but walking off the dragon platform is much worse than the worst result. The Fu family doesn't even care about the face of the Jiang family of Cloud Forest. What is going on?" Approaching the eastern gate of Old Dragon City, Qin Pingon lifted the curtain and glanced. "This means what I said at the time. The cultivator of the upper 5 realms hiding behind the scenes has appeared, and he is not in the Jade Pure realm. Even if he is in the 11th realm, he is most likely a sword cultivator. That is why the Jiang family of Cloud Forest is able to endure. But the worst situation is that the great cultivator waiting for us has long been involved in the marriage of the Jiang family's legitimate daughter to Old Dragon City. Killing you, Jing Dafeng, is just a casual action, a small prize for a big deal. As for the Fan family, they may have already been excluded and will be dealt with. Whether Fan Junmao acts or not, the Fan family already has signs of being destroyed." Jing Dafeng said self-deprecatingly, "In this case, I, Jing Dafeng, will die without a burial place. Let's see if the great cultivator waiting for me will give me a chance to reach the 10th realm." The carriage slowly stopped. Qin Pingon lifted the curtain and looked up at the top of the city wall. He said softly, "It may be more difficult." Jing Dafeng and Qin Pingon stood side by side on the main road into the city. There were 3 people standing on the city wall. An ordinary old man, the direct disciple of the Tongyi sect, Du Yan, and his wife, Madame Ding. The handsome Du Yan laughed softly and said, "Old ancestor, you are going personally. Isn't this too much of a bully?" The old man smiled and said, "If you don't use your cultivation to bully others, then why do you cultivate so hard? Also, my cultivation now, did it fall from the sky? Didn't I save it little by little through countless battles and narrow escapes?" Du Yan smiled and nodded. "Old ancestor is right." Du Yan hesitated. "That guy called Qin Pingon?" The old man smiled and said, "I've heard of this young man's name. Previously that trash borrowed the sect's treasure, but in the end, it was a sword practitioner who beat him to it and killed the big demon of the Fushang sect. Jiang Shangzhen got a great deal for nothing. I know that sword practitioner's name. He is very powerful. Anyway, he is the disciple of the sage of literature. In the first 100 years he broke the sword hearts of many excellent sword embryos in various continents. For example, Chao Jun in the Hassa continent was in the limelight for a while. Later, the old scholar imprisoned himself in the meritorious forest of the Learning Palace and disappeared. His sword skills are very brilliant. Anyway, I heard the name Qin Pingon when I was at sea. So Qin Pingon must have a deep connection with the sage of literature." Du Yan's scalp tingled. To make the ancestor of the revival of the Tongyi sect say, powerful, and very brilliant, what kind of outstanding sword immortal was he? As for sage of literature, old scholar, and deep connection, Du Yan felt that this time Qin Pingon would be safe and sound. But that Jing Dafeng would definitely die. Unexpectedly, the old man said, "Otherwise, why do you think I took that fairy with me? I'm waiting for that person. I'm not afraid of him coming, but I'm afraid that he will let me take that natal item for nothing." Du Yan's mood was agitated. He bowed and said, "Old ancestor, you are so powerful. You are the best in the Tongyi continent." The old man sneered, "Don't say this kind of nonsense. If you have the ability, go to my height yourself. Don't let your own descendants and future disciples flatter you." Du Yan said nervously, "I don't dare to expect that." The old man shook his head and said, "So you are also a useless trash. But you are lucky to have my surname." Du Yan was not depressed at all. Instead, he smiled happily and said, "Being lucky is also a skill." For the first time, the old man nodded and said, "That's right." The old man took a step forward. In an instant, the old man came directly in front of Jing Dafeng. He was only 2 or 3 steps away, almost face to face. Because of his short stature, the old man had to look up slightly at this badly injured 9th realm martial artist. He smiled and asked, I heard that you are the gatekeeper of the Pearl Grotto Heaven and do odd jobs for that weird old man. I wonder if he has the guts to leave that cage and find trouble with me if I kill you? Jing Dafeng was indifferent. He just threw a punch. The old man put his hands behind his back and took the punch while standing. He slid back a few steps but his whole body was still standing. On the other hand, Jing Dafeng's abdomen was pierced by a small boat-like object that was as long as 2 arms. The old man habitually stuck out his thumb and wiped away a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. That's all you have? I'm not a pure martial artist. Didn't they say that the body of a chi cultivator is made of paper? I don't think so. The old man flicked away the blood and then pointed at Jing Dafeng's abdomen. This is not the natal flying sword of a sword cultivator. I hate sword cultivators the most in my life. They like to show off too much, especially sword immortals. They are so arrogant that I can't wait to dig out their eyeballs and stuff them into their butts. It's a pity that when I can do that, I have to abide by the rules of this world again. It's a big cage and I can't leave the mountain easily. Don't you think it's hateful? Speaking of this, the old man glanced at the sky screen. Jing Dafeng stepped on the ground and threw another punch at the old man. However, the old man turned sideways and at the same time pressed Jing Dafeng's head with one hand and pushed it back. Jing Dafeng flew back more than 1,000 feet. The small boat shaped like a flying sword was still firmly nailed to his abdomen. He fell into a pool of blood and struggled to get up again and again but fell back to the ground again and again. The old man turned to look at Qin Pingon and asked, "Can you call someone?" Without waiting for the young man's reply, he had already waved his sleeve. A white robe flew out and spun in the air before landing on the ground. He stomped heavily on the ground and stopped his body from falling back. His sleeves fluttered. The old man was slightly surprised. "You're better than I thought. To think that you don't want to be a good-for-nothing. Not bad, not bad. It's a pity that your surname is not Du even if you die, it's not? What a pity." The old man raised his hand and pressed down gently. A golden palm as big as a mountain broke through the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City and pressed down on the mountain above Qin Pingon's head. Qin Pingon punched the sky with the steaming cloud swamp style. Within a radius of 100 zhang, dust flew everywhere, covering the sky and the sun. In the huge pit, Qin Pingon slowly walked up the slope and reappeared in the old man's vision. The old man looked around and nodded in realization. It seems that person is not your guardian. Naturally, he can't make it in time. Between the words, Qin Pingon, whose golden robe had been beaten, seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. His whole body flew into the air, drew an arc and crashed into the wall of Old Dragon City behind the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "So what if he's a good seedling? He's not even in the upper 5 realms. Isn't he still a good-for-nothing?" Without looking at the wall behind him, the old man stretched out his arm and flicked his finger behind him. At the place where Qin Pingon crashed into the wall, a huge crack appeared. After being flicked by the old man, Qin Pingon, who was already deep in the wall, directly broke through the entire wall and landed in the outer city. The old man scratched his head and waited for a moment. The world was particularly quiet. Jing Dafeng half squatted on the ground and raised his head. The old man smiled and said, "You can try to break that old pipe. I'm very curious whether that old man came to save you personally or with some small tricks." Jing Dafeng vomited blood and said with difficulty, "It's enough to kill me." The old man shook his head and said, "If that old man from Pearl Grotto Heaven stood in front of me and said this to me, I might consider it." The old man frowned and turned his head to look. The young man actually forced himself to reappear in the big hole in the wall, holding something like a pill in his hand. An instructor's face was gloomy. "It's an upper 5 realm monster core. If it's something that's been refined, the entire east side of Old Dragon City will be destroyed when it explodes." Fu Nanhua laughed loudly and said, "This person will definitely not do that." The instructor's expression was strange. She glanced at Fu Nanhua and the latter chuckled softly. "This kind of person is so stupid." Sun Jiaxu sighed. Qin Pingon really wouldn't do that. As soon as he took a step, he was pressed on the shoulder by a nascent soul realm old man. "Don't force yourself. Otherwise, the Sun family's plan will all be in vain." Sun Jiaxu struggled for a while, but he was still pressed down by the old man. "You can be willful about other things, but not this. This isn't just about you, Sun Jiaxu." Sun Jiaxu still wanted to speak, but he was knocked unconscious by the Sun family's old man. Qin Pingon sat on the edge of the broken wall and spread out his palm. I'll use this monster core to buy Jing Dafeng's life. Although he was quite far away, the old man still heard it clearly. What do you mean by the life of a ninth realm martial artist? Is it worth so much money? After thinking for a while, the old man smiled and nodded. But no matter how few ninth realm martial artists there are, it's still more than this 12th realm monster core. I agree. He reached out and grabbed the 12th realm monster core, then sneered, I'll leave Jing Dafeng's life to you. As for this kid's martial arts realm, don't keep it. The old man stomped his foot. A series of cracking sounds came from Jing Dafeng's back as he struggled to get up. A ninth realm martial artist, as if he had no bones, collapsed to the ground. The old man looked at the young man. All right, now what are you going to use to buy your life? Remember, it has to be more precious than the monster core of a 12th realm great demon. The young man sat cross-legged, covered in blood. His face could no longer be seen clearly. The old man smiled. They all say that I have a bad temper. Today I'll make an exception and wait for you. This ordinary-looking ancestor of the Tong Yi sect's resurgence had a natal immortal weapon called the Sword Devourer boat. It was the complete corpse of a huge treasure devourer whale from ancient times. It had taken 600 years for it to be refined. In those 600 years, the Tong Yi sect had poured in all their manpower and resources. The only time the Tongye sect had been overshadowed by the Yugui sect in the south was during those bleak years. First, the sect master of the founding ancestors' lineage had perished during a trip to the central divine continent. Without an immortal to hold the fort, the sect was in dire straits. Then the Tongye sect had emptied its finances for the sake of the Du clan's patriarch. After the old cultivator had refined his natal immortal weapon, he had gone into seclusion for several hundred years. But when this old man came out of seclusion, the first thing he did was to take the giant ferry to the Jade Gui sect's mountain. He challenged an unpolished Jade Realm Sword Immortal to a battle of life and death. In the end, he killed the Sword Immortal and even devoured the Sword Immortal's natal flying sword. Since he could devour a Sword Immortal's flying sword, what else in the world could he not eat? The old man waited for a moment, then asked, Have you thought it through? Qin Pingon shook his head. No. The old man smiled. The sword nurturing gourd at your waist. It's not bad. When the jade pendant. It's quite old. It's actually something close. Unfortunately, it's not enough to buy your life. Besides, if you die, everything will be mine. Qin Pingon lowered his head and patted the sword nurturing gourd. He squeezed out a smile and said in other people's language, This is how it will be for the rest of my life. Run if you can. Afterwards, he reached out with a trembling hand. His left hand was covered in blood and he tore off the jade tablet at his waist. He clenched it tightly in his palm, wanting to crush this object that he had painstakingly extracted from his aperture point. There was only one thought in his mind. This thing, even if he died, could not be left to others. The thing close to him was safe and sound. Qin Pingon was full of guilt. But in the end he felt a little wronged. Qin Pingon, who had never complained. He felt a little wronged. He raised his arm that was holding the jade pendant and held it in front of his eyes. His tears were mixed with blood. He did not want the world to see this scene. Qin Pingon put down his hands and slowly closed his eyes. He raised his head and glanced at the south. I have a sword that can move mountains and overturn seas. The ancestor who revived the Tong Yi sect sneered. What are you doing? Shouldn't your last words be to curse me for being a bully? So he drove his natal immortal weapon and pierced the abdomen of the young man at the city entrance. For some reason the jade pendant was crushed. The old man frowned slightly. But he only felt that it was a pity that something close to him was missing. On the peak of Sui Mountain, an old scholar who was sitting on the top of the stone tablet and trying to exhaust the golden-armored immortal had been silently deducing heaven and earth. Suddenly his expression changed. He stood up and said in a deep voice with a rare solemn expression, Blockhead, help me break the barrier between the two continents. Don't ask. Hurry. Sui Mountain God, who was wearing a golden armor and leaning on the ground with a sword, was even more confused. He nodded and did not ask anything. Then he showed his golden body Dharma form, which was as tall as a mountain. He slashed with his sword and directly chopped out an endless void similar to the river of time. The old scholar rushed over. The gap closed. The entire Central Plains divine continent's sway mountain was trembling. Between heaven and earth, someone seemed to have heard old Long Cheng's words. She softly replied. Coming. After the Pearl Grotto heaven shattered, the entire 1,000 li of land started to shake violently. Wan Tong's face was ashen. He tried his best to suppress the crazy chaos of fate. On a large cliff of the beheading dragon platform, a tall white figure rushed out. She wore 2 snow-white sleeves and flew straight into the sky. She stopped at the dome of the vast sky. Then she glanced at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent. Her figure was like a sword. Wherever the snow-white figure went, above the entire Aquarius continent, there would be bursts of thunder in the cold season. 368. 15,000-word chapter. After waiting for a while, Du Mao still didn't show up. Looking at the ancestor mountains, Wuxia laughed. Still not showing up? As expected of an ascendant realm cultivator, I guess even my flying sword can't pierce your face. However, they suddenly noticed something strange. There was an immortal pavilion on the mountainside of Ancestral Master Mountain. It was an immortal land, and there was an old cultivator in the unpolished Jade realm. He seemed to be protecting a young girl with a good constitution. At this moment, everyone looked at the girl strangely. She was a very young cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm. When she found that Zhou Xian was looking at her, she immediately lowered her head in fear. Zhou Xian frowned. Because many disciples of the Tongyi sect looked at the mountainside of the Ancestor Mountain almost at the same time, as if they were looking for her. The old Jade Realm cultivator beside the girl who might be her protector, was so angry that his face turned green, but he didn't dare to provoke the sword cultivator with infinite killing power. The girl was timid and suffered a great grievance, so she began to cry silently. If a sect on a mountain wanted to gain a foothold and even look down on the mountains, it was actually very simple. That was, they had to be able to fight. In the past, they had accumulated family property, passed down incense, and had magic skills that could reach the upper 5 realms. They could be deeply rooted and then spread their branches and leaves. Now they had those who smashed the place. If they could beat them, they could go and smash other people's places. They could at least defeat them and support the sect and protect the younger generation. In the future, they would be more arrogant and despotic now. When the time came, what would they do in the future? Would they still want the Ancestor Hall? After all, in the cultivation on the mountain, revenge was not particular. It was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. There were those who deliberately waited for 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Then, this reincarnated girl who was in the Jade Primitive Realm in her previous life, after a cultivator who was good at divination in the Tongyi school pointed out the general direction, the school spent nearly 30 years painstakingly finding the place. Then some people deliberately hid their names and waited for her for decades. Several years after she was born, they successfully brought her back to the mountain after a series of fights. Therefore, this girl who was brought back to the Tongyi sect belonged to the category of people who could fight in the future. It was similar to Taiping Mountain's female crown princess Huang Ting. However, she was still far from Huang Ting's cultivation and aura. The latter was especially important as it involved the heart of the Great Tao. The Lord of Heaven of Mount Taiping and Song Mao must have scolded Huang Ting many times for stirring up trouble, but in their hearts they must be overjoyed. The only regret of this young girl whom the Tongye sect had placed high hopes on was that although her aptitude was good, her temperament was too soft. She had left the mountain several times to temper her Tao heart, and the sect's evaluation was always that she had extraordinary talent and a refreshing temperament. There were hundreds of words of praise and appreciation, but every time at the end, they would add 1 or 2 sentences, such as that she had a mellow temperament and was slightly less decisive to kill. However, due to her special status, no one dared to say anything harsh to her. The Du clan, which was the largest clan in the Tongyi sect, treated her as their favorite. The reason was simple. Besides the fact that she was an unpolished jade cultivator in her past life, there was an even more important identity. She was indeed the mother of the ancestor of resurgence, Du Mao. He was looking for the reincarnated person to renew his good karma. Generally, only the immortals on the mountain with the word sect had such a background and means. He was stunned for a moment, holding the sword with one hand and scratching his head with the other. Probably because he didn't want to scare an innocent girl, he explained, "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. We scholars like to use puns." It was fine if he didn't say it. Anyway, the girl was already scared out of her wits. This explanation. The girl with a pale face began to wrinkle her small face little by little. She had just secretly wiped her tears away, and she struggled not to show her timid side in front of this big villain. Otherwise, according to her temperament in the past, she would have been so aggrieved that her eyeballs would have fallen down. He was in a dilemma. However, he didn't want to say anything more. Xiaoqi was not good at dealing with girls, but Cui? That bastard was a little better. He always felt that a girl's mind was more difficult to understand than a teacher's knowledge. In short, it was more difficult than reading. As for whether Xiaoqi's knowledge was great or not, compared to Qi Jingquan's orthodox and Cui, his crooked mind was indeed much worse. Since he was young, he didn't like to read. He was forced to read by the old scholar, so he naturally had some knowledge. Ordinary scholars of the academy were not qualified to discuss the Tao with Xiaoqi. One had to know where Xiaoqi came from when he practiced the sword. The earliest was from books, from innumerable cliff stone carvings, from innumerable tablet rubbings. Xiaoqi had accompanied him through countless mountains and rivers in order to help him practice the sword smoothly. Xiaoqi sighed softly and looked in the direction of the central divine continent. He retracted his gaze and found that beside the girl, there was a youth with innate sword embryo aptitude. His eyes were sharp and stubborn, staring straight at him. Even if his eyes were burned by his sword qi, he was still unwilling to turn his head. Xiaoqi glanced at a certain place in the ancestral mountain. "Dumao, I know what you want to do. Why don't you try? I'll wait for you." After that, Xiaoqi casually slashed with his sword, and another large door appeared in the formation barrier behind him. He turned and walked out. Xiaoqi was at the border of the Tongyi sect. He hovered in the air and closed his eyes to rest. When the sun rose from the east, he started to use the purest sword qi and sword intent to shatter some solidified fate of the mountains and rivers. For example, a certain mountain, a certain river, a certain towering tree that had the potential to become a demon, a certain pavilion that suppressed the evil aura, or a powerful object buried underground. A small amount of spirit qi leaked out. Generally speaking, it didn't seem like much was lost. In reality, the consequences were very serious. The fate of the mountains and rivers was about hiding wind and gathering water. Where it was hidden and where it gathered was very particular. Who would dare to carelessly take in such a chaotic fate? Fortune and disaster were unpredictable. This sword cultivator blocked the entrance of the Tongyi sect. Like an old farmer, he started to dig up the foundation of the Tongyi sect. Because it was at the border, it was inevitable that there would be waves of spirit qi flowing into the fields of others. At first, the Tongyi sect didn't dare to come out and collect the spirit qi back into the sect. Later on, the Tongyi sect was really distressed about the spirit qi. They sent an old golden core cultivator to his death and used a magic treasure to capture the spirit qi. Unexpectedly, the sword cultivator didn't even look at the little golden core. He just landed on the surface of a large river. The fine strands of spirit qi nurtured by the river water beneath his feet instantly shattered. Another gold core cultivator mustered up his courage and flew out of the mountain, following behind the sword cultivator from a distance of several dozen miles. He carefully gathered the scattered spiritual aura and tried his best to put it back into the river, helping to sort out and stabilize the water circulation. After 10 days, the sword cultivator and the badly battered earth immortal cultivators of the Tongyi continent coexisted peacefully. They each did their own things. After another 10 days, the sect released the ban. Some cultivators of the middle 5 realms below the golden core stage began to secretly approach the sword cultivator. They were separated by a distance of 30 to 50 miles. They had different feelings and were extremely complicated. After another 10 days, even many young cultivators of the lower 5 realms began to join in the fun and admire this person. As for the sword cultivator named Left and Right, he never paid attention to the Tongyi sect cultivators except for an occasional glance at the peak of the ancestral Master Mountain. After the Great Cold, the new year was not far away. There was a saying in the market below the mountain that the new year was hard to pass every year. The disciples of the Tong Yi sect, who had been flaunting their prowess in the continent for countless years, only knew that their sect would also face difficulties. Then one day the Tong Yi sect deliberately set up an ambush, using 2 Jade Realm cultivators and nearly 10 Earth Immortals. Left and right broke through with a sword. Then they changed their route and went to the vicinity of the ancestral Master Mountain. From the top of the mountain to the foot of the mountain, a forbidden mountain that was supposed to be gifted to a future Jade Realm cultivator as a residence for immortals was split open with a sword, creating a huge canyon. They left in a carefree manner. After that, they continued to block the door and poach people. After such a big commotion, there was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The Tong Yi sect and the Earth Immortals of the nascent Soul Realm had already known about it. But the Academy didn't come out to stop them, so no one dared to come and watch the show. Except for one person. Xianxia, the Jade sect cultivator of the Jade sect, whose natal item was a willow leaf, was the head of the Jiang family. After bowing and apologizing to his left and right, he looked at them with a straight face for a long time, and then suddenly burst out laughing that shook the sky. When he rushed to the north and returned to the south, he traveled with the wind twice, deliberately, very slowly and swaggeringly, swinging his 2 sleeves. As a result, he was almost split in half by the left and right swords. However, Xianxia was still laughing happily even as he was fleeing in a sorry state. One day, a young girl stood timidly in the distance and asked in a trembling voice, "Why did you destroy the fate of my sect for no reason?" Since he was now familiar with the Tong Yi sect, some of the disciples of the Tong Yi sect thought that he couldn't hear them whispering, but he heard them clearly. So after thinking about it, he replied, "How can such a prodigal be the ancestor of resurgence? I think he is the ancestor of destruction, so you shouldn't have given birth to Du Mao." The delicate young girl's face was full of shame and indignation. The young man who accompanied the young girl here was also the hope of the Tong Yi sect for the next 1,000 years. Compared to his soft peers, the young man's personality was full of sharpness. He carried a long sword personally bestowed by Ancestor Du Mao on his back, his eyes full of hatred. "Sooner or later, you will die under my sword." Left and right laughed. "Since that's the case, then I will do as the Romans do." The sect master of the Tong Yi sect, who had yet to fully recover from his injuries, a purple-robed sword cultivator, descended from the sky, blocking in front of the young boy and girl, protecting them behind him. He actually apologized to left and right. "Child's words carry no harm. I implore Sword Immortal not to take them to heart." Left and right sat cross-legged outside the cliff of a mountain peak, saying, "I heard that your Tong Yi sect has always liked to throw flying swords and smash arcane treasures at the slightest disagreement. If you can't beat them, you will announce your name, return to the mountain, and complain a few times to your elders. In the end, you will rush down the mountain to chop people. Is it like this?" The purple-robed sword cultivator smiled bitterly and said nothing. Left and right laughed. "Are you saying, 'So what if I am, in your heart?'" The purple-robed sword cultivator's expression changed greatly, ruthlessly slapping the young man's face, saying angrily, "Kneel and kowtow, apologize to the Sword Immortal. Kowtow until the Sword Immortal is satisfied." A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of the young man's mouth. "I won't kowtow even if I die." Left and right smiled. "I really have no interest in teaching these arrogant connate sword embryos how to be reasonable. If a child is not taught properly, it is the fault of the father, and if a teacher is not strict enough, it is the laziness of the teacher. As an elder, take another blow from my sword." The purple-robed sword cultivator's abdomen was pierced by a sword, once again smashing through the mountain peak behind him, tragically falling to the ground. As for whether or not he had deliberately suppressed his realm, allowing left and right to appease his anger, only the heavens and earth would know. Left and right looked at the young man. "Not going to say anything more? Perhaps Du Mao will come out to protect you." The young man's face was pale. Left and right said, "You will die if you don't say anything." "If you say something more, perhaps someone will help you block a blow. What will you choose at this time?" The young man with the sword on his back was conflicted. The young girl suddenly stood in front of the young man, heartbroken, crying, "Don't force him anymore, his sword heart will shatter. You are so powerful, why lower yourself to his level?" Left and right smiled. Ask your son. The young girl cried until her vision blurred. She only felt that how could there be such an unreasonable person in the world? Left and right stood up. Previously, you didn't want to kowtow for the sake of face to sell yourself to some elders of the sect, wanting to leave a good impression. Now you don't even dare to say anything even if you die because you truly cherish your life. Khanate sword embryos like you. Left and right looked to the north, mocking himself. Why did I only begin to realize the good of little junior brother after returning to this world? Left and right once obtained that sword by chance. Left and right once joked that he had obtained a 3-foot sword, crossing the sea to kill a whale, sheathing it and hanging it on the wall, still making clanging sounds. Left and right later left the central divine continent, far away from the human world, traveling on the sea and never studying again. Left and right said to the girl, let's not talk about Du Mao and your past relationship with Du Mao. Let's just talk about this visit. I have indeed implicated you and made you a laughingstock. It was my fault first. You can make a reasonable request. The young girl wiped away her tears, half believing and half doubting. Really? Left and right nodded. You only have one chance, it must be reasonable. The young girl mustered her courage. Then please let him go, don't suppress his sword heart anymore. Left and right nodded. All right. As expected, he deliberately retracted the sword chi that naturally flowed outside. Actually, the young girl didn't know that left and right didn't target the young genius sword heart, but that this person's sword heart wasn't pure enough. Otherwise, having a sword cultivator by his side was not a small blessing. It could be said to be entering a room of orchids. The young girl smiled through her tears, but probably because she felt that smiling at this big enemy was no different from a despicable act of deceiving her master and betraying her sect, she hurriedly put on a straight face. Left and right turned around, preparing to continue to slash the mountains and disperse the chi of this Tongyi sect. Turning his head, he said, Du Mao is really a wastrel, you will know soon. The young girl was at a loss. Behind her, the young man trembled, his body was unstable, and his sword heart was even more unstable. Left and right swept far away, the sword chi like a rainbow. At the ancestral Master Mountain, the strange phenomenon of the small grotto heaven of Wutong was becoming more and more obvious. Want to ascend? You have to ask my sword if it agrees. A cross-continent ferry from the North Continent had already arrived above the territory of the Eastern Aquarius continent. The speed was extremely fast and countless immortal money had been spent. The passengers were naturally happy to see it, who wouldn't want to reach their destination earlier. It was said that a rich old nascent soul cultivator had spent a large sum of money to make this ferry so fast. A short and strong man lived in the cheapest house at the bottom, living in seclusion. He should be a pure martial artist, but it was impossible to tell what realm he was at. In fact, even if one couldn't tell, it was enough to make the smarter chi refinement warriors wary. The legendary 10th realm of martial arts, the ultimate martial artist, had 3 levels: vigorous, pure, and divine. After Li Er left the top of the Lion Peak, his aura rose all the way, inexplicably entering the realm of pure. Li Er felt that it was quite good. Tearing down the ancestral hall, one's fist had to be hard. Undercurrents were surging in Old Dragon City. The Fan family had been biding their time. Of course, in the eyes of most people in the ancestral hall of the Fan family, this was called waiting for death. The Sun family also did not make a big move. Although they had long chosen to rely on the Fu family, they were not in a hurry to submit any proof of allegiance. The dusty medicine shop was still a lively little place that no one disturbed. Qin Pingon sat behind the counter. On the table there was the smallest piece of the dragon-slaying platform, which was the size of a ruler. Chu Yi and 15 were sharpening their swords. The two of them flew past the dragon-slaying platform, sparks flying everywhere. They were excited and happy. Qin Pingon was calculating for himself. The golden jade pendant with the words, "I am good at nurturing the Great Spirit," could absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth on its own. It was a small cave that could be hung around the waist. It was a pity that he couldn't hang it now because it conflicted with the array of the dusty medicine shop and the evil spirit of the Zhao family's Yin spirit. When he reached a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters, he could take it out. Pei Qian liked it very much. Previously he couldn't put it down at the counter. He touched it for a long time, but in the end he was too embarrassed to borrow it from Qin Pingon. Unable to solve the urgent problem, Qin Pingon could only temporarily hide this jade pendant. However, what he cared about the most and hurt the most at the moment was the yang spirit body of the great cultivator of the Ascendant Realm. This was the real slew of an immortal. Young Cui, or Cui Dongshan's current appearance was like this. However, there was a lot of knowledge in how to use this slew. If he was not careful, he would lose everything. If he used it well, he would make a lot of money. It was more difficult than refining the natal item. Socialite Chun first, he had to open the door. The slew of an immortal was a veritable invincible golden body. The natal flying sword of a sword cultivator in the middle 5 realms might not be able to stab anything with all its strength. Secondly, like Cui Dongshan who took over the nest, it meant that the soul that entered the door had to be complete and strong enough, and it had to be a person with a strong will. Otherwise, in the end, it might be the end of Du Mao's resurgence. Once he took the opportunity to return to the Tongye sect, the Yang spirit would return. The consequences would be unimaginable. Thirdly, how to nourish it. If the slew of an immortal was put aside, it would not be a problem for thousands of years. However, once there was a new owner, he would have to spend money. Fourthly, how the new Du Mao grew up and how to choose the cultivation path. Otherwise, it would be a waste of God's gift. There was a saying in the secular dynasty to praise officials called the prime minister's character. However, there was still a long way to go before he could truly become an official of the dynasty, and he even had to rely on luck. Qin Pingon asked the Yin spirit surnamed Zhao about this matter in detail, but the latter was vague because it involved a lot of inside stories, so he didn't dare to say much. He owed the Fan family or Fan Junmao 50 grains of grain rain money. There were only a few coins left in his bag of gold essence copper coins. Spending money like running water and not being able to make ends meet was the current awkward situation Qin Pingon was in. Pei Qian's thoughts were always bold and unconstrained. He said that time was like a flying sword passing by with a whoosh. He couldn't even see the tail. Qin Pingon felt that the silver in his pocket was running faster than the flying sword. He sighed and put away the jade pendant. However, the medicine shop was destined to have no customers, so he let Chu Yi and Shiwu continue to sharpen their swords. This time he had brought Chu Yi and Shiwu along with him to fight non-stop. Their swords had been blunted by a lot. According to the Yin spirit Zhao, if they continued to expend their energy like this, once a crack appeared on the flying sword, it would be a disaster. However, if he ate the dragon beheading platform, he could repair it. Such a small piece of the dragon beheading platform was the dream of all the sword cultivators in the world. Could be sold for a lot of grain rain money. It was not without reason that ordinary sword cultivators were almost paupers. Even Alliance, when he roamed the pugilistic world of the Central Plains, before he went to the inverted mountain, he owed a huge debt. Although he did not use all of it to nurture his swords, the main thing was that every time he fought he had to fork out money to help those pitiful sects repair their mountains. This cost took up most of his expenses. However, it was already an unwritten rule that it was the hardest for sword cultivators to earn money. The reason was simple but also not simple. The simple reason was that only the sword needed to burn money. There was no need to be distracted or greedy for other Dharma treasures. What was not simple was that this item was already harder to nurture than other Qi refinement warriors. If Qi refinement warriors were really short of money, they could at least sell some of their family assets for money. They could tear down the east wall to pay the west wall and raise the rank of a Dharma treasure that was suitable for the current cultivation. What did sword cultivators sell? Their own natal flying swords. Although Pei Qian could not bear the pain of opening her tendons, bones and joints, she still hoped that she could practice martial arts. As long as it was the kind that did not cause her pain, she was willing. For example, today she was asking Xiaobai for advice on martial arts. Old Wei did not like to talk about these and was annoyed by her. He ran into the house, rolled up his blanket and fell asleep. Pei Qian was so angry that she used her walking stick to poke at the blanket. Old Wei did not care and snored thunderously. Pei Qian could only settle for the next best thing. She asked Lu Baixiong, who was the second closest to her, for advice. Lu Baixiong walked to the courtyard. After thinking for a while, he began to imitate Qin Pingon's 6-step pile walking. It had a unique charm and was very freehand. As he walked, he turned and smiled at Pei Qian. If you teach a fist, don't teach the steps. If you teach the steps, hit the master. This is an excellent foundation of fist theory. Among the four of us, Zhou Xian's stance is the most open and the most compact. He is the most in line with the saying of retracting and releasing at will. After the 6-step pile walking, he lightly punched out with a bang. Lu Baixiang continued, "Only by exerting strength in 8 directions can you be half asleep and half awake. If there is any movement, your hair will be like a halberd and your fist will shake." Lu Baixiang landed on the ground with a whip kick. A person's spine is like the dragon veins of heaven and earth. Therefore, in martial arts, there is a saying called the Great Dragon Spine. It is not very profound, but it is extremely important. The spine is penetrated section by section, like a flood dragon swaying its body. In an instant it exerts strength. A pure stream of true qi suddenly flows through the qifu and meridians for hundreds of li, even thousands of li. Zhou Xian was sitting on a bench under the eaves. He was reading a novel that described the right amount of fat and thin, but not greasy, scholars and beauties. After hearing Lu Baixiang's words of praise, he laughed happily. Lu Baixiang was very patient. He asked with a smile, "Can you roughly understand? If not, I can break it down and explain it to you in detail." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "I understand, but I don't want to learn how to walk." Lu Baixiang laughed. "If you don't learn how to walk first, how will you run or fly in the future?" Pei Qian glanced at the narrow saber at Lu Baixiang's waist. "But I want to learn the most powerful sword arts. If I can't, then saber arts are fine too." Lu Baixiang turned to look at Qin Pingon, who was quietly sitting on a bench. He said helplessly, "I don't know what to do." When Pei Qian saw Qin Pingon, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. He immediately changed his tone and said seriously, "Then I'll learn how to walk first." Zhou Xian clicked his tongue. "Stubborn fence-sitters. You're just a money-losing commodity." Pei Qian held his mountain traveling staff and said angrily, "Don't think that you're so great just because you can cook well. If you have the ability, then come out and fight." Zhou Xian exclaimed. He closed the book and stood up with his back bent. "I don't believe in heresy. Today I must compare notes with you. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that I'm the best at fighting out of all the cooks in the dusty medicine shop." Pei Qian was not afraid at all. "Okay, let's start copying books." Zhou Xian sat back on the bench and continued reading. Qin Pingon did not pay any attention to these quarrels. Qin Pingon never restricted Pei Qian in these matters. Qin Pingon stood up with a smile. It was rare for him to be in such a leisurely mood. He stepped lightly into the center of the courtyard. His complexion was still not very good, but Qin Pingon's spirit was not bad at this moment. He walked slowly with the 6-step walking stance. His hands, however, were holding the drumming stance of a deity. The walking stance had nothing to do with one's cultivation level. If one were to describe the feeling of the fist intent, it could only be described as natural. Pei Qian only felt that the same walking stance after Qin Pingon became serious. Even just looking at it made him feel comfortable. Zhou Xian raised his head and smiled in amazement. "The meaning is a bit heavy." Lu Baixiang nodded. "I'm far from it." After Qin Pingon stopped, he looked around and said with a smile, "Sui Yu Wei Xian, it's your turn." Sui Yu, who had been standing silently by the window, turned around and sat back down at the table. Wei Xian's muffled voice came out of the room. "Domineering beyond compare." Pei Qian squatted on the ground and laughed wildly. "These guys still have the nerve to call me a fence-sitter?" Xing Dafeng actually walked to the door of the main room. He leaned against the door frame and looked up at the sun. He narrowed his eyes. "I've finally come back to life. If I lie down any longer, I'll go moldy." Pei Qian was surprised. "Xing Dafeng, you can walk now? Don't try to be brave. If you fall on your face, you'll have to lie down for 10 days to half a month." Xing Dafeng smiled. "My little grand, I beg you to think of me a little better." Pei Qian rolled his eyes. "You're taking my kindness for granted." After Qin Pingon nodded to Xing Dafeng, he sat back down on the bench. Pei Qian brought over some melon seeds and sat down on the bench. She opened her small palm full of melon seeds and placed it in front of Qin Pingon. Xing Dafeng walked very slowly and with small steps. He strolled under the eaves of the main room. He was not acting on impulse and forcing himself to get out of bed. It was just that this man's back was always hunched. No one seemed to see this scene and did their own things. Lu Baixiang took the chess set and chess box to play chess with Sui Yu. Zhou Xian flipped through the book and Wei Xian slept. Pei Qian accompanied Qin Pingon to eat melon seeds. The small medicine shop was a little more festive. One day at noon, a guest other than Fan Junmao and the Fan siblings came to the dusty medicine shop. A real guest. It was an old man with a foreign accent. He bought a lot of medicinal materials in the medicine shop, but complained that the price was a little expensive. The Yin spirit of the Zhao family could only secretly signal Qin Pingon. He could only see that this person's cultivation was quite condensed in the Dragon Gate realm. Qin Pingon's state of mind was calm. He had even fought with Du Mao, who was in the Ascendant realm. In any case, he had seen great storms and waves, so he still had this kind of composure. The sword spirit told Qin Pingon the words of Lord Sheng, which made him think about some things again. The truth of the world had always been there. Some people picked it up and regarded it as a standard, as a treasure. Some people disdained it, and even some people would step on it. It was not that the truth was wrong or bad. It was that there was a problem with people's hearts. The sword spirit especially said a few more words about the old Confucian who was in charge of the northern sky screen of the Tongye continent. He said that his end was not very good. According to the old scholar, he might lose the qualification to eat cold pig's head meat. After Qin Pingon pondered, he could not help but sigh at the complexity of the battle of the Great Tao. Even Lord Shing had to admit that the Tao De chapter was well written, and he was full of knowledge in the temple. Didn't he also do such an unreasonable and rude thing? But then again, this was one of the 72 sages of the temple. Didn't his truth and knowledge contribute to the education of the vast world? Of course it did, and it was definitely not small. Then did it mean that for the so-called great cause of 1,000 years and 10,000 years of prosperity, he targeted Qin Pingon this time? He must have taken the wrong path on his great Tao. Did he not go high enough or far enough? Also not. These days Qin Pingon would think about these great truths that he did not care about before. Anyway, he had nothing to do. At this moment in the medicine shop, the old man was a talkative person. He chatted with Qin Pingon, the shopkeeper, while selecting herbs. When paying the bill, the old man dressed like a rich man smiled and said, "Little shopkeeper, are you willing to listen to my advice?" The Yin deity of the Zhao family, who was hiding in the dark, felt his heart tighten. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Sir, just say it." The old man looked around and said seriously, "Good wine fears no dark alley. If you want to do business well, you need the help of young, good-looking and sweet-tongued ladies." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Forget it. Business is a little slow. I'll just make do with it." The old man smiled and said, "It's not good to be so old at such a young age." Qin Pingon smiled and did not say anything else. The old man sighed, "I'm just an outsider. I can tell from your accent. But Old Dragon City is such a big event, so I've heard a little about it. That's why I came to this shop. There's nothing to hide. You're not stupid and neither am I. There won't be anyone who dares to come here and cause trouble. Only someone like me, who's out of this world, right?" Qin Pingon did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Sir, you're an open-minded person." The old man pointed in the direction of the corner of the street and said, "I'm staying in a small inn not far from here. Don't worry, I'm not a person with ulterior motives." He suddenly revealed his Jindan stage cultivation base and asked with a smile, "Can you sell me at a cheaper price because I'm in Jindan stage Earth Immortal?" The Yin deity of the Zhao family in the alley was on guard. It was truly a case of being jittery at the slightest sound and treating everyone as an enemy. It had nothing to do with Jindan stage or Yuanying stage. When the old man did this, the Yin deity of the Zhao family wanted to curse. Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "That won't do. We don't care about relationships when doing business. If you want to talk to relieve your boredom, the shop and I welcome you." The old man carried bags of herbs and glanced at Qin Pingon. He sighed and said, "You're not a pretty girl. What's there to talk about?" Sui Yu was standing behind the bamboo curtain. When the old man released his Jindan stage aura, although it was only for a moment, Sui Yu still rushed over. But when she saw Qin Pingon bargaining with the old man, she was a little annoyed. After the old man saw Sui Yu's blurry appearance, he immediately turned to Qin Pingon and said in a deep voice, "I'm actually a medicine merchant. Come to the medicine shop every day in the future. Remember to open early and close late." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. When the old man left the shop, his steps were a little light. Why was he so happy? Sui Yu had already returned. Wei Xian and Zhou Xian also left. Only Lu Baixiang walked to the counter and asked curiously, "Only Jindan's stage?" After the Yin deity of the Zhao family appeared, "Unless he's immortal stage, he's really Jindan's stage." Lu Baixiang smiled bitterly and said, "How many immortals are there in such a big Tongye continent?" In the afternoon the old man came again and bought a bunch of herbs. The dusty shop earned more than 20 taels of silver. When he left, the old man was still looking behind the bamboo curtain. Qin Pingon sat at the table and said confidently, "This old man will definitely get along well with Xing Dafeng and Zhu Lian." Zhu Lian rubbed his fists and said, "Master, if that person comes again tomorrow, I'll test him." "Don't worry, master. This old servant will be able to tell whether or not we are kindred spirits by just casually chatting for a bit." Qin Pingon reminded him, "Remember to control the situation. Don't cause trouble." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "I know. I'll keep it in mind." Early the next morning the old man walked into the alley. Seeing that the shop was not open, he obediently squatted outside. Although Qin Pingon had already opened his eyes, he still opened the door on time to welcome the guest. When Qin Pingon accompanied the old man to pick herbs, Zhu Lian quietly came over. After thinking for a while, he said in confusion, "A beautiful woman on the street. She's from a rich family." The old man's eyes lit up. He said calmly, "There's a young girl in a brothel. It's difficult to recite the Shu Dao." Their gazes met. There was no doubt about it. They were kindred spirits. It was like meeting an old friend in a foreign land. After that, Qin Pingon had nothing to do. The two old men whispered seriously. In the end, the dusty shop earned a total of 80 taels of silver. Qin Pingon did not dare to eavesdrop. After all, it was a taboo. He asked curiously, "What did you talk about? You hit it off so well." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "Books have their own beauty, so I wanted to compare notes with this old senior." When Zhu Lian walked over to the bamboo curtain, he hit his palm with his fist. "Sure enough, there's always someone better. Old senior, you've put in a lot of effort." Qin Pingon shook his head. Alright, they really were kindred spirits. Plus, Xing Dafeng was starting to get out of bed and walk. It probably wouldn't stop. 2 days ago Xing Dafeng almost got stabbed by Sui Yu. The reason was that Fan Er, a good disciple, had found someone to draw a lifelike portrait of a person for his teacher. After he got it, Xing Dafeng hung it on the wall of his room. He wished he could burn incense every day. Then Pei Qian told on him. Sui Yu rushed over to take a look. It really was her portrait. Smiling very charmingly. Wearing rather cool clothes. If not for Qin Pingon stopping Sui Yu, Xing Dafeng probably would have been stabbed. In the end, it was Qin Pingon who ignored Xing Dafeng's pleas and took down the portrait and sent it to Sui Yu. Only then was this matter resolved. However, the enmity between Sui Yu and Xing Dafeng had been completely formed. Qin Pingon, this troublemaker, didn't have a good ending either. Sui Yu actually didn't destroy the painting. He sneered and said that it was better for Qin Pingon to keep it. After all, they were all the same. After thinking about it, Qin Pingon used Master Xing's theory of order. He grabbed Pei Qian's ear and told her to copy 1,500 words. Fan Er was a bit smart. After sending the painting, he did not come. Otherwise, Qin Pingon would teach him what a real tortoise fist was. It was the end of the year. He had to buy some New Year goods. Fan Junmao came and said that the Fan family and Fu family had secretly contacted each other. It was the latter who came to find them. Fu Yu personally found her. Fu Yu personally promised that he would compensate Dusty Medicine Shop with a sky-high price. Pei Qian, Wei Xian and Sui Yu went to buy New Year goods together. Hidden marriage chairman, wife, let's remarry, was Pei Qian's pleading Sui Yu. Then there was the old man who came to the small alley outside the medicine shop to chat with Zhu Lian every day. Today he was sitting in the corner. He was like an otherworldly expert looking down. These days Zhu Lian read more and more diligently. Most of the books were brand new. They were all gifted to him by that old senior. He would read almost every night under the light. On the night that Pei Qian and the others returned with a full load, Qin Pingon closed the medicine shop. He sat on a long bench and drank a little medicinal wine from the blade's strengthening gourd. Pei Qian played outside for a day and went to bed early. Of course she did not dare not copy books. Lu Baixiang walked over and sat beside him. He talked about some interesting stories of this world. Lu Baixiang felt that it was very interesting. He said that the Jianghu of Lotus Flower Blessed Land should learn from the actions of the sects here. For example, the vengeful killings of the cultivators here were very straightforward. There were a few unwritten rules on the mountain that were widely spread. First, when dealing with enemies that did not have the possibility of reconciliation, cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Second, those young disciples with low cultivation but good luck should not send their heads or treasures to others. Once they surrounded and killed someone, they would usually form a group. A disciple of the same cultivation level or the same level would be used to train their Dao. Once they were caught and killed in a fight, there was a possibility that they could absorb the fate energy of the unseen world. A temporary Dao protector was at least 1 or 2 realms higher than the person they killed. A cultivator with the highest cultivation level would secretly deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Third, if they still suffered a big loss at a critical moment that involved the survival of the sect, they could no longer care about face. They should give money and treasures. Fourth, no matter how high the cultivation level of the cultivators in the mountains was, it did not matter if they provoked them. These people without any backing were walking treasures. Once they dared to cause trouble, it would be a waste not to kill them. At the end, Lu Baixiang sighed from the bottom of his heart. It's really a different world. Also, the disciples here are too particular. Lotus Blossom Paradise can't compare at all. Then he turned his head and smiled. For example, how you treat Pei Qian. Qin Pingon grunted. It's very difficult to take in a disciple. It's not like I have to teach them everything. Pei Qian, at first I was unwilling to teach. Later I had the idea but I didn't dare to teach. Now I don't know how to teach. Qin Pingon raised his head and looked at the night sky. Zhou Xian joked that Pei Qian was a stubborn fence-sitter. Actually, I don't think it's that bad. A child, a teenager, and an adult. I think there are roughly 3 stages. The grass is weak, but its roots must be firmly rooted. When the wind blows, the grass moves. Actually, this is nothing. The grass is swaying back and forth. Next is the green bamboo in the mountains. Some people hate it and threaten to cut down 10,000 bamboo poles, but there are also scholars who like bamboo very much. In this world, there's even a bamboo grotto heaven and a green immortal mountain which is very famous. After that, it's the tall and straight pine trees. In the past, there was a very, very powerful swordsman who traveled with me. Now that I think about it, the way he looked at me was the same as the way I looked at Pei Qian. We were both asking each other questions. It was a silent test. At that time I had just started to practice boxing. Couldn't he teach me high-level sword arts? Couldn't he give me a mouthful of medicinal wine soaked in demon cores? Couldn't he teach me a high-quality physique tempering technique? Couldn't he give me artifacts and artifacts? Anything was fine. He could do it casually without batting an eye. But he didn't. Why? I never thought about it before. Later I thought about it but I didn't understand. It wasn't until I had Pei Qian by my side that I somewhat understood. Old Master Xing said that the world we live in is always so complicated. As we walked, weeds grew and the temples were in ruins. As we walked, willows rustled and peach blossoms bloomed. As we walked, the mountains were barren and the rivers were unruly. The night was deep. As we walked, the jade palaces shone brightly. Qin Pingon drank the last mouthful of medicinal wine for the night. Instantly his face flushed red. The alcohol was really strong. Qin Pingon rarely talked about these things with outsiders. Today was an exception. Because Lu Baixiang, Qin Pingon felt that he was a kindred spirit. He couldn't explain it clearly. It was just a feeling. Just like Old Man Yao and Saint Wan Qing, they were unwilling to take Qin Pingon as a disciple. Qin Pingon put away the blade's strengthening gourd and rubbed his face with both hands. Then he exhaled. White mist filled the air. He said softly, "When I look at this world, I always want to see the good and the bad clearly. For some people and things that aren't so important, I try to see the good in them. It's not that others don't like me, Qin Pingon, and don't think highly of me, Qin Pingon. Even if there was a dispute, he must be wrong. In your Lotus Flower Blessed Land, there's a martial arts master called Lu Zong the Sharpener. He said something very interesting. The road under our feet is so wide. There's nothing wrong with us going our own way. I think there's nothing wrong with this sentence. It's just that how can there be no good and bad people in life? Besides the major right and wrong, it's a little vague. It said that human life is precious. This is considered a major right and wrong. For example, that Ascendant Realm cultivator Du Mao must have done a lot of bad things in his life. He must have done some good things. Even in Tong Yi sect, he's a well-deserved ancestor of revitalization. Countless disciples are willing to do the heroic deed that they think is sacrificing themselves for him. Lu Baixiang gently put his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "Do you think everyone is willing to be like you, looking for trouble? Going around in circles in your heart all day long, tangling with right and wrong. Why bother? Practicing martial arts, learning swordsmanship and becoming an immortal, many people just want to be happy for themselves. Being chivalrous and righteous for the sake of friends, killing the whole family of people they don't know and being regarded as a hero in Jianghu. How do you count it? For his father, he hijacked a prisoner's carriage and killed soldiers in one breath. In the end, he even became a high-ranking official and left his name in history. He was regarded as a great filial act. How do you count it? If one person betrays me, I'll betray the world. There are so many people like this. Some people do this, some people can't do it, but they also think so. Lu Baixiang gently patted his knees with both hands. On the road of life, some people see a flower in the wilderness. When they see it, they will feel hope. Some people can't see others doing well and can't see others doing right. They can only see feces all over the ground and eat a mouthful of feces. They think it tastes good and can't see others not eating feces. After all, eating feces can also fill one's stomach. Qin Pingon couldn't help but ask, "How do you know?" Qin Pingon hurriedly said, "Forget it, pretend I didn't ask." Lu Baixiang gave an answer that Qin Pingon couldn't think of even if he cracked his head. "I've eaten it." Qin Pingon didn't say anything. Lu Baixiang's expression was calm. He smiled and said, "I came from a similar background as Wei Xian. In fact, I'm a bit worse than him. I was an orphan a long time ago. My hometown wasn't that simple. When I was 14, I was thrown into a cesspool by a ruffian in the village. 2 people were left to guard me. As soon as I showed my head, I was hit back with a bamboo pole. I had no choice but to eat until I was full. After that, I sharpened a sharp knife." Qin Pingon asked, "You stabbed them to death one by one?" Lu Baixiang shook his head and said, "No. I calculated the right time and caught the first one. I got drunk and stabbed him in the stomach. After that, my legs went weak. After that, I threw him into the county jail. After that, I couldn't stay in my hometown anymore and went to wander the Jianghu. Although it was called Jianghu, it was actually just to make a living. Suddenly, one day I started to have one lucky encounter after another. I ate some 1,000-year-old elixir, obtained a divine martial arts manual and got to know a lot of female friends. It's probably because of my inferiority complex and my obsession. I just want to be like the son of an aristocratic family and become a scholar. I like the word romantic the most. However, I'm still considered smart. I learn everything quickly and draw inferences about other things from one example. Moreover, no matter what I do, I want to fight for the first place. The only good thing is that I can't fight for it." Qin Pingon sighed and said, "I know that Zhou Xian came from a rich family. He was a real family that ate well. Sui Yu was a bit worse, but he was still a first-class family. By chance, he became the direct disciple of the biggest sect in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It's hard to imagine that you were the founder of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's Devil sect." Lu Baixiang smiled and said, "It's Jianghu." In the days when I was proud of the kings and marquises, people in the martial arts world, whether they were righteous or evil, liked to have a nice name. I don't think there's anything strange about that. If they wanted a name, they should just call it the Devil Sect. Then they would do more righteous things than the righteous sections. By the way, Qin Pingon doesn't need to tell me. I know what the Devil Sect is like. After reading many history books, you will find that history goes in circles. The imperial court and Jianghu are all the same. They all draw circles. Occasionally, a moral saint or a martial arts genius will appear. Then they will go out a little and the circle will be bigger. The people behind them will continue to go in circles. Qin Pingon thought for a while and said, "Sometimes they will go in circles. There's no end." Lu Baixiang nodded and said, "Then it's a sign of chaos. People are like chickens and dogs and their lives are like grass." They were silent for a long time. Lu Baixiang asked, "By the way, I'm curious. Why are you so obsessed with reading and reasoning? Inferiority complex. What do you mean? I want what I lack. Father and mother can leave. It's hard to be scolded or praised for living alone. I just hope that I do everything right and don't let the neighbors criticize me behind my back. After scolding me, they'll scold my father and mother. Or I'm so poor that I can't even make a sound. I'm afraid of being poor. That's why I like to listen to people's reasoning, and I like money. I don't like to owe people money, but I also don't like people to owe me money. Lu Baixiang was silent for a long time before he said, "You're really honest." While the two were chatting, Zhou Xian moved a stool to read under the eaves. As the number one person in Lotus Flower Blessed Land in the past, he still had a discerning eye. Sui Yu stood at the door with his hands behind his back. After hearing Qin Pingan's words about owing people money, Sui Yu snorted and walked back to his room. Zhou Xian chuckled and continued to read. Lu Baixiang bid farewell and left. After he got up, he clasped his fist and said, "I've learned something." Qin Pingan waved his hand and said with a smile, "You can forget about it." He suddenly thought of something. Why don't I just treat a dead horse like a living one? Should he try teaching Pei Qian the 18 halts of sword chi tomorrow? But Qin Pingan was a little hesitant. After thinking carefully, he decided to take another look. In that unknown inn, the old man who claimed to be an otherworldly expert sat upright at the table after bathing and changing his clothes. He took out a large pile of scrolls. There were at least 23 of them. There were also large and small bowls with varying depths of water. There was also a large pile of other messy items. They were all objects that carried the supernatural power of the immortal sect on the mountain, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. If Qin Pingan was present, he would have discovered that on that snowy night, the little boy in green carefully brought out the bowl of water and then drooled while observing the fairy Sujia's immortal grace of riding on the sword. Presumably, if the little boy in green met this old man, he would probably cry and call him ancestor. In fact, the nickname that the little boy in green gave himself, Yujiang Langjun, was inspired by a senior. That senior's nickname was Jade Face Langjun, and the unknown guest on the mountain who called himself 1-Foot Spear were the top two in their mountain. They were definitely the kind of seniors who were of virtue and prestige. These two seniors were heroic. The first time they fought was to argue about who was the number one fairy of the Aquarius continent, Su Jia of the Xingyang Mountain and He Xiaoyang of the Shenhou sect, who rarely showed her face. The jade face Langjun called himself Su Jia, but he was full of immortal aura. He Xiaoyang was beautiful, but she lacked a bit of human aura and was not perfect. 1-Foot Spear angrily retorted, and then both sides began to throw small coins into the white bowl of water, just to say a sentence and refute the other party. After the small refinement, the snow money could also be thrown into various kinds of mirror flower water moon artifacts, but there was insufficient spiritual energy and it could not transmit words. Then it would become the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers of the fairies. Don't underestimate the small amount of money spent. Many a little makes a mickle. Some small mountains, because the fairies were beautiful and good at winning over guests, caused the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers to increase greatly. As for the small amount of money, it was enough to support the person who threw the money to say a sentence or two. 1-Foot Spear and the jade face Langjun in that quarrel each threw 70 to 80 small amount of money. That was 7 to 8 small amount of grain rain money each. They became famous in one battle. Countless fairies of small sects hoped that the two old immortals would grace our humble abode and throw away a lot of money for them. 1-Foot Spear did not speak much and only threw money silently. On the other hand, the jade face Langjun was carefree and liked to speak loudly after throwing money. He liked the kind of fairy who acted coquettishly and flattered him passionately. The old man looked at the table for a long time and finally chose a picture scroll. After opening it and waiting for a moment, mist rose from the mountains and rivers and spread out. Soon a simple and elegant house appeared. A young fairy walked out slowly with a pipa in her arms. Behind her, an old-fashioned maid silently followed and finally stood obediently in the corner. After the fairy played a piece of pipa, no one spoke in the house. This meant that there were still no guests who threw a small amount of money or threw it and did not speak, but the possibility of the latter was extremely small. The fairy forced a smile and said some dry words. In the end, she was not a brothel girl in the secular world. Moreover, she had just been asked by her sect to do this kind of shady business, so her hands and feet were still tied. At this moment, someone suddenly asked with a smile, "Langjun, are you here?" Almost instantly someone said coldly, "No." The fairy was pleasantly surprised. She quickly got up and bowed to the front. Greetings to the two immortal seniors, Little Ascension and Martial 10 Realms. This was the nickname of one-foot spear and jade-faced Langjun. The fairy calmed her excitement of catching 2 big fish and sat back in her original position. She was about to play a piece of pipa to reward the 2 rich people who were especially shocking when they threw money. From the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the wooden maid. Her eyes were slightly cold, but she smiled and said, "Xianxia, why aren't you thanking the 2 old immortals?" The maidservant then performed a Buddhist salute. After the fairy finished playing a song, the old man in the inn threw in a small amount of money and asked, "Langjun, I've arrived at Old Dragon City. I'll look for you later. Let's have a few drinks." The young man's reply was quite concise. "Get lost." The old man threw in a small amount of money again. "Why are you like this? I'm the one who came to visit. You don't have to move. It won't take you a few days." The young man said, "I'm not free." The old man was anxious. There's always time for a meal?" The young man said, "No." The old man in the inn said angrily, "Martial 10 Realms. You're just a chi refinement warrior. Do you really think you're an expert of the Martial 10 Realms?" The young man said, "Aren't you also called Little Feisheng? Why don't you go to the sky to shit and pee? If you have the ability, I'll definitely open my mouth wide to receive it from the top of the mountain." The old man in the inn began to change his strategy. "Langjun, you're such a heroic man. Do you have the heart to let me come all the way here for nothing?" The young man was silent for a moment. The old man nervously waited for an answer. Finally, the young man said lightly, "Then get over here." The old man in the inn did not care about embarrassing himself in front of the fairy. He said happily, Thank you. Then it's a deal. When we arrive at the mountain gate of your gang, I'll give you a secret signal." The young man said, "Shut up." The old man was very happy. "Got it. When we meet later, we'll have a good chat." If the disciples of the second largest immortal sect in the Tongye continent, Yugui sect, were here and saw the old sect master's shameless and flattering side, their eyes would probably pop out. They would probably throw them to the ground and not be able to pick them up. In a few days it would be New Year's Eve. That night after dinner, Pei Qian helped Zhu Lian clean up the table. After copying the book, she went to the shop in front of the inn to find Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon had already poured the pot of wine that Fan Junmao had bet into the blade's strengthening gourd. He could only drink 2 or 3 mouthfuls a day at most. If he drank more than that, it would be harmful to his body and mind. Everything in the world was like that. Too much was as bad as too little. There was only a difference between cherishing and coveting fortune. Qin Pingon had just finished drinking a mouthful of small refinement wine, and his face was slightly red. Pei Qian was at the other side of the counter, standing on his tiptoes. He had been quietly watching Qin Pingon drinking with his eyes wide open. Qin Pingon put down the blade's strengthening gourd and asked casually, "Do you miss the lotus flower blessed land?" Pei Qian shook her head. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Don't you miss your parents?" Pei Qian hesitated for a moment and shook her head. She asked, "Are you angry?" Qin Pingon didn't give a yes or no answer. Instead he asked, "Why not?" Pei Qian looked calm. She curled her lips and said, "I just don't want to think about it." She saw that Qin Pingon didn't seem to be angry. The skinny little girl leaned on the counter and put the talisman on her forehead. She pressed it against her forehead and was silent for a long time before she slowly said, "My hometown met with a disaster. When we were fleeing, my mother starved to death on the road. It was my father who brought me to the outskirts of Nanyuan Kingdom's capital. Along the way, my mother was forced by my father to find another man in exchange for a few mouthfuls of food. At first my mother was unwilling, but my father pulled her hair and beat her to death. At that time I only knew how to cry and wanted to stop him, but I was also beaten to the ground by my father. He was a man, so he had a lot of strength. Later my mother exchanged for food. My father ate the most, my mother less, and I ate the least. Once I woke up in the middle of the night and found my mother sneaking out. Behind my back she was eating a black steamed bun alone. I went back to sleep. Later my mother seemed to be sick. My father didn't care. At first he carried me on his back. Later he told me that my mother starved to death. After that my father found someone but he couldn't sell me so he made me steal from other people. After being beaten a few times he scolded me for being stupid. Just like that we walked all the way until we reached the outskirts of the capital. My father's fortune was better. Outside the city, there was a rich person who opened a porridge shop. There were also big white steamed buns. My father ate very quickly or something like that. Seemed like he ate too much steamed buns and died. I just looked at him like that. I don't know why, but there was only one thought in my mind. I don't know if my father could catch up with my mother in the afterlife, and if he could be her companion. Qin Pingon leaned forward and reached out to touch the little girl's head. Go to bed early. Pei Qian smiled, sighed and skipped to sleep. He even blindly yelled, I have a talisman? Demons and ghosts leave quickly. Qin Pingon sat there alone. After that day Qin Pingon became more and more strict with Pei Qian. He even sat beside Pei Qian every day and watched her copy word by word. 369. Resume updating. 13,000 words. When the Flying Swords number 1 and number 15 were about to finish the long dragon-slaying platform, it was already the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Pei Qian, Wei Xian and Sui Yu bought a lot of New Year goods for the dusty medicine shop. After 5 or 6 trips, Pei Qian begged Sui Yu to go with them. It was not without reason. As long as Sui Yu stood near the shops, Pei Qian and Wei Xian didn't even need to bargain with the shopkeeper. Every time they went out early and came back late, the old man would read a book under the old pagoda tree at the corner of the street. At first he was a little reserved but later he would greet them. For the last 2 trips Wei Xian didn't go with them. Sui Yu carried Qin Pingon's green bamboo box and returned to the alley with Pei Qian today. The old man greeted them again. Pei Qian answered sweetly but Sui Yu didn't say anything. After walking into the alley, Pei Qian laughed and said that the old scholar who looked like a scholar really had a lot of books. He read until he was old but he was a little old. Sui Yu pulled Pei Qian's ear and said with a smile, Did the old man promise to give you a thick red envelope? Pei Qian pretended to be stupid and said that it hurt. After crossing the threshold and entering the medicine shop, Qin Pingon was still sitting behind the counter. When Sui Yu let go of Pei Qian's ear, Pei Qian began to recite the time, place, which shop they went to, the original price and what they bought at what price. Qin Pingon was calculating on the abacus. When Pei Qian's voice settled, the crisp and melodious sound of the beads on the abacus suddenly stopped. Qin Pingon gave Sui Yu a thumbs up. Just for the document it is cheaper by about 100 taels of silver. Pei Qian helped Sui Yu lift the bamboo curtain. Sui Yu went to the back of the shop to unload the New Year goods. Pei Qian tiptoed back to the counter, stood on her tiptoes and put her chin on the table. She was full of smiles. Qin Pingon glanced at the bamboo curtain and secretly took out 7 or 8 copper coins. This is your bonus. Hurry up and keep it. If she sees it, both of us will be in trouble. Pei Qian carefully put away the small belongings and ran to the backyard. She hurriedly put them away and put them in her treasure grid. Qin Pingon reminded Pei Qian, Remember to help unload the goods. Remember to say thank you for your hard work. Pei Qian agreed loudly. Looking at the swaying bamboo curtain, Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve, the New Year's Eve, the New Year's Eve. The first few trips to buy New Year goods, Sui Yu was unwilling. Later Wei Xian was too lazy to go. On the contrary, Sui Yu became addicted. She dragged Pei Qian along and went shopping. At first Zhou Xian talked to Pei Qian in private. He said that as long as Sui Yu was willing to go out, he would give her a set of the 4 treasures of the study and a set of New Year's money. Pei Qian said she would think about it. Then she went to find Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon felt that Sui Yu should walk around more. It was good to be exposed to the smoke and fire of the marketplace. So he asked Pei Qian to agree. Sui Yu couldn't stand Pei Qian buzzing around like a fly and disturbing her practice of the sword furnace stance. She could only go out with her and Wei Xian to relax. Later Sui Yu took the green bamboo box in the corner of her and Pei Qian's room and dragged Pei Qian out to shop. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian secretly agreed that as long as Sui Yu bargained with the shopkeeper, Pei Qian would get a copper coin as a bonus. Qin Pingon turned to look outside the medicine shop. The light in the alleyway instantly darkened. The yin qi was eerie. The light seemed to carry weight, appearing somewhat heavy. A green robe descended from the sky. It was Fan Junmao. Qin Pingon went around the counter and crossed the threshold. Fan Junmao asked, "Have you thought it through?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I hope this year can end well." Fan Junmao reminded the yin spirit surnamed Zhao, who was surrounded by black smoke and drifting yin qi. "Don't do anything unnecessary. If you secretly spy on the movements above the sea of clouds, the one who will suffer will be Qin Pingon." The yin spirit nodded. If it borrowed the power of the medicine shop's formation and had the cultivation of the pure jade state, it could indeed observe the sea of clouds above Old Dragon City. However, the spiritual qi of the sea of clouds was pure and clean. The yin spirit and the formation were filthy and evil qi. If the two clashed, it could easily cause chaos in the sea of clouds. Qin Pingon, who was refining the natal item, would fail at the last step and damage the foundation of the Great Way. Fan Junmao reached out and pressed Qin Pingon down. He was about to ride the cloud above him. Qin Pingon suddenly asked, "It is recorded in the book that before immortals refine elixirs, after choosing an auspicious day and the shape of the mountains and rivers, shouldn't they fast, bathe, change clothes, kneel, hold the furnace, and pray to the four directions of heaven and earth?" Fan Junmao sneered. "I am above the sea of clouds. The mountain master is in the academy, the immortal is in the Daoist temple, and the arhat is in the temple. I am the saint of this small world in the sea of clouds. Who do I worship? Worship myself. Few, Qin Pingon, are willing to kneel and kowtow, causing me to take another sword strike and drop another realm. I don't care. The lost realm can be repaired. I'm afraid there won't be many chances for you to kowtow." Qin Pingon understood. It seemed that although Lu Yong of the Green Tiger Palace was an old nascent soul cultivator in Qingjing Mountain, he was still not a saint. He could not use the geographical advantage of the mountains and rivers at will. After being dragged into the sea of clouds by Fan Junmao, Qin Pingon stood still and gently stepped on the sea of clouds under his feet. It did not collapse and dissipate. It was no different from an ordinary mud road. It felt good to be able to stand on the blue waves when the yin spirit left its body and traveled to the water god temple. Fan Junmao flicked his sleeve, and a snow-white table condensed by the essence of clouds appeared in front of Qin Pingon out of thin air. The table was as smooth as a mirror. Auspicious clouds floated and the air was ethereal. Qin Pingon controlled the flying sword 15 inches long. The white jade token hovered over the table and took out the items needed to refine the 5 elements of water one by one. His movements were slow. Other than the 5-colored golden stove that Lu Yong of the Green Tiger Palace sold to Qin Pingon for 50 grains of grain rain money, there were also the exotic minerals and earthly treasures that Fan Junmao exchanged for the golden elixir of the old nascent soul cultivator Jiao Longo for Qin Pingon. There were more than 40 kinds of exotic minerals and earthly treasures. There were 12 kinds of cinnabar alone. They were used to adjust the water, fire, neutralization and 5 elements at different times and under different temperatures. Qin Pingon was not in a hurry, which made Fan Junmao a little annoyed. Why was he dawdling? Fan Junmao slapped the old dragon rain pendant on the table. "You want to refine the water word seal. As the most important supplementary material, the quality of the water essence must be up to par. Otherwise it will drag you down. This old dragon pendant is the best water essence that I can find. It is about the same age as old Longqing. It has absorbed a lot of water essence from the sea of clouds. Don't talk to me about money. It is the same as the medicinal wine of the small refined old nascent soul cultivator Jiao Longo. It is my bet. If you want to talk about money, fine. I will sell this jade pendant to you cheaply. 30 grains of grain rain money." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "You are the one who has been talking to me about money, okay?" Fan Junmao's expression was weird. For the first time he lacked confidence and said, "Do you really have no qualms about accepting such a precious old dragon rain pendant? This is an old item in the ancestral hall of the Fu family that has been worshipped for 1,000 years. It is very valuable. It is only 30 grains of grain rain money. It is also related to the quality of the natal item that you refine. You are not willing to pay? Qin Pingon glanced at him. This is only one of the sky-high compensations from the Fu family. You are just helping to resell it. You want to earn 30 grains of grain rain money? It seems that you are having a hard time in the new year. I guess that your fall in cultivation level is not as simple as falling from Yuaning back to Jindan. Why? Is it the same as me being hurt by the sword-swallowing boat? Fan Junmao, the effect of swallowing the sea of clouds to heal your injuries should not be obvious. But to replenish the water essence that is lost to your qi residence, it is very expensive, right? Fan Junmao said angrily. Qin Pingon, you are really not stupid. Qin Pingon finally took out the water word seal and placed it gently on the table. Fan Junmao looked deeply at the small private seal. You really want to refine this item? In the future our natal items will be connected. If you use it to seal the water essence of the river again, it will hurt your own cultivation. Of course, if you don't do such a stupid thing and use this seal as the natal item of water of the 5 elements, it will be of great benefit to you when you open up the mansion. Ordinary people can dig a well, but at most it will be a pond. But you have a chance to open up a small lake. You can indeed easily solve the dangerous situation of the spiritual aura pouring into your body, plundering your acupoints and eroding your pure vital energy. Qin Pingon nodded and said, "It is this water word seal." Qin Pingon stretched out his finger and gently rubbed the old dragon rain pendant. He felt that it was a little familiar. He frowned and looked up at Fan Junmao. This is the water essence? The essence of the water essence that condenses the water essence of the world? Fan Junmao's eyes were cold. He sneered, "Why are you afraid that I will trick you?" Qin Pingon shook his head. He hesitated for a moment and took out the jade scroll given to him by the goddess of the buried river. He held it in his hand. This item is also the water essence. When this item was taken out, the sea of clouds in the surroundings seemed to have a spirit. They all jumped up and down like a group of children eyeing candies. Fan Junmao's expression became serious. He did not give an answer. Instead he asked, "Where did you get it?" Qin Pingon smiled. "That's it. It seems to be even better than the old dragon rain pendant in the Fu family's ancestral hall." Fan Junmao's eyes became hot again. This was the second time. The first time was when she heard that Qin Pingon had the 12th level demon Jindan. She lingered in front of the medicine shop. But this time Fan Junmao quickly suppressed the desire in her heart. She didn't dare to force a deal. She moved closer and carefully looked at the jade scroll whose seal characters were mostly covered by Qin Pingon. It was sparkling and translucent, flowing with brilliance. She just needed to look at it. Qin Pingon did not know what it was, but she did. It must be the water essence condensed from a big water vein in the Great Blasphemy Dragon Palace. It was a lucky item from the ancient ruins. Compared to the old dragon rain pendant that the old ancestor of the Fu family had hung for many years, the difference was like heaven and earth. There was a huge gap between an innate spiritual treasure and an acquired item. The reason why Fan Junmao was so envious was that if she refined this jade scroll, it would make up for the loss of the Sea of Clouds and help her to return to the nascent soul stage. She would have a surplus and then easily enter the upper 5 states. It would only take 30 to 40 years. After that, Fan Junmao would have to spend time and effort to find opportunities in various broken grotto heavens and secret realms. It would just be revisiting old places. It was a world of difference compared to the murderous aura of an ordinary qi cultivator. Qin Pingon asked, "Can I use this item as the water essence to refine my natal water character seal?" Fan Junmao gritted her teeth and said, "Yes. Very good. You really step on dog shit every day. Such a rare item can be found in 1,000 years. You can even get it. Do you know that such an innate spiritual treasure can only be found by chance? I'm afraid that in those unknown grotto heavens where there are no saints squatting in the toilet, a large group of Jindan and nascent soul stage earth immortals will fight for it. Maybe some people will die in it. It is very likely that they will have to compete with the cultivators of the unpolished jade stage for the opportunity of the great Tao." Qin Pingon interrupted Fan Junmao's complaints, and said with a smile, "Everyone has their own fate. If I was born and raised in the old dragon city, I might not have the chance to come to this Sea of Clouds for a while even if I stayed for 1,000 years. But you, Fan Junmao, can't get this jade scroll even if you go to the Water God Temple for 10,000 years. Fan Junmao nodded. That's right. Let's cut the crap and start refining. She took a deep breath and began to walk. Her hands formed a seal and the wind and clouds surged around her. The huge sea of clouds that covered the entire old dragon city began to roll rapidly at the outermost edge. It was like a blooming lotus flower had turned into a snow-white bud again, covering her, Qin Pingon, and the cloud table. Above their heads, countless snow-white rays of light flowed out like spring water, pouring down in torrents. Spiritual chi rose. Qin Pingon found it difficult to breathe for a moment. After noticing the mischievous look in Fan Junmao's eyes, he quietly took out the golden jade tablet and hung it on his waist. The jade tablet was engraved with the seal words, "I am good at nurturing the Great Spirit." Countless spiritual chi of the Sea of Clouds poured into the jade tablet. Fan Junmao hurriedly waved her sleeves to disperse the essence of the Sea of Clouds that deliberately made Qin Pingon feel oppressed, so that the jade tablet would not absorb all of it. Otherwise it would really be a one-way trip. Fan Junmao was kind. Her figure flew backward and left the Sea of Clouds flower bud. She only reminded him in the Mind Lake language, once there's a big problem, immediately stop refining. Getting injured and burning money is better than losing your life. You can raise or lower the cloud table in front of you as you wish. Qin Pingon sat cross-legged and the cloud table lowered. In the end it was like a white grass mat on the ground. The water word seal that needed to be refined as a natal item, the 5-color golden chamber stove, the water essence jade slip from a certain great blasphemy dragon palace, and the old dragon rain pendant that should not be used for the time being. There were more than 40 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Among them, there were more than 10 different colors of cinnabar that could not be burned beyond the 5 elements. The longer the refinement, the more marvelous the cinnabar would be. There was the stubborn and dense dark water sand, and also the sparkling Big Dipper sand. All kinds of priceless cinnabar were stored in transparent glass bottles of different sizes. Qin Pingon sat on the Sea of Clouds and looked around. Although he was in the Sea of Clouds flower bud formation, his vision was unobstructed. He could see the sea water on 3 sides. The refinement this time was only on the jade slip. He did not expect to successfully refine the water word seal into a natal item in one go. In this way, even if the refinement was not successful, the water essence of the great blasphemy dragon palace would collapse in the form of a jade slip. In any case, the spiritual chi could be collected and entered the golden jade tablet hanging from his waist. Even if there was some dissipation, it would be integrated into the Sea of Clouds as a reward to Fan Junmao for setting up the formation. Taking a step back, the old dragon rain pendant could also be used as a backup water essence to assist in the refinement of the water word seal. Qin Pingon practiced the sword cauldron stance for a while to calm his mind. In his mind he imagined the scene of his youth burning porcelain and casting blanks. After throwing in a large amount of money, the 5-colored golden cauldron on the cloud table in front of him had 5-colored auspicious clouds curling up from the mouths of the 5 strange beasts at the edge of the cauldron. Qin Pingon gently raised the pure vital chi in his body and exhaled gently. It rushed into the 5-colored golden cauldron to ignite the fire. This endless stream of pure vital chi swam like a fire dragon and began to spiral around the inner walls of the cauldron. Sparks rose everywhere. The quantity of the true fire used to refine the cauldron would determine whether the cauldron could be successfully ignited or not. More importantly, the degree of purity would determine the final quality of the refined item. The refinement of this jade slip from the aquamarine palace did not involve the foundation of one's life. The jade slip did not need to be rooted in the acupoints. Compared to the water word seal, it did not require too many heavenly materials and earthly treasures and cinnabar of various colors. Qin Pingon had been studying the secret book of refining elixirs from the old nascent soul stage cultivator Lu Yong for a long time. He had been trying to figure out the contents of the jade slip that pointed directly to the great Tao. Both of them could be said to have told him everything they knew. They were the exquisite insights of the master of the Green Tiger Palace and the goddess of the Buried River. The latter, in particular, was the lifelong work of the goddess of the water word seal. Qin Pingon only needed to follow the prescribed order step by step. When to add a stream of pure vital qi like firewood, when to sprinkle the cinnabar into a glass bottle, when to recite the incantation of the great Tao contained in the inscriptions of the rain prayer tablet, to trigger the atmosphere of the cauldron, to increase the temperature of the fire, and to bring down a sweet rain above the cauldron and the flickering flames inside the cauldron. Therefore Qin Pingon was more or less at ease except for his tiredness. Sitting outside of the array of clouds, Fan Junmao muttered to herself that she should add more cinnabar, forget to refine the volcanic lava, and spit a stream of pure vital qi into the cauldron later. It was a pity that Qin Pingon's every movement was methodical. Even when he was waiting for the fire to heat up, he would close his eyes and meditate. His breathing was extremely regular and there were no fatal flaws in any of his movements. There would be flaws of various sizes more or less. However, these minor damages were nothing compared to the water essence that had overflowed from the great blasphemy dragon palace's water treasure and turned into nutrients for the sea of clouds. Fan Junmao was greatly disappointed. Couldn't Qin Pingon's heart tremble and his hands tremble a few times when he was refining a natural-born spiritual treasure of such a high rank for the first time? Just consider it as contributing a little bit of the water essence to the ocean of clouds as compensation for Fan Junmao's guarding. It was not too much, was it? In the end, Fan Junmao fell asleep in despair. She no longer looked at the cauldron. Everything was going smoothly anyway. There was no hope for her to make a fortune. Just as Fan Junmao expected, from the gongs and drums of the human world to the dawn of the next day, Qin Pingon had already refined the jade slip to near perfection. The only special thing was that the words on the jade slip were left behind. The original owner of the jade slip must have refined it on the jade slip using the same refining method. Moreover, the words themselves contained the true meaning of the great Tao. It was extremely rare that the words were left behind. After losing the vessel, they became sentient and did not want to dissipate between heaven and earth. Everything in the world feared death once they were enlightened. However, under the great Tao, life and death were in a cycle. The two sides were contradictory. The cultivation of qi cultivators was to go against heaven. They were determined to cultivate an immortal body and resist the erosion of time. The words of a refining formula gave birth to their own spirituality. It was another rare thing. Fan Junmao stood up and stared at the words that were like little green fairies. There were more than 1,000 of them. They were rising and falling in the 5-colored golden cauldron. Fan Junmao hesitated. I advise you to find a way to keep the words of this formula. In the future, on the path of cultivation, if you find a disciple you are proud of, imprint these words in their spirit and you can directly impart Tao. The so-called direct disciples and direct disciples of the immortals on the mountain mostly followed this path. Therefore, the inheritance of incense is relatively simple and easy. Before imparting Tao, they will be in your qi residence. They can also temper and nourish your spirit acupoints. It is one of the few methods in the world to nourish the spirit. There are no aftereffects. It is a wonderful thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Qin Pingon was hesitant and did not know how to do it. Fan Junmao said with a smile, I can't help you with this. These words that contain spirituality of Tao are not something that you can capture with magical powers or magic treasures. If you are not careful and they feel that your Tao heart is not in harmony, they will collapse in an instant. Even an immortal would not be able to retain them. Qin Pingon had a thought. He must keep these words and store them first. When he returned, he would still have to return them to the goddess of the buried river of the Azure Turing Manor. Although he had unintentionally refined and unearthed this little orthodoxy, in the end, it should still be passed down by her after igniting this incense in the cauldron of the water goddess temple. With this thought, those lively characters that were originally hesitant actually transformed into little people in dark green clothes the size of rice grains. They bowed their heads and bowed to Qin Pingon, feeling extremely grateful. Then they converged into a stream and rapidly flowed into one of the qi residences that Qin Pingon wanted to place the water word seal. Fan Junmao rolled her eyes and leaned back. She muttered, There's no justice in this world. How can this be? As for the jade scroll from the old dragon palace that had been completely refined, it was carried by a group of slightly taller little people dressed in dark green clothes into Qin Pingon's qi residence. Not only that, when the jade scroll was suspended in the newly created mansion, These little people, probably in order to repay Qin Pingon, began to divide up their work in the pill room. Some of the little people dressed in green went to the main entrance of the Qi residence and began to draw two-door gods. There were even more little people dressed in green clothes, who began to draw a stream of water of great blasphemy in the four bare walls of the mansion. The small mansion was filled with a myriad of scenes. Fan Junmao stared at this scene with her eyes wide open. She stood up like a carp and suddenly raised her voice. She pointed at the young man who began to pack up his belongings one by one. Qin Pingon, you are actually the reincarnation of the Rain Master. Am I right? Qin Pingon drove all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures back to his place and sorted them meticulously. He looked up and teased with a smile, Fan Junmao, your flattery is a little refreshing. Fan Junmao put away the sea of clouds array and shrank the ground into inches. She came to Qin Pingon's side and said, you don't look like the Rain Master. In terms of character you are far inferior to that sissy. Then how did you make those little people of the Water Fortune sect willingly submit to you? Qin Pingon ignored the mysterious Fan Junmao and put away all the items. He stood up and asked with a smile, how do I go back? Fan Junmao snapped her fingers and the sea of clouds under Qin Pingon's feet slowly dispersed. A cloud ladder appeared and went straight to the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City. However, there were waves of glazed lights around the cloud ladder. Qin Pingon knew that this was the unique light emitted by the surging of the two flowing waters of heaven and earth. Therefore, if he walked down the cloud ladder, no one in Old Dragon City would be able to see him unless they were cultivators of the upper five realms. Qin Pingon thanked Fan Junmao and walked down the cloud ladder alone. On the way down the mountain, he looked down and admired the magnificent scenery of Old Dragon City. Qin Pingon thought that he could engrave this scene on a bamboo slip and tell her about it in the future. On the morning of the eve of the new year, the celebration of the ordinary people in Old Dragon City was not affected by the stagnant atmosphere of the big clans. The Fu family had already removed the city restrictions. The streets and alleys were very lively. At the dusty medicine shop, the moment Qin Pingon's feet landed on the alley, the cloud ladder disappeared. Yin Shenjiao was relieved and asked, have you finished refining your natal item? Qin Pingon shook his head and smiled, I only refined one water essence item. But the next time I refine my natal item the success rate will be much higher. Yin Shen nodded, very good. Qin Pingon returned to the counter of the medicine shop. He had already put away the golden jade token last night. Otherwise, if it was still hanging on his waist, it would mean that the sea of clouds and water essence would be eaten away. Fan Junmao would definitely fight with him. Jing Dafeng had already started to move around. Early in the morning she asked Pei Qian to help her move a small stool and went under the locust tree to look for her friend. As expected, she met the rich old man early in the morning. The rich old man was reading a book. Zhou Xian even woke up early in the morning to accompany the old man who had worked hard on the book. After Jing Dafeng sat down, she wanted Pei Qian to go back to the medicine shop. Of course, Pei Qian refused. She reached out her hand and asked for the promised reward. 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin, 1 copper coin. Even if Qin Pingon knew about it, he would not scold her. Therefore, Pei Qian was very confident. Jing Dafeng had a headache and said that he would just give her an extra copper coin for the New Year's money. Pei Qian said that she did not like people to owe her money. Otherwise, she would have to follow Old Wei's advice of 30% interest. Furthermore, if she still owed money on the eve of the new year, Jing Dafeng would not be able to have a smooth and stable life next year. The old man who was lying on a rattan chair at the side agreed. He said, Brother Dafeng, this kid is right. It is not auspicious to owe money now. Don't underestimate the luck of 1 copper coin. Jing Dafeng searched for a long time but did not manage to take out a single copper coin. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the old man smiled and suggested an idea. He would sell a small stool to Jing Dafeng. Jing Dafeng would then return the money to Pei Qian. Jing Dafeng felt that it was a good idea. It was just a small stool. He could ask Qin Pingon to make one later. Qin Pingon was very skillful with his hands and loved to mess around with things like bamboo boxes, chairs and stools. Pei Qian rolled his eyes as he pointed at Jing Dafeng and the old man. You guys are so calculative over a single copper coin. Forget it, I will help you this time out of kindness. I won't take your money. Pei Qian imitated Jing Dafeng's action and pressed her palm twice. Remember it in your heart. Don't talk about it. She watched as Pei Qian swaggered back into the alley. While swaying back and forth, he practiced his martial arts. In a moment of excitement, he copied Lu Baixiang's whip kick stance and jumped up. He really did spin around in a circle, but as a result he spun around until he was dizzy and fell down with a thump. He immediately got up, endured the pain, and pretended that nothing had happened. As soon as he entered the alley, he bared his teeth and jumped up and down. The old man smiled and asked, "Who taught this little girl? She is so mischievous." Zhou Xian replied, "She is my young master's disciple in name. She's very naughty." Jing Dafeng cupped his fists and smiled. "Senior, I have heard a lot about you." The old man cupped his fists and returned the greeting. "You flatter me. I am called One-Foot Spear, also known as Little Flying Ascension. I wonder which fairy brother Dafeng admires the most?" Jing Dafeng said seriously, "It is the invincible godly fists ex-heroine Helian Baozhu." The old man sneered. "Looks like brother Dafeng's taste is mediocre. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. There is no point in talking or looking at her." Jing Dafeng snorted and moved his stool a few steps away. The old man did the same. He got up and moved his rattan chair away before lying down and basking in the sun. Zhou Xian squatted between the stool and rattan chair. He ignored everything and focused on reading the Immortal book. The book in his hand had a great history and was very expensive. It was engraved by the Immortals on the mountain. The people in the picture scroll could move. Jing Dafeng sighed. "I never thought that Jingyang Mountain's fairy Su Jia would fall into the dust. What a pity." The old man's eyes lit up. However, he still did not want to talk to Jing Dafeng because of his vulgar taste. However, his heart was itching. After all, fairy Su Jia was one of his and his little Longjuan's favorites. Jing Dafeng rubbed his chin and said slowly, "Back then I was fortunate enough to meet Fairy He of the Divine Grandeur sect. Fairy wore a Taoist crown and walked slowly with a white deer in her hand. Now that I think about it, I was only 7 or 8 steps away from her." The old man could not hold back anymore. He turned his head and looked at the sloppy man. He said resentfully, "Brother Dafeng, actually heroine Helian is also very good." Jing Dafeng picked up the stool and walked back to the alley with his back hunched. The old man was stunned for a long time. He said regretfully, "Brother Dafeng, you are indeed someone who has seen the world. I am ashamed of my inferiority. I shouldn't have been like a frog at the bottom of the well." Now that I have angered Brother Dafeng, the distance between me and Fairy He seems to have widened. Otherwise, when I go to the invincible godly fist gang in the future, I can bring up this matter and talk it over. I will definitely make that little Langjun lose his cool and admit defeat. Zhou Xian, who was squatting at the side, nodded perfunctorily and agreed. The old man lay on the rattan chair and sighed. "Peach blossoms are everywhere. I wonder which lover can pluck one and place it on the tip of his heart." Zhou Xian raised his head. "Elder, your words are very knowledgeable." The old man nodded and said, "That's what Langjun once said. He's a man of great literary talent. When he quarreled with others, although his words were a bit vulgar, he would often say such touching words inadvertently. It's unpolished and natural. Otherwise, why would I be willing to call him Big Brother?" Zhou Xian dipped his saliva and turned a page. He nodded. "If I have the chance, I will definitely pay a visit to Elder's Big Brother." The old man suddenly asked, "Little brother Zhu, if I may ask, when you break through the bottleneck of the 6th realm and ascend to the Golden Body realm, do you need me to help look after you?" Zhou Xian shook his head. "With my young master around, nothing will go wrong. There is no need for Elder to worry about this." The old man nodded. "Your young master is a wonderful person." Zhou Xian closed the book and asked, "Then I will also ask, is Elder a great cultivator of the Jade Roar realm from a certain immortal mansion?" The old man said regretfully, "Just a little bit." Zhou Xian did not ask anymore. If he asked too much and knew the truth, it would hurt their relationship. It would be far worse than being as free as he was now. Qin Pingon stood behind the counter. Under the sharpening of the 1st and 15th swords, there was only a small piece left on the table. Qin Pingon did not intend to be thrifty in this aspect. After eating this piece, he took out a second piece that was bigger. Xing Dafeng placed a small stool outside the door. After seeing the speed of the two flying swords, nibbling, the dragon-slaying platform, he was amazed no matter how many times he looked. He clicked his tongue and said, "These two little ancestors can eat more money than your golden wine magic weapon." Qin Pingon could not help but ask, "The golden copper coins are no longer produced?" Xing Dafeng leaned against the counter and looked at the splendid scene of the dragon-slaying platform. He nodded and said, "The pearl cave has shattered and fallen to the ground. Naturally, the golden copper coins have no place to be used. What's the point of continuing to make them? Even if you give them to me for free, I won't accept them." Qin Pingon asked, "I only know that the golden copper coins are more precious than the Guyu coins. But how valuable is it? How many Guyu coins can one golden copper coin be exchanged for?" Xing Dafeng did not answer the question and said, "Do you know how the golden copper coins came about? Is it the mountain and water deity? The fragments of the broken golden body were used as the main material. Together with a few other things that were not easy to obtain, they could be made into the three types of golden copper coins. The Dali dynasty's mountain and water fate was stable and there were very few obscene shrines. Therefore buying the golden copper coins was extra expensive. In the hands of some family forces, they could buy and plunder the fragments of the golden body from various places. It was very cheap. The immortals on the mountain robbed everywhere and there were not enough obscene shrines. At worst, they could forcefully suppress some secular dynasties and ask the monarchs to remove their titles and secretly demote the orthodox mountain and water deity to obscene shrines. They could just use thunderous methods to kill them. If the monarchs of the dynasty were not willing to lower their heads, there were also ways. The immortal forces could rope in some desperate mountain and lake cultivators to kill with a borrowed knife. They could use some unorthodox Dao techniques, magic treasures and spirit weapons to exchange for the fragments of the golden body. The cost of this kind of golden copper coin with a bloody origin might not even be as high as one Guyu coin. And the emperor of the Song clan probably bought one golden copper coin from the outside world. It was probably worth 7 or 8 Guyu coins. Qin Pingon asked again, "Then are there any extra golden copper coins in the world right now?" Xing Dafeng raised his eyebrows and said slowly, "It's hard to say. Right now, if anyone were to foolishly buy the golden copper coins, everyone would know that it is a necessary item for Dao cultivation. People who don't know how to do business would ask for a sky-high price. It's up to you whether you want to buy or not." Qin Pingon sighed and felt a slight headache. He was the guy who still needed the golden copper coins even now. And it was not just a few. He would not find it too much even if he needed a few bags. The lives of the 4 people in the painting, the repair and upgrade of the golden necklace robe, as well as the cultivation of the life item of the metal element in the future, would most likely require the consumption of a large amount of golden copper coins. Its function was similar to that of the jade slip formed from the essence of the water veins of the Great Desecration Dragon Palace. Xing Dafeng lectured, "It's the new year. Don't sigh so much." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Even if the disciples of the Tong Yi sect endured until the eve of the new year, everyone sadly discovered that there was no sign of them enduring until the end. The sword cultivator was still crushing the fortune of the mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles of the Tong Yi sect with his sharp sword aura. It was easy to destroy, but it was extremely difficult for the gold core stage and nascent soul stage cultivators who followed the sword cultivator to collect spiritual energy and repair the destroyed mountains and rivers. Only if those earth immortals were willing to sacrifice their own cultivation could they speed up the process slightly and prevent the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers from leaking out. However, for the earth immortals whose names were recorded in the archives of the sect, once their cultivation base was unstable, it would also affect the destiny of the sect. The Tong Yi sect was originally a paradise with the best spiritual energy in the entire continent. However, after the vicious cycle day after day, even the latecomers with the lowest aptitude realized that the Tong Yi sect was facing the most dangerous crisis in the history of 1,000 years. However, what puzzled them the most was that apart from the first appearance of the sect master, who was either assassinating or stopping the sword cultivator, the ancestor of resurgence, Du Mao, who was higher than the sky in the hearts of all the cultivators of the Tong Yi sect, did not show up from the beginning to the end. He completely ignored the sword cultivator's provocation. Even when the sect was in danger and its foundation was shaken, the ancestor who suppressed the qi cultivators of the entire continent still did not make any move. However, most of the qi cultivators of the Tongyi continent were still willing to believe that the ancestor would not make a move. Otherwise, the sword cultivator would not be able to be arrogant for more than a few days. Almost all the mountains, dynasties and magnates of the Tongyi continent were paying attention to the Tongyi sect. After Xianxia of the Jade Medallion sect swaggered over to join in the fun, more and more Earth Immortal cultivators from all over the world who tried their best to conceal their auras came over to watch from afar. Using the mountain and river observation technique, they each brought out their special abilities to observe the flow of feng shui, the depth of fate, the thickness of fortune and various other clues of the Tongyi sect. In the beginning, no one dared to believe that a single sword cultivator could affect the flow of spiritual energy of a colossus like the Tongyi sect. When two armies were fighting on the battlefield under the mountain, if one side was injured or killed to this extent, it would mean that the other side was defeated. That sword cultivator did not kill anyone. Other than breaking the barrier and besieging the enemy, the sword cultivator almost did not even use his sword. However, even the most clumsy Earth Immortals from other sects could see that the spirit of the disciples of the Tongyi sect was going downhill. For 1,000 years, whether the disciples of the Tongyi sect were cultivating on the mountain or going down the mountain to gain experience, whether they bullied others or faced difficulties head-on, they all had a valiant spirit that supported their Daoist heart. Therefore, compared to other Qi refinement warriors who climbed the mountain, the disciples of the Tongyi sect were the most spirited and vigorous. When there was a conflict and the Qi refinement warriors of a higher realm had the upper hand, as long as they reported the name of the Tongyi sect, they could freely insult the Qi refinement warriors of other sections. When they encountered or heard that their fellow disciples were bullied, they did not say anything and rushed over 1,000 miles on their swords or the wind, beheading the enemy with a single strike. In some life and death situations, the disciples of the Tongyi sect with a strong temperament were willing to die together with the enemy cultivators with a smile. There were countless people in history who were willing to die with a smile. If the sword cultivator broke into the mountain on the first day, the Zhongxing ancestor Du Mao or the disciples who were willing to die for the Tongyi sect under the sect master's command, then at least half of the Qi refinement warriors of other sects within 1,000 miles would have the first thought of facing death with equanimity. They came in an endless stream and did not hesitate to die like moths to a flame. Once those impassioned Qi refinement warriors were like that, they would probably think that their deaths were worthwhile and that the sword cultivator was in the wrong. However, it was now the eve of the new year. Deep in everyone's heart, apart from hoping that the Zhongxing ancestor of the Ascendant Realm could show up and kill the enemy, they were more uncertain. What exactly did their sect do outside to provoke this aggressive sword cultivator who did not kill indiscriminately and forced the Zhongxing ancestor to close the door in the small cave of the Wutong tree? When did the Tongyi sect fall to such a state? Could it be that they could not be unreasonable in their own territory? They could not even suppress others with the strength that they were best at? In fact, Xianxia had not completely left. On a mountain 1,000 miles away, he was drinking wine with an old nascent soul realm sword cultivator who had a good relationship with him. The latter shook his head and smiled. The backbone of the Tongyi sect has collapsed. Xianxia did not seem to be the master of the Jiang family of the Jade Grey sect, but the consecrator of the Tongyi sect. He chuckled and said, "Don't say that. Du Mao is an Ascendant Realm cultivator after all. As long as we deal with this great sword immortal, we still have a chance of survival. Maybe we can benefit from this disaster and our reputation will soar." Xianxia suddenly laughed. "Deal with my ass. Du Mao the old turtle is really unlucky. Our old master sent me a message saying that Du Mao is in luck. His natal immortal weapon, the sword-swallowing boat, seems to have been destroyed in the old dragon city, and his yang spirit body has also become an immortal's remains in someone else's bag. Now his realm is not so stable in the immortal realm. I've made a lot of money this time." The old master is very happy and said that in the next 500 years, the sect's commission for the blessed land of the Cloud Cave will be reduced by another 10%. "Oh hey, great sword immortal left and right, little sword immortal Chen, it's a good thing that you two are not here. Otherwise, I, Xianxia, would immediately kneel down and kowtow to you two great benefactors 500 times to express my gratitude. Thank you so much. Xianxia laughed wildly as he punched the stone table, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. In fact, at his realm, it was not common to see people gloating. The old nascent soul stage sword cultivator with white hair and a ruddy complexion asked softly, "Dare I ask Mr. Jiang, how should the Tongye sect deal with this?" Xianxia reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes and waved his hand saying, "Let me laugh for a while more. I can't stop." The old sword cultivator smiled helplessly. He, Xianxia, and Lu Feng were old friends who had known each other for a long time at the foot of the mountain. Xianxia restrained his laughter with great difficulty. What else can we do? Du Mao can only stake everything on this one throw. Logically, he definitely can't win against that sword immortal. Fight? How can he fight with those few pure Jade Realm cultivators? To put it bluntly, as long as left and right were determined to fight the Tongye sect to the end, the Tongye sect would be finished in about a year, let alone 30 to 40% of the spiritual qi turbulence. In the past, even if there was no ascendant realm cultivator like Du Mao on a mountain, the Confucian Academy would have appeared after such a big disturbance. But this time the Academy obviously would not come out to uphold justice. What does this mean? The Tongye sect was in the wrong first, and even if left and right broke into the territory of the Tongye sect, they never crossed the line in the slightest and acted on the basis of reason. This made the Tongye sect's academy and even a certain Central Earth Academy helpless. The old sword cultivator nodded and said, "The knife of a scholar to kill is not stained with blood. Nothing could be better than this." Xianxia turned his head and looked towards the direction of the Tongye sect in the north. Even thousands of miles away, he could faintly see the signs of turbidity in the mountains and rivers beginning to appear. Apart from wanting to see the world in chaos, Xianxia was also horrified and introspective, as well as a trace of inevitable sadness. His expression was indifferent as he said, "Du Mao has no other choice but to drain all the spiritual qi of the Wutong Grotto heaven in one go to help himself forcibly ascend. As long as he succeeds in ascending no matter what, he will have gained some merit. According to the rules set by the Sage of Rites, the Confucian Academy will have to help look after the Tongye sect for a long time. At that time, unless he is willing to challenge the entire Confucian orthodoxy, he will have no choice but to stop while he is ahead." Xianxia put his palms together and raised them high above his head. He closed his eyes and prayed, "Sword Immortal Master Zhou, please continue to work hard. You must kill that old turtle Du." The old nascent soul cultivator stroked his beard and smiled. "Du Mao, aren't you the most hostile sword cultivators in the world? Do you like to humiliate those sword cultivators who unfortunately fall into your hands? What about now? If you have the ability, why don't you try to poke your head out of your turtle shell?" On this day in the twilight of New Year's Eve, the Wutong Grotto heaven that had been controlled by the Tongye sect for countless years first revealed a part of its true form on the summit of the ancestral Master Mountain. It was a magnificent scene like a mirage. Then it drifted erratically and finally shattered. The fragments of the grotto heaven turned into comets and scattered all over the vast world. Some disappeared directly while others broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. Then on the summit of the mountain, Du Mao's physical body gradually disappeared with the wind. Only the Yin spirit had transformed into a golden body. After absorbing most of the spiritual energy in the small cave of the Wutong tree, it became extremely majestic. This golden body was thousands of feet tall. It stood on the peak of the Master's Mountain. Although it was still in the category of the golden body of a qi cultivator, its body was already glowing with a colorful glaze and was changing unpredictably. The golden body stretched out its arms and spread its fingers over its head. Then it suddenly pulled outwards. It was as if it was tearing apart a part of the vast sky. At the place where the sky was torn apart, thunder rumbled and purple lightning surged. Various figures as huge as mountains flashed and disappeared, like the skeletons of flood dragons dragging their tails as fast as lightning. There was a huge golden corpse sitting cross-legged and a huge scarlet claw trying to tear the sky bigger. Without exception, all of them were terrifying phenomena that could not be seen in the vast world. The sword cultivator on the left and right, with one hand behind his back and the other holding a sword in front of him, slowly rose into the sky. Compared to Du Mao, who gave up his physical body and used his Yin spirit to devour the almost endless spiritual energy of the grotto heaven to create this five-colored glaze Dharma of ascension, the man and the sword on the left and right were as small as a mustard seed. The sword slowly swept across the left and right. That was all. The left and right had always believed that the peak of swordsmanship in the world was only in two swords. One of the swords was the most proud sword of the scholar in the central region, which split the Yellow River Grotto heaven. The other sword had always been kept in his scabbard. It was this time. A moment later. The huge glazed Dharma of ascension that had risen thousands of feet above the ground. In the mountainside of the huge mountain-like Dharma of ascension, an extremely thin and imperceptible snow-white thread appeared. It was as thin as the ordinary hair of a woman in the human world. When it was getting closer and closer to the sky, the five-colored glaze body was broken into two parts. The upper half of the body still rose up in grief and indignation, reaching out to grab the roll of the gap in the sky, wanting to climb out. The lower half of the body shattered with a bang, and the spiritual energy returned to the world. There were also more than 10 pieces of glaze left behind by the remains of many Ascension Realm cultivators. They sputtered in all directions and became an opportunity for others on the path of cultivation. The left and right had already sheathed their swords. The glazed deity with the upper half of the body returned to the vast world in disappointment. Like a dazzling meteor, it dissipated in mid-air. The left and right looked up at the sky that had not yet closed. The left and right retracted his gaze and turned into a rainbow to the vast sea between the Tongya continent and the Aquarius continent. Not long after he went out to sea, the left and right stopped. The old scholar asked, "Why didn't you ascend and leave?" The left and right were silent. The two of them were only 4 or 5 steps apart. The old scholar reached out and pointed to the gap in the sky that Du Mao had forcibly torn open by his ascension. He said angrily, "Why didn't you take the opportunity to leave this world? Do you really want to verify that bastard's words? Do you really want to die left and right?" The left and right lowered their heads. Only this time the old scholar did not jump up and slap him. He said dejectedly, "Go, I know you have always wanted to go to the inverted mountain, to the great wall of Sword Chi. Go, if the sky wants to rain, if the mother wants to get married, if I want to hurt the teacher's heart, it can't be stopped." The left and right bowed and said, "Disciple left and right, goodbye teacher." The old scholar waved his hand, speechless. The left and right turned back as if he was reluctant to part. He did not turn into a rainbow and left, but walked step by step. The left and right said, "The little brother that teacher took in is not bad." The old scholar said unhappily, "Get lost, get lost." The old scholar also turned back. Teacher and disciple, the two of them stood back to back, one standing in the same place while the other went off into the distance. The old scholar suddenly scratched his head, as if he had remembered many things in the past. At that time he was still a poor scholar and did not have a good reputation, so he took in his first disciple, Tui. He was the child of a rich family. He was a poor elementary scholar, so he had no money. His second and third disciples were not so rich. At that time the 3 disciples got along well and he was the most comfortable as a teacher. Later on they grew up one by one. The old scholar turned his back to the disciple who had never been carefree in his life. He suddenly smiled and said, "When you go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, you must be carefree." After a short pause, the old man said softly, "The left and right, actually you are good at swordsmanship, but you are even better at studying." The sword cultivator strode away, leaving behind one last sentence in this chaotic world that he disliked very much. "It is the teacher who taught me well." "370. On New Year's Eve, Dusty Medicine Shop had bought a lot of red paper for the Spring Festival couplets. There was 1 at the shop's entrance and 3 at the back of the shop, making a total of 4 Spring Festival couplets. Qin Pingon, Pei Qian Jing Dafeng and Lu Baixiang each wrote a couplet. They copied the contents from a small booklet they bought from the market without paying too much attention. Qin Pingon's writing was proper, Lu Baixiang's writing was elegant, and Jing Dafeng's writing was also very good. Pei Qian volunteered to write a piece and in the end he wrote very carefully but it was quite disdainful. Zhou Xian kept shaking his head and even Wei Xian said that it was well written, but it was a pity that it was difficult to compare. Pei Qian also felt guilty. He didn't expect Qin Pingon to say that it was just a festive occasion. Pei Qian, Wei Xian and Sui Yuyu were in charge of moving stools and ladders, getting rice milk and putting up the couplets. Qin Pingon and Jing Dafeng were on the side pointing fingers. Pei Qian admitted that he didn't write the couplets well, so he had to put them up properly. This made the skinny little girl who wanted to atone for her mistake sweat profusely. In the end, Sui Yuyu asked Qin Pingon and Jing Dafeng to shut up. Only then did Pei Qian succeed. The spring characters were written by Qin Pingon, and the Fu characters were written by Jing Dafeng. Zhou Xian was cooking for the New Year's Eve dinner. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian helped wash and cut the vegetables. Sui Yu came to the kitchen and stood at the door for a while then left. Finally, Zhou Xian brought out a table full of meat and vegetables. It was a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. The main dish was a big braised fish which meant more than 1 year. The main dish was a pot of stewed pork trotters. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian helped to open it with a pair of chopsticks. Jing Dafeng sat at the head of the table facing south. Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian sat on Jing Dafeng's left, while Sui Yuyu and Pei Qian sat on the right. Pei Qian secretly laughed and said that Sister Yuyu should sit on the right, but Sui Yuyu twisted his ear and he immediately begged for mercy. Qin Pingon and Zhou Xian sat on a bench near the gate. The Yin master surnamed Zhao refused to come in and take a seat, so he had no choice but to give up. The wine on the table was the osmanthus wine produced by the Fan family's Osmanthus Island. The fragrance assailed the nostrils and when it entered the mouth, it was sweet and had a rich aftertaste. Qin Pingon saw that Pei Qian was envious and had been busy for half a day without rest. He thought that the osmanthus wine was not spicy so he poured a small cup for her. He reminded her that she could only drink this cup of wine on New Year's Day. If she dared to drink it on other days, don't blame him for teaching her a lesson. Pei Qian was like a little chick pecking at rice. Her slightly chubby tanned face was brimming with the innocence and happiness that a child should have. Under Qin Pingon's insistence, Jing Dafeng had to be the first to pick up the chopsticks. Only then could the others touch their chopsticks and drink. Jing Dafeng also had to raise his cup and say a few polite words. Jing Dafeng, who was originally extremely thick-skinned, was extremely embarrassed. After hesitating for a long time he finally said something about everyone eating and drinking well, and that everything would go well during the spring festival. Pei Qian took a small sip of the osmanthus wine and her eyes lit up. There was actually such a sweet and delicious thing in the world. It seemed that growing up also had some benefits. At that time she should be able to drink whenever she wanted to, right? At the dinner table it was noisy. With Pei Qian present it was difficult to eat in peace. Jing Dafeng and Qin Pingon did not talk much about Lizhu Grotto Heaven and Longquan Town. Jing Dafeng asked more about the strange people in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. The 4 people in the picture scroll were also quite interested in Ding Ying, the world's most powerful person before Qin Pingon. Then there was the banished immortal Jiang Shangzhen. Qin Pingon picked some things to talk about. Until here, Jing Dafeng took the opportunity to talk about the inside story of Lotus Flower Blessed Land and mentioned Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Generally speaking, among the 10 Grotto Heavens and 36 small Grotto Heavens, the reason why Grotto Heaven was called Grotto Heaven was that the spiritual qi was abundant in the world. It was said that the Grotto Heaven reached the sky, and there were all kinds of opportunities left by the ancient immortals, who were either disbanded or ascended. It was the first choice for immortals to cultivate and it was twice the result with half the effort. For example, the small Wutong Grotto Heaven of Tongye sect was monopolized by Du Mao, and he only shared a cup of soup with the practitioners in the upper 5 realms in the sect. However, there were some exceptions such as the Daoist ancestors' Lotus Flower Blessed Land, and of course Lizhu Grotto Heaven. The latter's spiritual qi was naturally abundant, and it was not known for its heavenly materials and earthly treasures. What was really coveted was the outstanding cultivation aptitude of the people in the small town. In other places in the world, after Earth immortals went down the mountain, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was hard to find a good seedling. Even if they found someone with good aptitude, he might not be suitable to accept them as his disciple. or his temperament might not be suitable for the sect's Taoist methods and so on. Perhaps in the end they would return to the mountain in disappointment. In Liju Grotto Heaven, there were many beautiful cultivators who had the potential to reach the middle 5 states. Even the children of ordinary immortal couples might not have such aptitude for cultivation. After the New Year's Eve dinner, everyone changed into new clothes. At first, Zhou Xian was not very willing to wear new clothes. He said that if he could not wear new clothes, he could wear the dragon robe. The new clothes did not fit him well and he felt uncomfortable. After being pestered by Pei Qian for a long time, he finally agreed to change into new clothes and boots. In order to suit the occasion, Qin Pingan temporarily took off his golden robe and changed into a green robe that Pei Qian and Sui Yiyu helped to choose for him. Qin Pingan gave Pei Qian picture scroll and the other 4 people a New Year's money. Each of them received a piece of snow money wrapped in red paper. Pei Qian knew that this piece of immortal money was worth 1,000 taels of silver, and he was overjoyed. The other 4 people accepted it and naturally they were not as happy as Pei Qian. After that it was time to keep watch. In the end only Qin Pingan, Jing Dafeng and Pei Qian were left. They sat around the stove until dawn. Qin Pingan crossed one leg and the little lotus figure sat on the instep of his leg. When Qin Pingan shook his leg, the little guy was overjoyed. Qin Pingan did not dare to drink too much of the medicinal wine in the sword-nurturing gourd. He and Jing Dafeng drank for the whole night, and each of them only drank half a caddy of osmanthus wine. Jing Dafeng talked about many people in the town who were about the same age as Qin Pingan. Ma Kuxuan, Song Jisun, Zhao Yao, Lin Shui and the younger ones Li Baoping and Gu Kan. He said that the most unexpected thing was that Qin Pingan not only survived but also reached this stage today. Pei Qian was actually asleep in the second half of the night, so he did not hear the story of Liju Cave. Zheng Dafeng took the initiative to ask about Qin Pingan's natal porcelain. Qin Pingan smiled and said that it was a white porcelain paperweight, roughly in the shape of a dragon. He left some broken porcelain relics behind, but there were not many. They were secretly in the corner of the ancestral house in the mud bottle alley. If everything went as expected, once it was baked, it would not be placed on the desk of the Emperor of Great Li's study as an imperial tribute. Most likely, it would be hidden in some immortal's mansion on the mountain. According to the Sword Immortal, the leader of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Qin Pingan, should have the aptitude of an Earth Immortal. Jing Dafeng did not continue. Qin Pingan did not make things difficult for Jing Dafeng. The involvement was too deep. It just so happened that Qin Pingan had enough patience and perseverance. Jing Dafeng finally pointed outside the house. Old Zhao, it's the ancestor of Zhao Yao's branch in Liju Cave. After he died he collected the soul of our old man. Demigod? Half-fiend specter. If you're lucky you can throw it out and become the god of some mountain in the Dali dynasty. However, I definitely can't expect Wei Ba to rise to the heavens in a single step, going from a small mountain god to a righteous god that covers half of the continent. However, I do have a chance to become like Gu Kan's father, who oversees the luck of mountains and rivers within 1,000 miles. Qin Pingan nodded and said, I've guessed it. Mr. Qi had left 3 wisps of spring breeze, one on Qin Pingan, one on Zhao Yao and one on Song Jisun. Zhao Yao did not manage to keep the most precious Chun seal, but Mr. Qi said that he was not disappointed. Qin Pingan did not understand at first. With Mr. Qi's temperament, it was not because he did not have high hopes for Zhao Yao that he was not disappointed. In fact, Mr. Qi valued Zhao Yao more than Song Jisun. Now that he thought about it, Mr. Qi actually hoped that Zhao Yao would take this opportunity to completely cut ties with his literary lineage. Whether Zhao Yao established his own lineage or joined another literary lineage, he might be able to live a peaceful life. Mr. Qi was already gratified. Qin Pingan admitted that he could not be as open-minded as Mr. Qi. In the future, when he read more books and met more people, he might be able to, but not today. Regarding Ma Kuxuan's identity in the Apricot Blossom Alley, Jing Dafeng revealed a bit of a secret. He said that the white cat that Ma Kuxuan relied on had a great origin and was very lucky. Compared to the Great Sui Kingdom's Dragon King basket and golden carp, Ruan Xiu's fire dragon bracelet, Zhao Yao's wooden dragon carving, Gu Kan's little loach, and Song Jisun's 4-legged snake, it was even better. However, unlike the latter 5, the white cat would only recognize Ma Kuxuan as its master when it sneaked into Liju Cave. Qin Pingan told Jing Dafeng about the 2 fights he had with Ma Kuxuan. One was in the Immortal tomb in his hometown, and the other was on the streets of Tsai Kingdom. Jing Dafeng laughed and did not take it too seriously. He said that every 1,000 or 500 years, there would be a pair of people in Lizhu Cave. They were either enemies or close friends. The latter was like the Chao Yuan duo of the Dali dynasty. This time it might be the 2 of them. Ma Kuxuan in the Apricot Blossom Alley and Qin Pingan in the Mud Bottle Alley. Qin Pingan turned his head and looked at the sky outside. It was the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year. Last year at this time he was still wandering around Lotus Blossom Blessed Land like a lonely ghost. Felt like a lifetime ago. After Pei Qian woke up, it immediately went to the alley outside the pharmacy to set off firecrackers. However, perhaps because it was a year older, it was very obedient. It first asked Zhao Xian's spirit if setting off firecrackers would scare it. The Yin spirit smiled and said that it was fine. Hearing the continuous sounds of firecrackers from the alley, Jing Dafeng suddenly said, Pei Qian can restrain some of her instincts if she stays by your side. What will she do if she leaves you in the future? Qin Pingan thought for a while. Try to teach her the difference between good and evil before she leaves me. Only after doing this can we talk about getting close to good and getting rid of evil. Otherwise she will be muddle-headed no matter what she does. Qin Pingan used the tip of his foot to draw a circle on the ground. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. She is still young, so she can do whatever she wants within this circle that I have drawn for her. However, if she does something outside of this circle, I will give her a warning and teach her some principles. Let's take it slow. It can't be done overnight. After the new year, she is only 11 years old, but she is already doing well. Jing Dafeng laughed. How can she compare to you? Qin Pingan smiled. Why should she compare to me? Pei Qian is Pei Qian and Qin Pingan is Qin Pingan. Jing Dafeng sighed. Pei Qian is lucky to have met you. Qin Pingan turned to look at Jing Dafeng. Jing Dafeng, aren't you the same after meeting me? I have only passed by Old Dragon City twice, and I have to be both your preacher and protector. It is very tiring, okay? Jing Dafeng clicked his tongue. You are not bad as a preacher, but as a protector, you are really not that good. Qin Pingan laughed loudly. He cupped his fists and joked without any sincerity. Forgive me, forgive me. As a 5th realm martial artist, I can't be any better. Jing Dafeng rolled his eyes and lamented. How am I going to find a wife in the future? Pei Qian took a feather duster and carried it on her shoulder. She said that she wanted to let the mountain traveling staff rest. When she reached the backyard, she said good things to everyone she met, hoping that Old Wei could quickly find a beautiful wife. She hoped that Xiaobai could become better at chess and strive to become the 100th player in the world. She hoped that the elder sister on the right would become younger and not have wrinkles for the rest of her life. She hoped that Zhou Xian could make better food this year. She hoped that Grandpa Yin God Zhao's realm would soar, and he would bring her to play in the sky in the future. She hoped that Jing Dafeng's shop would prosper. Pei Qian hoped that Qin Pingan's money would come rolling in the new year. He could not stop it. She could not even stuff all the gold, silver and treasures into it. It was obvious that she did not want to be a money loser in the new year. It was unknown if Pei Qian's luck had changed. She had changed from a little crow's mouth that even Zhou Lian was afraid of, to a mouth of gold and jade that was effective on the day. On the first day of the first lunar month, according to the customs of the Baoping continent, one would not welcome guests travel far or work. They only cared about eating, drinking and playing. However, Fan Junmao still came to Dusty Medicine Shop in the morning. Other than asking Qin Pingan when he would go to Yunhai to refine his natal item, he brought 3 bags of gold fine copper coins for Qin Pingan. There were 3 bags of gold fine copper coins, one for victory, one for offering and one for welcoming spring. There were more than 30 coins in total. They were all from the Song clan's emperor's own pocket. He also promised that there would be more in the future. As the Dali cavalry went south, they could even break the golden bodies of some mountain gods who did not know what was good for them, not to mention the forbidden temples of various countries. The fragments could be used to make gold fine copper coins. Qin Pingan looked at Jing Dafeng. The latter was also confused. It's similar to Lizhu Grotto Heaven's natal porcelain. Aren't the gold fine copper coins no longer made? Fan Junmao sneered. So this is where the Song clan's sincerity lies. Otherwise, how can they appear to be generous? Jing Dafeng thought for a while. Unless the old man is pressuring the Song clan's emperor, the Dali dynasty would not cut their flesh like this. These fragments of the golden bodies are kept and used to paint the golden bodies of the other 3 mountain gods in the future. It's more cost-effective. Qin Pingon nodded in agreement. Jing Dafeng was a little confused. It doesn't seem like the old man's style. Fan Junmao said in annoyance. Previously, there was a cross-continent ferry that was heading south from the North Continent. Originally, it would not stop at the Dragon Spring Ferry. In the end, a man fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Now there are so many powerhouses in the West Mountains. They are building mansions. There are so many people. This news has already spread to the north of the Aquarius continent. Everyone knows that other than Song Zhangqiang, the Aquarius continent also has a legendary martial artist of the 10th level. Jing Dafeng wiped his face and said, "There's no doubt about it. It's just that we don't know when he will reach our old dragon city." Fan Junmao had an idea. According to the Dragon Spring Ferry's journey, if he is willing to spend money, he should reach Old Dragon City in the next few days. Jing Dafeng counted with his fingers and laughed. From the North Continent to the Dali dynasty in the north of the Aquarius continent, and then to the southernmost here. It's quite a rush. But I think the old man stopped him. Jing Dafeng asked softly, "What about the Tongyi sect?" Fan Junmao sneered. Those trashy earth immortals in Old Dragon City, how would they dare to cross the sea to Tongyi continent to scout for information? Originally, the Aquarius continent is inferior. Tongyi sect is also the most domineering mountain in Tongyi continent. No one wants to provoke them. Some of the inside stories at most only the Fu clan knows a little. The other clans regarding the movements of the Tongyi sect are like blind people. However, I think there is a big problem at the Tongyi sect. Otherwise, the Fu clan would not take out 3 bags of gold essence copper coins in the Dali dynasty. Other than the old dragon cloth rain pendant, Fu Qi also took out something that I did not expect. He wanted me to pass it to Qin Pingon. But Fu Qi also said that he still needs to discuss this matter with the Fu clan's ancestral hall. But he will try to pass the agenda. When will Qin Pingon leave Old Dragon City and arrive? Why don't the 2 of you guess? Qin Pingon quickly called Pei Qian, who was in the courtyard, to his side. He roughly explained the situation of the Fu clan and then said earnestly, "You guess. Guess if the item is good." Pei Qian thought carefully and said timidly, "Could it be a half-immortal weapon?" Fan Junmao was speechless. Qin Pingon and Jing Dafeng looked at each other and laughed. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, other than the old man who stayed in the dusty medicine shop and ate melon seeds and chatted, Pei Qian accompanied him and talked like a chicken and a duck. One old and one young each bragged. Today the medicine shop had another customer. A short and strong man walked into the alley. The old man sitting on the bench could not help but take a few more glances. Indeed, the man in front of him was much rarer than the jade unpolished realm cultivators on the mountain. Although the 4 people in the painting did not see this person with their own eyes, they were almost scared at the same time. It was a kind of feeling between pure martial artists. In the backyard, Wei Xian, Zhou Lian and the other 3 people, when the man walked slowly to the medicine shop, they saw a huge dragon forcibly squeezing into a stream ditch. There was actually such a martial artist in the world. After seeing that Qin Pingon and Jing Dafeng were not nervous, the 4 people in the painting finally relaxed. Wei Xian rubbed his chin with his palm and Zhou Lian's eyes were burning. Lu Baixiang and Sui Yu stopped playing chess. Sui Yu's finger gently tapped an idle chess piece in front of him. Qin Pingon and Jing Dafeng walked to the front of the shop together. Jing Dafeng bent over and looked left and right. The first thing he said was, "Why didn't sister-in-law come?" The man looked at Jing Dafeng. There was not much expression on his wooden face. "If master did not ask me to wait, I would have been at the top of the Tongyi sect's mountain." Jing Dafeng scratched his head and did not speak. Then the man looked at Qin Pingon and cupped his fists. "Qin Pingon, on that long trip, Li Huai has become much more sensible. Moreover, it is not something that can be learned from books. I Li Air have to thank you. Back then Mr. Qi taught Li Huai well. Now that Mr. Qi has left, you have taught him well." I actually have to call you Mr. Qin. Today I still have to rush to Tongyi continent to tear down Du Mao's ancestral hall, so I won't talk much. Anyway, it's just a few crude words. Usually only when someone in the family is bullied Li Er will punch. But I promise that in the future if you, Qin Pingon, send someone to tell me to punch whoever you want me to punch, I will immediately rush over and punch them. If I even frown, I am not Li Huai's father. Li Er cupped his fists again and said in a low voice, I'm leaving. The man left just like that. (371). After Li Er arrived at Old Dragon City, the situation in Old Dragon City became clear. Although this 10th realm martial artist only showed his face in the dusty medicine shop, it could be said that he had decided everything. Maybe the 4 great families, including the Sun family, still did not know, but the development of the situation was just following the prescribed order. The abacuses and account books in Old Dragon City would continue to move north, getting closer and closer to the Song clan's cavalry that was already stationed in the middle of the Aquarius continent. Regarding this, the Fu family, the Fan family and the Dusty Medicine Shop were the first 3 to know the answer. On the day that Li Er left, the Fan family swaggered over to pay a New Year's visit. They were all Qin Pingon's acquaintances. Fan Junmao and Fan Er were not mentioned. There was also Osmanthus Island's Aunt Gui and her only direct disciple, Jin Su, who served Qin Pingon when he went to the Inverted Mountain. Lastly, the old Jindan sword cultivator Ma Ji, who fed Qin Pingon his sword for a period of time. Aunt Gui almost never went ashore. Osmanthus Island's trip to Old Dragon City and the Inverted Mountain twice a year, but even many old people in the Fan family's ancestral hall had never seen her in their entire lives. In Julien's eyes, the foreign old man who was very knowledgeable originally thought that today would be another boring day, and he would not even see the woman surnamed Sui. He did not expect to see so many women at once. The old man who sat in front of the medicine shop and ate melon seeds almost said that he was the shop assistant of the dusty medicine shop. He was very busy and attentive. After crossing the door of the medicine shop, Aunt Gui looked at the strange old man, and the old man happened to look at her. Aunt Gui suppressed the doubts in her heart and smiled slightly. The old man thought that although this lady had an ordinary appearance, she had a gentle temperament. She was the first choice of an ordinary man to marry and bring home a wife and children. No wonder Jiang Shangzhen's eldest son, who only cared about giving birth, wanted to use the name of his sect to pressure her, hoping to buy Osmanthus Island's ferry route from the Fan family. Aunt Gui could not see the depth of the old man's background, but she vaguely felt that the old man's body was clean, his chi was light and his spirit was full. If he was temporarily an Earth Immortal, he would definitely have the talent of the upper 5 realms in the future. After all, there were differences among the Earth Immortals. Qin Pingon jogged out to welcome Aunt Gui. Towards this senior, Qin Pingon had always been grateful. It had nothing to do with Aunt Gui's status or cultivation. Back then, when he took Osmanthus Island to the Inverted Mountain, he passed by Jiaolong Gully and encountered a great calamity. Qin Pingon entered a state of emptiness for a moment as if he was a Buddhist. Qin Pingon was caught off guard and felt that the world was full of evil intentions. After that, he was depressed for a period of time in the small courtyard. After that, when he thought of Osmanthus Island, there were only 2 sources of warmth. One was the painter from the Fan family who helped Qin Pingon draw 3 paintings, and the other was Aunt Gui, who had seen all kinds of things in the world and always had a peaceful state of mind. Fan Er pretended to go to Jing Dafeng's residence, only to find that the exquisite portrait wasn't hanging on the wall. Qin Pingon and Aunt Gui were chatting in the hall outside. Inside the room, Jing Dafeng coughed and said without batting an eyelid, "Conserve your energy and cultivate your character. In the future, don't do such immoral things." At first, Fan Er thought it sounded like Sir Fan's tone, but the more he listened, the more he felt it wasn't right. Fan Er's face immediately filled with anger and he said regretfully, "It's my painter's fault. He took the liberty of misinterpreting my meaning. My original intention was that a fair and virtuous woman was a good match for a gentleman. Since Sir Fan wholeheartedly admires Fairy Sui's elegance as his disciple, I had to do something." I told the painter about Fairy Sui's celestial appearance and asked him to draw a freehand painting. Xing Dafeng was gratified. This disciple had finished his apprenticeship. At some point Sui Yu was standing at the door, his face full of mockery. This painter from the Fan family is truly a master painter. With just a few words from Sir Fan he could draw so vividly. Jin Su, who had been silent all this time, frowned. Although she didn't have any romantic feelings for Fan Air was still the best candidate for the future head of the Fan family. Osmanthus Island was already under Fan Air's name. According to Qin Pingon, this female warrior with a sword was one of his retainers. To put it nicely, she was a guest of the family, but to put it bluntly, she was a retainer. However, the situation in Old Dragon City was changing, and Aunt Gui had warned her to be careful with her words and actions. Although Sui Yu was disrespectful to Fan Air, Jin Su was somewhat dissatisfied, but she still didn't say anything. Today was the New Year's greeting and she had no right to speak. Jin Su was well aware of this, even if she was the only disciple of Madame Gui, one of Old Dragon City's Earth Immortals. Jin Su's attention was still on Qin Pingon. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This fellow was no longer the young man who loved to drink. His earthy and childish air had faded away, and in its place was a kind of calmness. His hair was tied up with a white jade hairpin and he wore a snow-white robe. A familiar red wine flask hung at his waist. He was much taller and he sat upright. When talking to others he liked to look them in the eye, and his eyes would carry a sincere smile that wasn't perfunctory at all. Then Jin Su noticed a small piece of charcoal next to Qin Pingon. This skinny little girl's eyes were huge and they spun around quickly. She sneaked glances at Jin Su and her master Madame Gui. Jin Su smiled at her. Pei Qian grinned back at her. In Pei Qian's eyes, these beautiful sisters, from Yao Jinji to Sui Yu to the one in front of him, were all big money bags. He heard from Xing Dafeng that there was a little thing in the world called the money-moving ghost. It was one of the charming ghosts, and Pei Qian felt that it was quite similar to himself. As expected, Jin Su came in a hurry and didn't bring any New Year's money. She also didn't expect to meet such a little girl, but Madame Gui had already prepared an exquisitely embroidered small sachet. At first glance it was obvious that it wasn't simple. The sachet itself exuded wisps of snow-white spiritual energy, and it also exuded bits and pieces of tender green radiance, fragrant and pleasant. Qin Pingon roughly guessed that it was the natal osmanthus leaf of the ancestral osmanthus tree on Osmanthus Island, so he didn't dare to accept it. Pei Qian's observation skills weren't bad, and when he saw that Qin Pingon wasn't willing to accept this New Year's money, he could only laugh foolishly and shake his head. Madame Gui insisted on giving a meeting gift to Pei Qian, and Qin Pingon couldn't dissuade her, so he could only let Pei Qian accept it. Naturally he would keep it for him. Pei Qian didn't need Qin Pingon to say anything. He respectfully accepted the sachet with both hands and bowed to express his thanks. He even started to say some pleasing words, such as wishing Madame Gui good fortune, good health and eternal youth. Madame Gui was quite pleased when she heard it, and she rubbed Pei Qian's head, saying that his master Qin Pingon already had a house on Osmanthus Island under his name, and there was also a small house on the ferry called Toad Hole, so he might as well give it to him. Pei Qian's eyes widened. He was really shocked. What, all the madams in the world were so generous when giving gifts? Giving a house as soon as they met? Could it be that all the women in the world became more generous when they got older? Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. Aunt Gui, you really can't accept this house, you can't. Madame Gui stared at him. What does me giving Pei Qian a house have to do with you? Qin Pingon coughed. Pei Qian. Pei Qian immediately straightened his back and said in a childish voice, a master for a day is a father for life. I don't dare to go against my master's orders or else I would be unfilial. Madame Gui felt that it was interesting and she glanced at Qin Pingon, smiled and asked, you taught her? Qin Pingon was ashamed. I probably taught her to read and copy every day, so she taught herself from the books, right? Pei Qian flattered. It's master who taught her well. Qin Pingon smiled and knocked Pei Qian's head. Pei Qian hugged his head, feeling wronged and confused. After sending Madame Gui and her group off, Qin Pingon and the old Oris Core Sword cultivator, Ma Ji, walked side by side on their last journey. Qin Pingon asked the Fan family for some advice on sword nurturing and sword refining techniques, and Ma Ji naturally answered honestly. 9th day of the first month. Old Dragon City had a custom which was called the birth of the Heavenly Duke. Every family had to prepare candles and vegetarian dishes, and pray to the heavens in the courtyards and alleys. However, there were no people from Old Dragon City in the dusty medicine shop, but Zheng Dafeng was even more particular than the people of Old Dragon City. He was a man who did not care much about the new year, but he personally prepared candles and fruits as well as vegetarian dishes, and set up 3 incense tables in the courtyard. Finally, he lit 3 incense sticks and bowed 3 times and 9 times. Such a ceremony was smaller than when the monarch of a dynasty worshipped the heavens, but it was much bigger than when the people worshipped the heavens. The Yin spirit of the Zhao family was even more respectful. It did not burn any incense, but it was meticulous in kneeling and bowing. Pei Qian squatted under the eaves and watched with great interest, but Qin Pingon did not look much. In fact, this was already related to the secret of Zheng Dafeng and the Yin spirit, but Zheng Dafeng did not hide it, so Qin Pingon pretended that he did not see it. He went to the counter and continued to be the temporary shopkeeper and accountant. Qin Pingon was ready to go to the Sea of Clouds to officially refine the water seal. As for which half-immortal weapon Fu Li would take out, it was worth looking forward to. After all, this time it was Du Mao and the Tong Yi sect who implicated Emperor Dali. The latter was ambitious to go north of Old Dragon City, so he would not take the initiative to provoke Qin Pingon and Zheng Dafeng. It was just that the Dali dynasty obviously underestimated the cost of an ascendant cultivator and the reward that he needed to pay to leave the mountain illegally. Therefore, no matter how much gold and copper coins Emperor Dali gave, Qin Pingon would only take too little. The bag of gold and copper coins that Zheng Dafeng gave at the beginning had all been eaten by the golden Li robe. The golden dragon embroidered in the middle of the robe and the pearl of unknown material contained more and more reiki. Not only was it repaired, but the quality of the robe was also improved. According to the Yin spirit of the Zhao family, as long as it kept eating the gold and copper coins, this golden Li robe would definitely become a half-immortal weapon robe. Qin Pingon was not very happy. On one hand, he felt sorry for the hard-earned gold and copper coins. On the other hand, Zheng Dafeng had already said that once a martial artist entered the 3 realms of spirit refining, golden body, long travel, and the top of the mountain, the worldly possessions of the immortals on the mountain would become more and more useless and even become a burden. On the 10th day of the first lunar month, in Old Dragon City, there was also a local folk named Immovable Rock, and the story of a mouse marrying a girl. Although Pei Qian was very afraid of ghosts, she liked to listen to these stories the most. Pei Qian had learned to copy books early every day and no longer dawdled until bedtime. This probably had something to do with Qin Pingon watching her copy books every day. Today, when she was taking a break while copying books, Pei Qian suddenly asked Qin Pingon a question. In the book, it was advised not to eat the march fish and advised not to hit the 3 spring bird. Then would it be impossible to fish in the spring? Qin Pingon did not give an answer at that time. He smiled and let Pei Qian finish copying the book first. When Pei Qian finished writing the last word, Qin Pingon, who had been silently thinking for a long time, told Pei Qian that this was a very good sentence to persuade people to do good. However, when a person still needed to work hard to survive, he could not care about this and should not care about this. However, when a person did not have to worry about food and clothing and believed in Buddha, with this kind of compassionate heart he could do it. However, if you saw other people catching fish and birds to fill their stomachs when they were hungry in the spring, it would be wrong to go and tell them about this principle. If you did not even have compassion for people, how could you have compassion for the evils of the world? Therefore, in the end, the principle was still the same, but the priority was different. Pei Qian nodded and said that she understood. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "If you don't understand, then you don't understand. Remember it in your heart and slowly think about it." Pei Qian laughed and said, "I was lying just now. Actually, I still don't understand." Therefore, in the first month of the lunar year, Pei Qian ate another chestnut. On this day in the dusty medicine shop, the clouds were still light and the wind was blowing. Pei Qian was watching Qin Pingon practice the 6-step stance in the courtyard. Qin Pingon suddenly stopped and called Pei Qian to the front of the shop. He also asked Master Zhao to help isolate a small space. Only then did he start to teach Pei Qian the incantation of the 18-stop sword qi, the circulation path, and the most exquisite rapid and slow transition. Then he took out a piece of paper. Qin Pingon drew the names of the human body's qi fu acupoints on it and guided Pei Qian one by one. This was the incantation of the sword qi that Alliance had modified. Among the young sword cultivators at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, only a small group of people including Ning Yao learned the 18-stop sword qi that Alliance had modified and perfected. Since Pei Qian could not bear the hardships of practicing martial arts, he wanted to see if she could walk down this path where the body could not bear the hardships and only depended on the talent of the sword. As for how far she could walk, Qin Pingon did not have any extravagant hopes. Pei Qian's memory was good, even better than Qin Pingon's. This was something that the four people in the painting had already experienced. Therefore, after Qin Pingon taught her twice and told her all the precautions, he let Pei Qian take the painting and study it by herself. At dusk that day, Pei Qian guiltily found Qin Pingon and said that she was indeed a little stupid. She had practiced for so long and only reached the third stop of the sword qi. She could not go any further. Qin Pingon gave her another chestnut and scolded her with a straight face. Learn one thing. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Be down to earth. Pei Qian responded with an "oh," and ran back to her room to continue playing with fire. She was already able to grasp the direction of the small stream of fire. It would go wherever she wanted it to go. It ran very fast in those so-called acupoints and meridians, and it was very obedient. She couldn't reach the fourth stop for the time being, but if she didn't want to stay here, she would find another place to stay. Then she could just go somewhere else to play. She did not know that Qin Pingon was in the shop in front of her. She was alone and nagged for a long time. On the 11th day of the first month, a travel-worn rare guest came to the dusty medicine shop. It was Huang Ting of Mount Taiping. However, when she saw a certain old man squatting at the door and eating melon seeds with two wanderers, she was stunned on the spot. The old man blinked at her with all his might. Huang Ting reached out and rubbed her eyebrows. You're the old master of the immortal realm of the Jade Grey sect. Why are you here? Huang Ting could only pretend that she did not know this old man. In terms of seniority, the old man squatting at the door was half a level higher than the old Lord of Heaven of Mount Taiping. He was about the same seniority as Du Mao of the Ascendant Realm of the Tongyi sect. In terms of cultivation, now that Du Mao's body was gone and his great Dao had collapsed, it was hard to say whether his soul was left. The old man in front of her was the most powerful immortal realm in the Tongyi continent. The Jade Grey sect did nothing and inexplicably became the most powerful immortal realm in the Tongyi continent. The old man's status rose even more. He was really an old man who knew how to lie down and enjoy life. Huang Ting's impression of this senior on the mountain was not bad, but it was not very good either. After all, their temperaments were worlds apart. Seeing the surprised Qin Pingon, Huang Ting said straightforwardly, with some clues and some intuition, I have already found an ancient side palace in the depths of the earth vein. Following the route, I stood on the locking dragon platform, but I still could not find the old bastard who deceived his master and killed his ancestors. It was as if he had completely disappeared from the vast world. Later, the master of the sect sent me a message by flying sword, saying that there was no need to look for him. I hurriedly returned to the sect, and then received the Ancestral Hall's direct inheritance jade token that you mentioned. The old Lord of Heaven, the Dafu Academy, and a Yinyang cultivator concluded that the chaos in the central part of the Tongyi continent this time was caused by the Yuanning cultivator of the Taiping Mountain who died with the Daoist crown. Our Taiping Mountain was naturally ashamed. The old Lord of Heaven was too ashamed to see anyone, so he asked me to come to Old Dragon City, hoping to find you in time. There was nothing else, just an apology. After all, the vitality of Taiping Mountain has been greatly damaged, and we really don't have the ability to puff ourselves up at our own cost. Well, actually, the old Lord of Heaven wanted to give some compensation, but he stopped me. Qin Pingon, if you want to scold me, don't blame Taiping Mountain for not upholding justice and being petty. If it was in the past, this would not be the style of doing things. When Huang Ting said this, there was a rare bitterness in her voice. She said, the demons in the well prison fled everywhere, and my fellow sect members went down the mountain to eliminate the demons. This battle was really too tragic. Qin Pingon's heart was heavy. He nodded and said, I think so. Huang Ting suddenly laughed and said, Tong Yizhou can be considered to have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. He provoked a sword immortal and cut off Du Mao's path of ascension. After a few days of peace, a 10th realm martial artist fought his way from the foot of the mountain all the way to the peak of the ancestral master mountain. He tore down their ancestral master hall. From beginning to end, other than the attacks of a few unpolished jade cultivators from the Jade sect, which he slightly dodged, the rest of the cultivators of the middle 5 realms all stood still. They were casually thrown at him like tickles. I was quite amused watching this. Jiang Shangzhen from the Jade sect was even happier. He directly got a pavilion fairy and suspended it above the Tong Yi sect. He set up a grand banquet and entertained guests from all over with great hospitality. Qin Pingon hurriedly drank a mouthful of wine to calm his nerves. On the side, Xing Dafeng, Zhou Lian and the foreign old man listened to this news. Their eyes secretly glanced at Huang Ting. In terms of looks, Huang Ting, who returned to the world with the appearance of a banished immortal from the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, was more outstanding than Sui Yuyu, Fan Junmao and Jin Su. Qin Pingon asked Huang Ting about her future plans. She said that she originally wanted to travel to the central divine continent, but the old Heaven Lord did not agree. He said that if she dared to go, he would dare to hang himself. She only needed to choose between the Aquarius continent and the North continent. Huang Ting did not mince her words. She told Qin Pingon that she felt that the Aquarius continent was too small. The North continent was filled with sword cultivators. She could go there to sharpen her sword. She might be able to reach the Jade unpolished realm. She could not let a sword cultivator from a small place like the Aquarius continent embarrass all the sword cultivators of the Tongyi continent. Huang Ting was swift and decisive. After finishing the discussion, she prepared to fly on her sword to the north. However, when Huang Ting accidentally saw Pei Qian practicing her peerless swordsmanship in the courtyard, he thought about how he still owed Qin Pingon and couldn't help but feel unhappy. After learning that Pei Qian was Qin Pingon's first disciple, he asked the little girl if she wanted to learn the fastest swordsmanship and saber techniques in Tong Yezhou. Pei Qian asked if it hurt. Huang Ting laughed and said it did not hurt. Pei Qian turned to look at Qin Pingon. The latter smiled and nodded. Huang Ting stayed for one more day and taught Pei Qian a set of sword technique and saber technique. White ape backsword technique, white ape dragging saber technique. Before he left, Huang Ting patted Pei Qian's little head, then stretched out his fingers to pinch Charcoal's cheeks. He shook his head and said regretfully, "What a smart child, why is she so ugly?" In the end, Pei Qian was heartbroken. She was unhappy the whole day. Was it because of that yellow paper talisman? Her forehead was still listless. Qin Pingon looked at Pei Qian and thought of the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who liked to call him little martial uncle. In the eyes of everyone in the Cliff Academy, that little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was a little strange. She was always in a hurry by herself and liked to carry a small bamboo box. She went to the academy alone and left alone. She climbed mountains, trees, roofs, up and down. Otherwise, she would squat by the lake and stare at the fish, watching them swim around with their tails wagging. Whenever she had the chance, she would leave the academy and wander around the streets of the capital. The little girl was always alone inside and outside the academy. People who looked at her for a long time felt a little lonely. However, although it was strange, the little girl's etiquette was good enough. As long as she saw the teachers of the academy on the way, she would always stop abruptly, salute and greet them, and then run away as fast as lightning. In the beginning, the teachers would still stop and smile and say a few words of advice. But the red figure was already gone. Later they got used to it and smiled in response. In the end, they would shake their heads with a smile and continue walking without stopping. Li Baoping felt that she was doing okay in the Cliff Academy. Although she rarely saw Li Huai and Lin Shui. And she rarely saw Yu Lu and Xianxia. Even if she saw them, there was nothing to talk about. She didn't think much of these things after talking to Cui Dongshan on the tree branch on the mountain peak. They didn't miss her little martial uncle that much anymore. It didn't matter. She would just make up for their share. She would think more about her little martial uncle. Just like that, the days passed one by one. After the new year, even the first month of the lunar calendar was almost over. Soon it would be the lantern festival with big red lanterns hanging high. The little girl was a little homesick. Her parents, her grandfather, her eldest brother and second brother. And of course her little martial uncle. Little martial uncle hadn't sent a letter to the academy for a long time. This made Li Baoping a little sad. (372). It was the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Every household in Old Dragon City was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The streets and alleys were crowded with tourists. According to the customs, each of the 5 major surnames created a long dragon of lanterns to parade through the streets. If one were to look down from the sea of clouds at the richest city in the Aquarius continent, one would discover that there were 5 fire dragons roaming along a fixed route. Qin Pingon asked the 4 of them to bring Pei Qian out to enjoy the lanterns. The Yin spirit surnamed Zhao followed them secretly in case of any accidents. He and Jing Dafeng guarded the shop. The 2 of them stood at the counter. There was a pot of wine, 2 small white porcelain wine cups that were as thin as wings, and a few dishes to accompany the wine. They drank, ate, and chatted. Jing Dafeng always had some strange rules. Before drinking, he found a willow branch from somewhere and stuck it beside the dusty door of the medicine shop. He even placed a pair of bowls and chopsticks outside the door. Qin Pingon glanced at the door and asked, "Is it to worship the gods and Buddha or to entertain the wandering ghosts that pass by?" Jing Dafeng smiled and said, "It's just something that the old man passed down. The old man has never explained the specific rules. As his disciples, we can only follow his instructions. There are no demons or ghosts in Old Dragon City. With so many Qi refinement warriors gathered together, the yang energy is too strong. Even if there are a few kittens and puppies with old Zhao, the Yin spirit in the medicine shop, they would not dare to come over. Ghosts and otherworldly items, not to mention those malicious ghosts who have lost their minds, most of us know more about rules and etiquette." Qin Pingon nodded and took a sip of wine. It was the osmanthus wine sent by the Fan family. He suddenly said, "I plan to ask Fan Junmao for help tomorrow to refine my first natal item by the Sea of Clouds. If it succeeds, I will leave Old Dragon City and head north. Although Old Master Xing said that I can go anywhere in the future without any taboos, I thought about it. Anyway, there is nothing important that I have to do now. I will still follow Old Senior Yang's original plan and not return to Longquan County for the time being. I will probably go to 3 or 4 places in the Aquarius continent. I estimate that it will take me more than a year to travel. After I finish my tour, I can almost go back." Jing Dafeng leaned against the counter and looked at the small alley outside the door. He casually asked, "Have you ever thought of establishing a sect in Longquan County?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Just by looking at Master Ruan's behavior, you can roughly guess how troublesome it is. It's difficult. Furthermore, I don't have the qualifications to establish a sect." Zheng Dafeng took a sip of the wine with an intoxicated look on his face. It was only half a cup of osmanthus wine, but it seemed to have given him the intoxication of a few large jugs of fine wine. He chuckled and said, "If we can reclaim the mountains to the west of Longquan County one by one, we'll have over 10 connected mountains, and we'll have the foundation of natural energy to establish an immortal sect. However, it would not be easy for those forces to spit out the meat in their mouths. Previously, Dolly only offered such a low price to make friends with the mountain immortals and the dynasty's tycoons. If it weren't for your relationship with Ruanqing, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to buy a Jinju mountain, let alone Luapa mountain." Qin Pingon couldn't agree more. Although Black Pearl Grotto Heaven was not famous for its abundant natural energy, it was the opposite of the other 35 grotto heavens. Four ordinary gold core and nascent soul earth immortals. It was a wonderful thing that they could only dream of if they could own a Luapa mountain all by themselves. Qin Pingon said that it was difficult to establish a sect, but deep in his heart he really hoped that there would be such a day. Just like when he chatted with Lu Tai in the Eagle Castle, he had already thought about the people and things he should do in his own mountain. Otherwise, why would Qin Pingon want to ask the old Taoist Lord of Heaven in Taiping Mountain how much it would cost to set up a mountain defense array? Zhong Kuei told him that the old Taoist Lord of Heaven was guarding Taiping Mountain, showed his golden body, held the bright moon mirror, and drove 3 swords to hunt down the white ape with a sword on his back thousands of miles away. How could Qin Pingon not be fascinated? The old man who was familiar with the dusty medicine shop suddenly appeared, crossed the threshold with a smile and said directly, "Qin Pingon, it seems that you are about to leave Old Dragon City. I have something to discuss with you." Qin Pingon stood up straight, put down the wine cup and chopsticks and said with a smile, "Sir, please go ahead." The old man gestured for Qin Pingon to continue drinking and eating. He walked to the counter, grabbed a few fried peanuts with his fingers and put them in his mouth. After pondering for a moment he said, "Maybe it's a little hard for you and also a little offensive. But fate is unpredictable like duckweed. If you miss it today you may miss it forever. If you shrink back and stick your head out you'll be stabbed. I'll just say it directly. After that, little brother Qin and brother Defeng, don't make this old man unable to eat peanuts and sugar lotus slices in the future." Zheng Dafeng said angrily, "The 3 of us are open-minded people. Can't you say something straightforward?" The old man looked up, threw a piece of lotus root into his mouth and chewed. "Although Sui Yuyu is a pure martial arts master and reached the golden body state, in my opinion, the bottleneck is too big. It's extremely difficult to reach the top. At most he'll be in the far travel state. If he's lucky he'll only be a martial artist of the 8th state." Zheng Dafeng immediately said, "Only a martial artist of the 8th state? Old man, if you have the guts, go on the streets and shout these words. Let's see what the Earth Immortals in Old Dragon City think. Will they be so angry that they will slap your mouth?" The old man had a good temper and did not care about Zheng Dafeng's rebuttal. He smiled and said, "This is an exception. Actually, Sui, you shouldn't have walked the path of martial arts." Zheng Dafeng slammed the table. "What did you say?" The old man quickly bent down and took Qin Pingon's wine cup, filled it with osmanthus wine, and raised it to Zheng Dafeng. "I said something wrong. I'll punish myself with 3 cups, 3 cups. He finished it in 1 gulp and was about to pour a second cup. Qin Pingon smiled and reached out to cover the mouth of the wine pot. "Old mister, just drink a cup of wine as punishment. We're so familiar with each other, there's no need to be so formal." The old man resentfully put down the wine cup, wiped his mouth and said regretfully, "This wine is good, but it's a pity that the taste is a bit bland. I can't taste it after 1 or 2 cups." Zheng Dafeng picked up a piece of shallot with tofu. "Brother Sun, if you have something to say, just say it." The old man surnamed Sun continued, "Sui Yuyu is an extremely rare innate sword embryo. She has the disposition of a sword immortal. That's not all, but the key is that her sword heart is pure and clear. In the future, as a nascent soul sword cultivator, the possibility of breaking through the bottleneck of the 5th state will be greater. I don't mind saying this at the table. As long as little brother Qin is willing to part with his treasure and allow Sui Yuyu to join our sect in 100 years or at most 20 years, I guarantee that Sui Yuyu will become an extremely powerful nascent soul sword cultivator." Qin Pingon smiled and did not say anything. He handed over the chopsticks and poured a cup of wine for the old man. Zheng Dafeng sneered, "Old man Sun, are you trying to swallow the sun and the moon like a toad? Aren't you afraid of bursting yourself?" Taking a step back, Sui Yuyu is already a golden body martial artist. You said it yourself that becoming a distant travel martial artist is not difficult. He just needs time to polish his body. You, on the other hand, want Sui Yuyu to give up all the things he has in his pocket for a Realm 8 martial artist. You want him to use up all his pure vital qi and spend another 100 or 200 years to pursue that illusory Realm 5 sword cultivator. The old man complained, "Didn't I say it earlier? It's a bit difficult, but Sui Yuyu has such an outstanding talent. If he doesn't turn to cultivate the way of the sword, it would be fine if I didn't see it. But now that I see it, I have to keep it in my stomach. It's really unbearable. I can't stand such a reckless waste of natural resources. Think about it, Sui Yuyu is such a pretty little girl. In the future, even if she becomes a martial artist in the distant travel realm, she'll still fight and kill with her fists. Punching and kicking, how much of a killjoy can she be? How can she compare to a female sword immortal with outstanding charm, her white clothes fluttering in the wind and her flying sword slashing enemies from 1,000 miles away?" Zheng Dafeng sneered, "It's easy to say. The higher the realm of a pure martial artist, the more dangerous it is to dissipate one's vital qi. This is especially true for the third realm of spirit refinement. It involves the primordial spirit and soul. If you're not careful, Sui Yu might lose half of her life, not to mention her innate embryo sword immortal potential. Old man Sun, do you think you're an ascendant realm cultivator or an immortal realm cultivator? Besides, why would Qin Pingon give Sui Yu such a beauty and half a personal maid, to an idle old pervert like you with both hands? The old man said seriously, I'm not vulgar. It's not for outsiders to know that. Brother Dafeng, you can humiliate me, but don't look down on yourself too. Zheng Dafeng gave the old man a thumbs up and picked up some food with his chopsticks. Brother's words are magnanimous. I can't find any flaws in them. The old man raised his cup and took a big gulp. Then he stroked his beard and smiled. I know, Brother Dafeng. You're a famous person of my generation. At the crucial moment, your words are firm, reasonable, and righteous. Qin Pingon picked up a peanut and chewed slowly. The old man did not dare to rush him. The success or failure of this matter would depend on the decision of this young man in front of him. Qin Pingon thought for a while and said, I can only help you ask Sui Yu's opinion. This time it was the old man's turn to be shocked. Qin Pingon, you're really agreeing? Knowing that he had misspoken, the old man smiled awkwardly. Even the dumbest person in the world would know the value of a 8th realm far travel realm martial artist. Worth it. Even in the top few dynasties of the Aquarius continent, this was a transcendent existence that involved the martial fate of a country. The old man was actually very puzzled, but he still suppressed his words. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he would make. He did not want to waste his good karma. When the old man left the alley, Zheng Dafeng said that he wanted to take a breather and left with the old man. They went to the old locust tree outside the alley. During the lantern festival, regardless of wealth or status, the lanterns were as bright as day. The old man and Zheng Dafeng stood under the tree and asked, Why didn't Qin Pingon ask about my true identity and the more important reward? Zheng Dafeng thought for a while. Probably only after Sui Yu agrees will he ask about this. The old man mocked himself. It seems like you and I are still somewhat stingy with money. Qin Pingon is the one who is particular. Zheng Dafeng bent down and looked at the bustling street. He said indifferently, particular people are easily taken advantage of. The old man also retracted his expression. His eyes were still and deep. F***K, being taken advantage of is a blessing. After a moment of silence, the old man surnamed Sun asked, Brother Dafeng, where are you going? Zheng Dafeng said, I'm a useless person now. I want to return to my old profession and be a gatekeeper. The old man asked, Do you want to come to my mountain? I don't dare to say that I'll be an immortal, but I won't be lacking in wine, meat, and beauties. I believe you know my temper. I'll look for you to chat and spar with you. Zheng Dafeng shook his head and said, I don't want to owe you a favor. I also don't have the heart to go to your mountain and use your power to intimidate others. The old man patted Zheng Dafeng's shoulder. Think on the bright side. There's no obstacle in life that cannot be overcome. Zheng Dafeng laughed. You're a level 5 Qi refinement warrior and you still have the cheek to ask a useless person like me to think on the bright side. Don't you feel embarrassed? The old man sighed. I didn't expect Brother Dafeng to see the demeanor of a level 5 immortal with just one look. It seems that the description of women who are born beautiful and unable to give up on themselves is also applicable to me. Zheng Dafeng turned to look at the old man who had a serious look on his face. You've been cultivating in the sect for so many years. Do people often want to practice with you? The old man shook his head and said, Never. When I was young, I relied on my handsome looks and was very popular among my senior and junior sisters. Once I was in trouble, they would fight to help me settle it. After the new year, I suddenly realized that it was not good to mingle with girls every day. I picked up the matter of cultivation again and made rapid progress. Therefore, the elders in the sect did not care about me. When I'm old, I'm even more respected. Zheng Dafeng patted the old man's shoulder. Brother Sun, luckily you didn't grow up in our hometown. Otherwise, there would be many people teaching you how to be a proper person. The old man smiled and did not comment. He muttered to himself, If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If Sui Yu is really willing to join our sect, Then I'll have to think carefully about what kind of gift I should give her to enter the ancestral hall and how to repay Qin Pingon for letting her go. Xing Dafeng joked. If you have the ability, then give Sui Yuyu an immortal weapon. The old man chuckled. That won't do. At least before Sui Yuyu becomes a sword cultivator in the pure jade realm, I will definitely not give her this coffin. Moreover, when the time comes, she will have to promise to protect the sect for at least 300 years. Otherwise, I won't be willing. Xing Dafeng turned to look. The old man exchanged glances with him and said confidently, What? Is bragging illegal? It was already very late when Pei Qian and the rest returned to the medicine shop. Qin Pingon had been waiting at the door. He called Sui Yuyu and said that he had something to discuss. The two of them walked slowly in the small alley. Qin Pingon then told Sui Yuyu about how the old man wanted Sui Yuyu to go to the mountain where he lived to cultivate. Sui Yuyu was expressionless. She asked Qin Pingon if he knew the background of that person, what his name was, how high his cultivation was, and where his sect was. Qin Pingon said that he had to ask for Sui Yuyu's opinion before he could talk about it. After he got the answer, he would even send a flying sword message to Taiping Mountain to ask the old Lord of Heaven to personally verify it. When he was sure that there was nothing wrong, he would let Sui Yuyu make the final decision. Sui Yuyu was silent. Qin Pingon could only accompany her out of the small alley and walk on the deserted street. Sui Yuyu died twice in the Battle of the Ruined Temple. Outside Old Dragon City, she exchanged her life with a golden core cultivator. After 3 times, her martial arts path would stop at the 8th far travel realm. Sui Yuyu suddenly stopped and asked, Do you really want me to go to that person's mountain? At least I can earn 1 or 2 magic weapons and build a relationship with the old man's sect. Qin Pingon laughed and shook his head. If it weren't for the fact that I have no other choice, of course I would want you to stay by my side. I hope that I can help you to disperse your pure qi and turn to sword cultivation to become a qi cultivator. You can go higher and farther on the path of cultivation. But you should know that I'm only a martial artist of the 5 states. The reconstruction of the longevity bridge has just begun. The current foundation of the celestial family with thousands of years of history is not enough. And on the path of cultivation, one slow step will lead to another. Sui Yuyu asked again, If I choose to leave, how will you deal with the painting that concerns my life? Qin Pingon said without hesitation, Of course I'll hide it well. When it comes to cultivation, it's hard to predict the ups and downs of people's hearts. If you stay with me, at least I won't harm you and won't use it to threaten you. On this point, whether you believe me or not, I think so. But if I hand it to someone else, I won't be at ease. Even if that old man treats you sincerely and is willing to accept you as his direct disciple and let you enter his sect's ancestral hall, how can I guarantee that others won't have evil intentions towards you? They won't hope to restrain you and force you into a dangerous situation at some critical juncture? A person in a high position has no choice. But I, Qin Pingon, am different. It's not that I'm kinder and treat you better, but at least I won't treat you as a commodity. No one will pay a sky-high price to buy you. Sui Yuyu stared at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon looked at him calmly. Truth. Sui Yuyu didn't say yes or no. Instead, he inexplicably changed the topic. That female Taoist nun of Mount Taiping is really beautiful. She's also a nascent soul sword cultivator. Qin Pingon asked strangely, and then? Sui Yuyu asked, You're not moved at all? Qin Pingon rolled his eyes and held the back of his head with his hands. He walked leisurely. There are so many beautiful women in the world. If they're beautiful, I'll look at them a few more times. They're pleasing to the eye. It's human nature. But why would I be moved? Sui Yuyu laughed for the first time. As a man, you don't even have the thought of hugging a woman. Are you Qin Pingon sick? Qin Pingon still held the back of his head and turned his neck. Languid, he said, Don't scold me. They walked back to the dusty drugstore in silence. Pei Qian, who was still awake, held a mountain walking stick at the door of the drugstore. She said that she wanted to show off her skills to Qin Pingon. She vowed that after Old Wei and Little White saw her swordsmanship and knife skills, they said that they were superb. As for the white ape-back swordsmanship and dragging knife style that Huang Ting taught Pei Qian, the 4 people in the painting pretended that they didn't know. They wouldn't steal it and secretly tempt Pei Qian to tell them the formula. On the one hand, he had to talk about the righteousness of Jianghu. On the other hand, Pei Qian, that clever little girl, would definitely agree and then turn around to sell them out to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon would not be easy to talk to about this kind of thing. The four people, including Sui Yuyu and Zhu Lian, didn't dare to test Qin Pingon's bottom line with this kind of thing. Therefore, Sui Yu walked into the drugstore and went to the backyard to practice the sword furnace stance that Qin Pingon tacitly allowed. In the alley, Qin Pingon stood at the door and smiled. "Give it a try." Pei Qian nodded with a straight face. With a light shout, she took a step forward, holding the mountain walking stick with both hands and waving it with the dragging knife style. Pei Qian didn't control her strength well, so the mountain walking stick flew out of her hand. Qin Pingon reached out and grabbed the bamboo stick that almost hit the wall of the alley. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed. Pei Qian was dumbfounded. It was over. He felt that he was definitely going to eat chestnuts. She didn't expect that Qin Pingon just returned the mountain walking stick to her and smiled. "Your momentum is quite strong. In the future, you should obediently practice the 6-step stance with me. Otherwise, no matter how good your swordsmanship and knife skills are, your body won't be able to support it. You will only make a fool of yourself." Pei Qian stomped her foot in annoyance and lamented endlessly. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have shown off her peerless martial arts. In the future, she would have to walk according to the boxing stance. Wasn't she asking for trouble? Qin Pingon patted her little head. "When you are young, you will have to endure more hardships." Pei Qian raised her head with a face full of expectation. "When I grow up, I can enjoy life every day? Lying down and receiving money? I don't have to copy books anymore. If I want a drink, I can eat whatever I want." Qin Pingon brought her back to the drugstore and closed the door. He smiled. "When you grow up, you will naturally know." Pei Qian's head drooped. "I don't really want to grow up. That female Taoist priest said that I'm not handsome, so I guess I won't look any better when I grow up. I'm still young and I'm just an ugly girl." Later it was Sui Yuyu who was the kindest and told me the truth. It turned out that Zhu Lian was beating around the bush. He said that not only would I look scary when I grow up, I would also scare ghosts. Zhu Lian is too mean. I can't believe I always eat half a bowl of extra rice every time I eat. I'm the most supportive of Zhu Lian's dishes. Zhu Lian really has no conscience. Qin Pingon had a smile in his eyes. He deliberately used her catchphrase to tease the little girl. "You're worried?" Pei Qian's face was full of smiles. With the temperament of a child, she ran away with a stomach full of worries. After returning to the side room and closing the door, she sat opposite Sui Yuyu. She rested her chin on her hands and stared at Sui Yuyu, who was practicing the sword furnace stance. She softly asked, "Sister Sui, why are you so beautiful? Can you teach me?" Sui Yu opened her eyes. She seemed to be in a good mood today. Holding back her laughter, she deliberately put on a serious face and said, "Learning how to read, copying books and practicing words, 6-step stance, sword furnace stance, sword technique, blade technique, wiping the table and sweeping the floor, serving tea and water, you have to be serious." Pei Qian slightly tilted her head and grinned. "Sister Sui, you really like to joke." Sui Yuyu nodded her head and imitated the tone of a female Taoist priest, Huang Ting. She clicked her tongue and said, "What a smart child. Why are you so ugly?" Pei Qian sullenly turned around and leaned against the table. She placed her head on the table and took out her most precious yellow paper talisman. She stuck it on her forehead and softly said, "Sister Sui, do you like my father?" Sui Yu was speechless. Pei Qian clearly did not care about the answer. She continued, "Previously we saw so many lanterns and they were all beautiful. But do you still remember the lantern festival beside the Immortal Phoenix restaurant? There were things like boiling oil, pulling out tongues, skinning and pulling tendons. It was not a servant or a malicious spirit but a torture device from hell. Old Wei said that it might be a lantern festival arranged by the penal office to deal with people who like to do bad things. I was scared to death. You don't know. When I suddenly realized that my father was not by my side, I was about to cry." Sui Yuyu had already closed her eyes again. She continued to practice the sword furnace stance, widening her meridians and nourishing her body. Pei Qian stretched out her hand and carefully straightened the yellow paper talisman. She muttered, "The talisman protects Pei Qian well. Demons and ghosts go away." On this night, the Yin spirit with the surname Zhao found Qin Pingon, who was sleeping on the floor. He said that the old man wanted him to pass on a message again. The Tong Yi sect had officially given the compensation. The golden elixir of the 12th level great demon had already been refined in the small cave of Wutong by Du Mao, who had lost his mind for the sake of immortal ascension. Therefore he used 2 pieces of 5-colored glass in exchange. They were as small as a thumb and as big as a fist. After the soul of a 12th level great cultivator decayed or disintegrated, it was possible that an immortal's remains would appear. Legend has it that after a great cultivator of the immortal ascension realm failed, there would be pieces of 5-colored glass-like golden body. This was the only thing that reduced the anger of the Tong Yi sect slightly after Du Mao destroyed the cave of Wutong, regardless of the life and death of the disciples of the sect. After Du Mao knew that he had failed to immortal ascension at the last moment, he controlled the pieces of glass that fell in all directions. 3 of them returned to the ancestor mountain of the Tong Yi sect. Only 1 piece was left in the ancestor hall of the Tong Yi sect, and the other 2 pieces were taken out. After the Yin spirit with the surname Zhao explained this important matter, he carefully handed Qin Pingon a palm-sized yellowish Wutong leaf. He said that this was something that the Tong Yi sect had taken out together. The pieces of glass after the immortal ascension realm failed to pass the tribulation were placed inside. In addition, the old man also specially prepared 2 sets of mountain guarding formation for Qin Pingon. One set was an imitation of the offensive sword formation of Taiping Mountain, and the other set was an imitation of the mountain guarding formation of the Fuyao sect. The immortal money needed to hire the Mahist masters to build the formation was paid by the Tong Yi sect. It was all Guyu money, and they were all placed in the Wutong leaf. However, the pivotal magic treasures of the 2 formations, such as the flying sword and the golden puppet, still needed Qin Pingon to find them by himself. In the future, whether he could buy them with money or by chance depended on whether he was fated to find them. Finally, the Yin spirit said, "You must carry the Wutong leaf with you," but the old man also said that it's best to wait until you return to your hometown town before looking at the various objects inside. Otherwise, once you open the close object, it's equivalent to opening the door of the small cave for a short time, and it's easy to leak the secrets inside. After all, the pieces of glass of the immortal ascension realm cultivators are too rare. Any cultivator of the 5 realms will covet it. The old man also asked me to pass on one thing. The golden wine robe is a half-immortal weapon. It won't be a loss. Qin Pingon put away the Wutong leaf. After Yin spirit Zhao finished speaking, his figure dissipated. He helped the old man twice and also gained a lot. Qin Pingon lay back on the floor, touched the white jade hairpin on his head and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, when the sky was slightly bright, Fan Junmao arrived as promised and took Qin Pingon to the sea of clouds in the sky above Old Dragon City. The old man surnamed Sun had been waiting outside the shop for a long time. Before Qin Pingon said anything, Sui Yu opened the curtain and chatted with the old man outside the door. Sui Yu walked back to the backyard. The old man stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. Although it was not the best result, it was not bad. He just had to wait for a few more years. At that time, Yugui sect would have another nascent soul realm sword cultivator who had a chance to reach the 5 realms within 100 years. Well, when the time came, he would personally take her to Tongya sect and pay a visit to see if she could contribute to the rebuilding of the ancestral hall of his brother's sect. Cultivators had to be kind. The sun rose from the east and the rays of light were boundless. The top of the sea of clouds was beautiful. When the time came, heaven and earth would work together. The water word seal that Qin Pingon refined this time was his first life item. Apart from the fact that it took an entire 10 years, there weren't many flaws. A mural appeared on the wall of Qin Pingon's Xiantian pellet chamber. A river was like a white silk filled with mist, slowly flowing. At the moment of success, the golden necklace robe on his body became light. Even if Qin Pingon let go of his courage and loosened the golden necklace restriction, allowing the spiritual qi in the sea of clouds to flow back into his acupoints, it would automatically flow into a lake inside his acupoints. Only at this moment did the pure martial qi that was constantly being eaten away completely break free of its shackles. As if it had been granted amnesty, it crazily wandered around the small world of the human body. Qin Pingon slightly controlled it. The true qi in his body, the lake and the spiritual chi streams that flowed into the lake had more or less reached a state where they did not invade each other. Just like the officials of a country's imperial court, they could not be said to be complementing each other, nor could they be said to be fighting to the death. It was a peaceful coexistence. In the middle of the night, Qin Pingon and Fan Junmao returned to the dusty medicine shop together, quietly. The four people in the mural opened and closed their eyes and slowly fell asleep. The black smoke of Yin Master Zhao gradually disappeared into the wall. Jing Dafeng and Pei Qian were sleeping soundly. Qin Pingon sat on a long bench and drank a mouthful of medicinal wine. Fan Junmao stood at the side and asked, "If it was you, Qin Pingon, would you take out the sea of clouds that accompanied you for countless years, and exchange it for the deity position of the southern mountain deity in the Aquarius continent?" Qin Pingon said honestly, "I don't know." Fan Junmao, who was in a bad mood, said angrily, "Then what do you know?" Qin Pingon laughed, "I know, but I don't know." Fan Junmao tossed Qin Pingon a long sword that he had placed in the armory earlier. His face darkened as he flashed away. Early in the morning, Qin Pingon and the rest left the dusty medicine shop, and went to the Immortal ferry on the west side of Old Dragon City. They took a ferry and set off towards Qinghuan country, which was in the southeast territory of the Aquarius continent. Fan Er accompanied them to the ferry and complained to Qin Pingon that the next time they meet, he must not forget the porcelain and flower wine. Jing Dafeng guarded the empty medicine shop alone, and looked at the Fu character pasted on the wall for a while. It was indeed much better than the Chun character. In the main hall he walked around the table that was often filled with Zhou Lian's dishes, and finally sat on the threshold, and looked at the long bench opposite the courtyard. The long bench under the eaves, that young man sat on it the most, and Pei Qian occasionally sat there a few times. Over time it seemed to have become a small territory of his. Jing Dafeng puffed on his pipe. He scratched his head. All right, this time when he returned with his tail between his legs, he would definitely be scolded badly by the old man. On the ferry, Qin Pingon once again carried a long sword on his back. The name of the sword was extremely interesting. Sword Immortal. End of chapter. (373). This ship to Qinghuan was built by a Mahist mechanic. It was nothing out of the ordinary among the many ferries in Old Dragon City. Every time it carried 100 people, it was mostly transporting rare goods from the north of the Aquarius continent and the south of the Tongye continent. However, the goods that arrived in the hands of the merchants were the result of selection by the 5 major families in Old Dragon City. The quality of the goods was naturally average. Occasionally they would pick up a few goods and earn a few hundred snow coins, which was already worth celebrating. Qinghuan was a little famous in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. It was famous for its many Taoist temples and temples. Various Taoist immortals and virtuous monks often held water and land Taoist temples and Luotian grand ritual with the support of the imperial court. In addition, Qinghuan's sandalwood paper was extremely famous and was sold to many continents. This made Qinghuan one of the richest rulers in the southeast of the Aquarius continent. Moreover, Buddhism was not popular in the Aquarius continent. The number of temples in Qinghuan was the highest in the continent. The sound of Sanskrit lingered in the air, and the walls were filled with the beautiful works of sages, writers and poets. In a brightly lit room on the top floor of the ferry, Qin Pingon was reading a book about the landscape of Qinghuan. He bought it from the bookstore in Old Dragon City and specially asked Zhou Lian to help him search for it. Qin Pingon read while Pei Qian copied. The hardest thing in the world was at the beginning. After a long time, it would become a habit and it would not be difficult. Pei Qian was like that. Reading and copying became a daily habit. Even if Qin Pingon did not urge her, she would still persevere. However, Qin Pingon also knew that if he was not by her side for a long time, Pei Qian would definitely stop copying books. At most she would feel guilty for 2 or 3 days and then she would go and play wildly. Qin Pingon divided the pot of Old Dragon Gold Core Nascent Soul Stage medicinal wine into 5 portions and gave 1 portion to each of the 4 people in the painting. This was one of the few lucky things that could happen to pure martial artists who could rely on external help to cultivate. Sui Yu was now at the 7th realm, the Golden Body realm. She also had the Dharma sword Infatuation in her hands. Her killing power was actually not small, especially when it came to close combat. Qi cultivators below the Earth Immortal realm might not be her match once she got within 100 feet of them. The signs of Zhou Lian's bottleneck loosening were clear. Following closely behind Sui Yu, he was the second person to step into the 3 realms of martial arts. Wei Xian and Liu Baixiang did not have the possibility of breaking through for the time being. However, after Jing Dafeng's feeding fist, and the death match outside Old Dragon City, they had pushed their peak realm 6 peak a little higher. The 4 people in the painting were not ordinary 7th realm and 6th realm martial artists. In this trip to the Aquarius continent, as long as they did not meet any crazy cultivators of the upper 5 realms, even if they faced a nascent soul Earth Immortal who was not a sword cultivator, they would still have the power to fight. As long as Wei Xian and the other 3 did not hesitate to die, perhaps Qin Pingan's side could still win. After the Battle of Old Dragon City, Qin Pingan regretted the most was the green sword suppressing talisman. Zhong Kuei wrote it with a small snow cone and gave it to Jing Dafeng. Coincidentally, the sword that was trapped was the half-immortal weapon, Sword Immortal, that Qin Pingan was carrying on his back. Because the city lord of Old Dragon City, Fu Li, was not a sword cultivator and the sword was not a natal item, Jing Dafeng used the sword-suppressing talisman to trap the sword. Even if it could not last for long, Fu Li admitted defeat. If he had a sword-suppressing talisman, Qin Pingan would not have to be too afraid even if he met a nascent soul sword cultivator with murderous intent. Instead, he could catch them off guard and catch them off guard. However, these gains and losses were not to the extent that Qin Pingan could not let go of them. What really made Qin Pingan disappointed was this talisman. Was it the last 2 talismans that Zhong Kuei wrote in the world as a person of the Yang realm? One of them. Compared to the cross-continent ferries that Qin Pingan had ridden and seen before, the ferry under his feet was really small. He could only stand at the window and admire the scenery. There was no viewing platform. After Pei Qian finished writing, Qin Pingan carefully checked it and found that there were no careless words that needed to be rewritten. He then began to practice the 6-step stance with her at least 4 hours a day. In the past, Qin Pingan did not think that practicing the 6-step stance was boring and tiring. It was only after Pei Qian started practicing that he realized that although the mountain quaking fist stance was simple, it was not easy to practice it a million times. It was the same for both the body and mind. Even though Qin Pingan paid attention to Pei Qian's shortness of breath and the excess of physical strength, Pei Qian was always so tired that she was drenched in sweat. The hair on her forehead was plastered together and her face was deathly pale. Although she did not dare to complain, Qin Pingan watched from the side as her tan little face lost its smile or her thin body involuntarily trembled when she walked step by step. Although Qin Pingan was expressionless from beginning to end, he felt somewhat distressed when he saw her. On the first day, Pei Qian relied on the excitement of a newborn calf and endured 4 hours of 6-step stance. In the end, it was Qin Pingan who carried her to the next room. On the second day, she fell to the ground after only 2 hours, cramping incessantly. Her entire body was drained of energy. Qin Pingan did not insist on 4 hours. For the next few days, he guaranteed 2 hours of continuous 6-step stance, only a little longer each time. Only then did Pei Qian grit her teeth and persevere. In the beginning, little Charcoal still had the energy to glare at Zhou Lian when he was mocking her from the side. Later on, she really did not have the energy to fight for justice with Zhou Lian. 10 days later, after enduring the most arduous part of the journey, Pei Qian's face finally had a smile of the past. When she started walking, she once again began to swagger with Pei Qian's signature swagger. Otherwise, she would jump and skip. Zhou Lian would say something like, "Young master, this old servant personally believes that Pei Qian's martial arts aptitude is extremely good." When tempering her body, her muscles and bones should suffer more so that her blood and qi can flourish. There's no harm in practicing 6-step stance for 4 hours every day. Pei Qian could already continue to glare at him. On this day, after practicing the 6-step stance, one adult and one child opened the window and practiced the sword furnace stance. Pei Qian was short, so she could only face the wall and reflect. After Qin Pingan agreed, she stepped onto a chair. It just so happened that she could overlook the sea of clouds outside the window with Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon said softly, "You have to believe that the hard times will end and the good times will come." Pei Qian was currently practicing the sword furnace stance, but it was just for show. The results were extremely small. Qin Pingon was also a little puzzled. After asking Sui Yuyu and the others, he was unable to get an answer. After enduring another day of hardship, Pei Qian was secretly happy in her heart. She thought of something and turned her head with a face full of longing. "When I roam Jianghu in the future, can I also have a sword? It would be best if I could be like Xiao Bai and have a saber hanging from my waist. At that time my strength would definitely increase by a lot. I wouldn't complain about having too much or being heavy." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. "As long as you don't slack off when you roam Jianghu alone in the future, I can promise you right now that in the future, I will definitely give you a sword and a saber." Pei Qian was a little embarrassed and said in a small voice, "Actually, I've already thought about it. In the future, if I have my own saber and sword, I will hang them on the same side of my waist. This kind of sword and saber hanging posture, I even have a name for it. Master, do you want to hear it?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Tell me about it. When it comes to naming things, Qin Pingon, have always been very good at it. For example, the 1st and 15th day of the lunar month or the exorcism of demons." Pei Qian whispered, "Let's call it saber and sword together, because they are intertwined at the waist. Master, what do you think?" Qin Pingon smiled. "Pretty good." Pei Qian's eyes narrowed into crescents as he smiled. He stuck out 2 fingers and stuck them together. "With the sword that Master is carrying, I am already very happy." Qin Pingon leaned against the window and turned his head with a smile. "When we return, the ferry will stop at the shore. We will still follow the old rules and travel Qingwan on foot. When we see a bamboo forest by the side of the road, I will pick some older bamboo to make 2 bamboo sabers and bamboo swords for you. If you don't mind, you can hang them first." Pei Qian loudly said, "Make them lighter and smaller. It won't be heavy to hang them on my body." Qin Pingon smiled and agreed. He looked at the sea of clouds and casually asked, "Then what about the mountain walking staff?" Pei Qian said without hesitation, "It is the #1 general under my command. Alas, it has accompanied me for so long. I can't bear to just throw it away. I will allow it to retire and play with its grandchildren. When I return, I will ask Old Wei what kind of official title should I give it." He dropped a large bag of acid-toothed books. However, Qin Pingon nodded in approval and said softly, "That's right." In Old Dragon City at the dusty medicine shop, Zheng Dafeng actually didn't have much luggage to pack. Other than some clothes, he only needed to bring the old tobacco pipe with him. It was as if this sloppy man, no matter if it was when he saw the broken wooden fence in Liju Grotto Heaven or when he came here, he had always been like this. There was nothing that he had to pick up and nothing that he couldn't put down. Tomorrow he would take the Fu family's ferry back to the Dali dynasty's Longquan County. On the last day, Zheng Dafeng took a stool and sat under the old locust tree. The old man surnamed Sun had already left. He said that he was going to the Invincible God Fist Gang to meet a friend. Yesterday, Li Er had returned to Old Dragon City. Fu Li brought his eldest son Feng Donghai over. Fu Li's intentions were clear. Feng Donghai had acted on his own and caused this disaster. As long as Zheng Dafeng said something, he could let Mr. Li Er break Feng Donghai's longevity bridge. From then on, the Fu family would treat Feng Donghai as a useless person. Zheng Dafeng smiled and asked Fu Li why he didn't directly bring Feng Donghai, who had broken his longevity bridge, to the medicine shop. Fu Li was speechless. Feng Donghai was quite stubborn. Not only did he not beg for mercy, he even provoked him. If Li Er did not attack, he would feel uncomfortable. At that time, Zheng Dafeng's expression was tired as he sat in the courtyard and smoked. The old man had obviously made a deal with the Dali dynasty and the Fu and Fan families. That Fan Junmao could become the second mountain god of the Dali dynasty after Wei Pai when the Song family cavalry stepped on the south coast of Old Dragon City. The price the old man paid was just Zheng Dafeng's Realm 9 cultivation. Zheng Dafeng knew that this matter was over. Zheng Dafeng thought about it and said that there was still a long way to go. Fu Li heaved a sigh of relief and was about to bring Feng Donghai back when Li Er punched him in the chest. Not only was the longevity bridge broken, but it was also so shattered that even gods could not save it. Li Er did not look at Feng Donghai and just stared at Fu Li calmly. I feel that as a father I should stand up for my son. Fu Li helped his eldest son Feng Donghai up. There was no anger on his face as he smiled. You've finally let second Mr. Li vent his anger. This trip was worth it. Just like what Mr. Jing said, there's still a long way to go. Li Er smiled and asked, why don't you lead the way to the Fu family ancestral hall? Fu Li's face instantly turned ashen. Jing Dafeng said, Li Er, that's enough. After Fu Li left with Feng Donghai, Li Er quickly left Old Dragon City. Today, under the locust tree, Jing Dafeng was basking in the warm sun of early spring. He wore a comfortable jacket that Pei Qian and the others had bought for him. The girl that he had not seen in a long time probably ate well during the new year. Her face and body seemed to have become fuller. She did not just walk around in front of Jing Dafeng like before. This time she gathered her courage and approached Jing Dafeng. She asked shyly, Shopkeeper Jing, is the shop hiring? Jing Dafeng smiled and shook his head. No, I'm going back home tomorrow. It's too hard to make a living in your old dragon city. This girl was ridiculously fat, but her voice was soft and sweet. Her face was filled with disappointment. Are you coming back? Jing Dafeng shook his head. No. She said in shock. Didn't you say it was the old house your ancestors bought? What about the shop? Jing Dafeng could not help but laugh. It's empty. It's a dusty medicine shop, it's normal to eat dust. She blushed slightly. Why don't you give me the key and I'll help you clean it? There's no one in the house, it'll spoil quickly. What a pity. Jing Dafeng waved his hand. No, there's really no need. Thank you, Mississippi. Jing Dafeng looked at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, but he said it was getting late and he had to go back to pack his luggage. The girl bit her lip and looked at the hunchbacked man who was running away with a stool. She suddenly asked, Shopkeeper Jing, aren't you going to ask what my surname is? Jing Dafeng did not have the face to pretend to be deaf. He could only stop and turn his head. May I ask what your surname is? The girl smiled. I love eating ginger, so my surname is Jiang. Jing Dafeng was stunned. How should he respond? Just by looking at how she had walked back and forth without saying a word, he knew that this young lady was well-mannered and had a gentle temperament. Today was no exception. She turned to the side and curtsied. I hope Shopkeeper Jing has a safe journey. Jing Dafeng smiled and waved his hand, bidding her farewell. She was a good girl. That night, in the northern suburbs of Old Dragon City, there was a small brand-new grave. On the grave, there were a few pieces of bright red paper that were pressed down by small stones. The hunchbacked man squatted in front of the grave and burned a book. Then he placed 10 small oil lamps in front of the grave. The oil inside the lamps was pitch black and emitted strands of yin qi. However, there were no wicks. How was he going to light the lamps? Yin's spirit appeared out of thin air and flicked his finger at the oil lamps. The 10 oil lamps lit up one by one. Upon closer inspection, the wicks of the lamps were extremely strange and frightening. They were actually wisps of smoke in the shape of a human. Their faces were twisted, as if they were enduring the great pain of their souls being burned and their flesh being melted bit by bit into the oil of the lamps. The wicks of the 10 lamps were the 3 souls and 7 spirits of a certain person. The physical body was still there. However, the souls had already been captured by the Yin spirit with a vicious spell. The hunchbacked man was indifferent to this. He only squatted there and said softly to the grave, I'm afraid you'll be scared. I'll wait for the lamps to go out before leaving. In the night, in the ancestral home of the Sun family, Sun Jiaxu was strolling alone along the river bank. Even though the Sun family's patriarch was already an earth immortal nascent soul cultivator, he still sighed and groaned these days in regret. Instead, it was Sun Jiaxu who comforted the patriarch. This kind of fortune was his fortune, but if he didn't, it would be his fate. He could only assume that the Sun family didn't have such fortune. A young man with a handsome face appeared beside Sun Jiaxu silently. Even the Sun family's patriarch and the 3 gold core consecrators didn't notice the slightest ripple of qi. When Sun Jiaxu saw the expert who helped him solve the knot in his heart, he immediately bowed and said, Greetings, Mr. Fan. When he schemed against Qin Pingon, not only did Sun Jiaxu almost become enemies with Qin Pingon, he also almost lost Lu Baqiao, his best friend. It was the man in front of him. Who knew how old he was? The 1,000-year-old expert found Sun Jiaxu, who was in a daze. He spoke a few words and gave Sun Jiaxu some pointers. Sun Jiaxu was enlightened. On the road you can be considered to have made some achievements. You only tripped over a stone, fell hard and suffered. Can this prove that you're on the wrong path? Qin Pinggan's path is very good, which can prove that you, Sun Jiaxu, are on the wrong path? It's either one or the other. You're so childish. What kind of business are you doing? No matter how good other people's path is, it's still their path. You might as well bury yourself in your work. Don't ask about the harvest. Raise your head occasionally and look at the people and scenery on other paths. That's enough. Priceless advice couldn't be bought with money. The expert, who looked younger than Sun Jiaxu, only said that his surname was Fan, but he had almost no relationship with the Fan family in Old Dragon City. Sun Jiaxu relied on his intuition and believed this without a doubt. That person smiled. Old Dragon City only has 3 families left. Fujiu, or that Wang Zhu's Fu family. Fan Junmao, or the old godlord's Fan family. The last family, your Sun family, has half of it. The other half is Ding Fengho's. You have a long way to go this time, so keep up the good work. Sun Jiaxu nodded. My Sun family won't miss this rare opportunity. The man smiled. Once in a blue moon? Not just that. Sun Jiaxu was a little dazed. Apart from thinking about the meaning of these words, he also thought about the day he sent Qin Pinggan off. That young man in a white robe and carrying a long sword seemed to have seen him from behind the crowd after the ferry rose into the air. Not only did he not ignore him, he even cupped his fists and bid farewell. In the end he raised his arm and gave him a thumbs up. Sun Jiaxu smiled. It was like this then and it was like this now. Within the palace of a rising dynasty, a pair of master and disciple walked between 2 tall walls. The handsome young man in white stretched out his finger and swiped across the wall. The lady beside him was tall, but did not give people a sense of unbalance or clumsiness. As she walked, she did not give off any aura. She did not have the aura of a chi cultivator who was one with the world. She did not have the aura of a martial artist. She did not even have the breathing of a normal person. The tall lady who always had a sword at her waist without a scabbard had just found an ordinary-looking green bamboo scabbard for her sword that was sharpened in the inverted mountain lightning pool a few days ago. It was found by one of her retainers in the Aquarius continent. The young man who looked like a deity smiled and asked, Master, did you buy it or snatch it? The lady said indifferently, I heard that he bought it. The young man sighed, then he bought it by force. The lady smiled, if you feel that this is not right you can fight with him. The young man said helplessly, I, Chao Xi, am only a Realm 5 martial artist. How can I fight with him? The lady stopped in her tracks, missing the word strongest. Chao Xi thought for a while, then used the tip of his foot to draw 2 short lines on the left and right. He raised his foot and pointed to the line on the left. Speaking of Realm 5, the average genius martial artist in the world is here. He moved his foot to the right. I, Chao Xi, am here. Then he pointed in the middle of the 2 lines. Other than me, the most outstanding Realm 5 genius in the Central Divine Continent is probably here. The tall lady did not feel that her disciple was young and arrogant, and underestimated the martial artist of the same generation. In truth, she felt that Chao Xi was too polite. Chao Xi suddenly squatted down and stretched out a finger. She pointed at the line in the middle and moved it slightly towards her own line. I think that guy will be able to reach here with his 5th realm after I break through. The lady looked down at the position that Chao Xi had drawn with his finger, nodding in agreement, should be about there. This pair of master and disciple, one standing and one squatting, were chatting about the martial fate of the world. In the distance, the number 1 eunuch in this great dynasty, a ceremony supervisor eunuch who had the potential to reach the realm of immortals, was leading a group of great Martin Temple eunuchs in bright red robes. When they saw the 2 of them, they all stopped and stood respectfully, not daring to breathe too loudly. When the ferry arrived at the border of Qinghuan Kingdom, Qin Pinggan and the others walked on the bustling street of the ferry. For some reason, no matter if it was chi cultivators or pure martial artists, they would take the initiative to make a detour. The higher the realm of the cultivators, the better their eyesight, and the more experienced the martial artists of the 3 realms of Qi cultivators, they would clearly feel an invisible pressure. A beautiful lady with a sword on her back, a tall man with a narrow saber on his waist, a crooked old man with a smile, and a short, sturdy man. They were all not simple. But for some reason, a Jindan cultivator who was hiding his presence in the crowd felt that the aura of these 4 people added together was not as strong as the clearly injured young man with a sword on his back. The moon surrounded by stars. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.